Are you ready to dive into the world of magic, adventures, and school life at the Academy? If so, this is the story for you. Meet Sharon, our protagonist. As an infant, he was abandoned by his parents, but was found by a family of hunters who raised him in a loving home. Despite the hardships of peasant life, he learned to read from an early age and became obsessed with books. One day, he accidentally meets a magician and learns how to enter the spirit zone, the first step to learning magic. Although everyone says only nobles can be mages, can Sharon prove his limitless potential? But before we find out, let's start the story from the beginning. Under the blanket of stars lies a mountain range, where the cries of a baby echo through the night. This land belongs to a brave hunter, whose first instinct upon hearing these cries is to grab his axe, thinking it might be weasels sneaking around. He's certain these critters have made a big mistake by targeting a hunter's cabin. He follows the sound of the cries around his house, and when he reaches the stable, he finds no one there except his horses. For a moment, he wonders if he's hallucinating. After all, ever since he and his wife learned they couldn't have children, he's been hearing children's voices. But it wasn't a hallucination. There in the pasture is a baby. He quickly picks up the child, and when he pulls the baby close, he can actually feel its heartbeat. At that moment, his wife arrives, shocked to see him holding a child. It's then that they both mutually agree that this child will be theirs. There is a famous tale of a mage who, with a mere motion of his hands, could summon a gust of wind that called the clouds to gather above. Soon rain would pour down from the heavens, quenching the parched earth and making it glisten with life. The townsfolk would rejoice, their songs filling the air. For the mage not only brought rain, but also protected the town from threats beyond its borders. Through his mystical powers, peace and prosperity thrived, and hunger and thirst were banished. Yet the mage did not rest. Tirelessly he pursued his research, always striving to better the lives of the people. His deeds were so extraordinary that they called him the well-mannered mage, and his story became a legend, cherished by all. Shironi Aryan, the boy once found in the stable, grew up reading this tale. Now 12 years old, Sharon often buries himself in books, captivated by the magic within their pages. His father, Vincent Aryan, now 40, never tires of watching his son read. To Vincent, the boy's curiosity and enthusiasm are endlessly endearing. Today, after finishing their work of chopping wood, Vincent affectionately swings his son around before signaling it is time to head home. As they walk through the wilderness, Shironi looks up at his father and asks about magic, how it works, and whether he could ever learn to use it. The humble hunter, who only knows little beyond hunting, responds in his own simple and sincere way. Meanwhile, some of Shironi's mates see him with his father. They wonder why Sharon is always so interested in accompanying his father or reading books. Even when they invite him to play, he refuses. They begin doubting whether Shirone even understands the books he reads, thinking they are too advanced for him. Later, as they see Shirone walking beside Vincent, some of the children begin to think that Vincent is not really his father. One of their mothers tells her son that Vincent doesn't own Shirone, claiming they found him somewhere when he was still a baby. Meanwhile, as the children talk, Vincent overhears them. He becomes angry inside but does not confront the boys. Instead, he holds on to his belief that he is Shirone's father no matter what. Determined to make Sharon happy, Vincent decides to take him to the city the next day to get the fruits he wants, as a reward for helping him that day. Sharon feels happy and eagerly looks forward to going to the market, though Vincent silently wishes he could do more for him. However, Shironi remains desperate to learn about magic. The next day they go to the city, Creus, in the kingdom of Tormia. Shirone marvels at the beautiful view of the city. When they reach a certain store, Vincent asks Shirone to stay with a grandfather he knows while he runs some errands. He warns Shirone not to wander around and to avoid nobles. Vincent quickly heads off, leaving Sharon waiting. While helping the grandfather a little, Shirone seizes the chance to ask him about magic. At first, the old man doesn't understand, so Sharon repeats himself. The man then directs him to a bookstore in front of his shop, where he can find books about magic. Excited, Shirone quickly heads to the bookstore. As he enters and is about to grab a book, he is shouted at and told not to touch anything. The shopkeeper claims his hands are too filthy to handle the books. Shirone asks if he can at least read one, but he is denied again. The books, the shopkeeper explains, are very costly and meant only for nobles. Disheartened, Shirone walks out of the store. Then, he notices some books piled in a corner on the floor. Recognizing the spot, he realizes it might be where his father gets the books he reads to him. However, he notices one fact. The nobles who visit the bookstore not only get the books they want, but are also treated with great respect. This makes Shirone wonder why the nobles receive such privileges while he is excluded. Remembering his father's warning about avoiding the nobles, he starts to question what might be wrong. As Shirone prepares to leave the area, guards suddenly catch him. They demand to know how he managed to get inside the gates of the bookstore compound, which is reserved for nobles only. Shirone explains that his father is nearby, but the guards do not believe him. They assume he is an orphan and decide to detain him. Before they can get a proper hold of him, Shirone skillfully escapes. By the time they realize what has happened, they find themselves holding only his jacket. Shirone has already hidden behind some flowers near a building. From his hiding spot, Shirone hears some children discussing magic. They are asking someone to explain what magic is. At first, the person gives a vague explanation, most of which Shirone already knows from his readings. Then the person says something that captures Shirone's attention. Magic is all about insight. At that moment, Shirone feels he has found an answer he had been searching for. The person elaborates, saying, "Insight is sharper than knowledge and swifter than ability." They add that with a little cultivation, anyone with enough insight can become a mage. As Shirone listens intently to the conversation within the compound, he suddenly hears an old man's voice suggesting that he climb the wall if he wants to hear better. Shirone is initially shocked that the old man seems to know what he is thinking. Unsure of what to do, he considers whether to follow the suggestion or walk away. Finally, he decides to climb the wall, feeling as though not doing so would be a regret he might carry for the rest of his life. So he climbs to the top of the wall and sees a group of children gathered around an old man sitting under a tree. The old man notices him immediately and, to Shirone's surprise, invites him to come down and join the conversation. The old man introduces himself as Murphy Alpheus, the headmaster of Lao Hai's School of Magic and a level 4 mage. Encouraged by Alpheus's warm invitation, Shirone prepares to climb down from the wall to join the group. Shirone enters the academy grounds and sees a group of children his age seated under a massive tree with the old man, who is the headmaster. As Shirone approaches, the children quickly try to dismiss him, insisting he leave because he is not a noble. However, the headmaster, Murphy Alpheus, intervenes, asking Shirone to step forward and share why he climbed over the wall. Shirone explains earnestly that he wants to see magic, admitting that he has only ever read about it in books, but has never seen it in real life. The children scoff, accusing him of lying, but Shirone pleads with the headmaster to demonstrate magic. Alpheus agrees, saying he will call the wind for Shirone. The headmaster activates wind magic, causing the children and Shirone to levitate into the air. Shirone is awestruck by the experience, his wide eyes filled with wonder as he feels the magic firsthand. After they descend, Shirone, still brimming with curiosity, asks the headmaster what magic truly is. The directness and sincerity of Shirone's questions surprise Alpheus, prompting him to explain. Alpheus tells Shirone the truth is hidden in phenomena. Shirone listens intently, then thoughtfully points out something he has noticed in the books he has read. He mentions that many great thinkers were persecuted for their unconventional ideas, only for those ideas to later become accepted as universal truths. He wonders aloud if the essence of truth lies hidden within such anomalies. This observation impresses the headmaster, but also leaves him curious about Shirone's perspective. When Shirone eagerly asks how one can learn magic, Alpheus hesitates. He doubts whether Shirone, a peasant, is capable of mastering magic. To demonstrate the skill required, he instructs one of the noble students to enter the spirit zone. The student focuses deeply, entering an intensely sensitive mental state, and successfully guesses the number of coins hidden in the headmaster's closed hand. Shirone is amazed by the accuracy of the student's guess. The headmaster explains, when a mage is completely focused, they become so attuned to their surroundings that they can perceive things beyond the ordinary. The spirit zone is a state of heightened sensitivity, where one's mind can influence and control the phenomena around them. Shirone feels confident in his ability to achieve what the other students demonstrated. The headmaster, observing his determination, advises him to seek a quiet place to practice, emphasizing the importance of first finding himself and then erasing himself. Though the concept is abstract and challenging, it sparks Chiron's curiosity and determination. The headmaster knows that while anyone can attempt to enter the spirit zone, only a select few have the capacity to truly master it. Encouraged by his eagerness, the headmaster allows Chirone to try entering the spirit zone immediately. Chiron closes his eyes and concentrates deeply, his mind focused on the task. While he begins to grasp the essence of the practice, his actions seem uncertain and unpolished to those observing him. The noble students dismiss his efforts as unsuccessful, and the headmaster, though intrigued, appears outwardly indifferent. However, Chirone's persistence does not go unnoticed, and the headmaster silently acknowledges that with continued effort, Chirone might develop a heightened sensitivity to the world around him. After leaving with the students, the headmaster reflects on Chirone's innate potential. He recognizes that Chirone exhibits a natural aptitude for magic, one that could have flourished had he been nurtured within a noble household from a young age. This thought lingers in the headmaster's mind as he considers the possibility that Chirone's talents might surpass expectations despite his humble origins. Alone in the academy grounds, Chirone processes what he has learned. Determined to improve, he leaves the academy by jumping over the wall once again. Chirone, now fully immersed in the spirit zone, experiences a profound sense of connection to everything around him. As his understanding deepens, he feels as if he has become one with the world itself, an overwhelming sensation of boundlessness surging through him. With this newfound awareness, he races home, eager to explore the possibilities of this power. But as he dashes forward, he accidentally collides with someone and falls to the ground. He immediately apologizes, but the people he has bumped into are not ordinary bystanders. They are gangsters, and their tempers flare. Angrily, they begin to manhandle him, taking offense to the unintentional collision. In the midst of the altercation, a noble girl arrives and inquires about the commotion. The gangsters explain that they are simply teaching the peasant a lesson. Chirone attempts to explain himself, but his words are ignored as the gangsters continue to beat him. The noble girl, however, steps in, urging them to stop, warning that Chirone could be seriously hurt or even killed. As she tries to take control of the situation, the gangsters, dismissive of her intervention, continue discussing what to do next. One of them mentions that they might sell Chirone into slavery, reasoning that no one would care about a peasant, and that they wouldn't get into trouble for it. The noble girl, perplexed by their cruelty, suggests they examine Chirone first. However, the gangsters misinterpret her words, assuming she wants Chirone to undress. At that moment, something inside Chirone snaps. The humiliation, the fear, and the powerlessness he's felt all surge into a single overwhelming emotion. In an instant, time freezes. Confused, he wonders what is happening. As he stands frozen, memories of the headmaster's demonstration of wind magic flood his mind. Chirone realizes he has unintentionally triggered a magical response, just like the wind magic the headmaster had shown. Suddenly, time resumes, and the gangsters are no longer in control of the situation. Without warning, they all begin to levitate off the ground, suspended by an invisible force. In an instant, they fall back to the earth with tremendous force, their bones breaking from the impact, leaving them severely injured and incapacitated. The noble girl, shocked by the display of power, approaches Chirone, her curiosity piqued. She asks him where he learned such magic, remarking that he is just a peasant, and such abilities are unheard of in someone like him. However, before Chirone can respond, a crowd begins to gather, drawn by the noise and commotion. Realizing the danger of staying any longer, the noble girl quickly retreats, disappearing into the crowd. Chirone, feeling the weight of the cold world around him, follows suit and runs away. As he moves through the streets, Chirone cannot shake the feeling that the world is distant and indifferent. At the house of Carmus, known for its first-class nobility, the master of the house, Shikola Carmus, is reading the newspaper. He notices his daughter, the noble girl from earlier, entering the room. He looks up from the paper and asks why she has returned earlier than expected. She casually responds that she has learned everything she needed to know and that the class is no longer fun. With a shift in her demeanor, she then asks her father if he has any connections at the magic school, expressing interest in getting to know them. Vincent looks around anxiously for Sharon, his concern growing when his wife informs him that Sharon has gone to the logging area to cut wood. Despite the snow still falling, Vincent decides to search for him, worried about the harsh weather. As he heads out, he recalls the time he took Sharon to the city during the previous spring. That day, Sharon had nearly been lost, and Vincent wonders to himself what has truly happened to the boy since. In the midst of the snow-covered forest, Sharon stands facing one of the trees. He recalls how he had managed to use magic that one day, but hasn't been able to replicate it since. It had been a subconscious act, and while he hasn't been able to perform magic again, he can still enter the spirit zone. In this heightened state, he senses everything around him with sharpened clarity. His eyes land on a specific spot on the tree where light seems to shine the brightest, and instinctively, he strikes the tree with his axe. The tree breaks into splinters with the force of the swing, and Sharon realizes that he has just knocked it down with a single blow. Unbeknownst to Sharon, Vincent has been quietly watching from behind a tree. Shocked by the sight of what appears to be a thunder strike, Vincent watches intently as Sharon continues to chop, unaware of his father's presence. Sharon, lost in his own thoughts, feels a deep need for knowledge. He decides to repeat his actions every day, determined to prepare for the moment when the opportunity to understand his abilities will strike again. 3 years have passed, and Sharon has grown both in skill and understanding of his abilities. Now proficient in entering the spirit zone, he is able to connect with nature during his meditative sessions, feeling as though he has become one with the world itself. With his logs of wood in hand, he heads home, eager to return to the familiar routine. However, upon reaching his house, Sharon notices an unfamiliar sight, a fancy carriage drawn by white horses parked outside. Something is different, and his curiosity grows as he steps inside. Inside, his parents introduce him to a visitor, a well-dressed under-butler from House Ogent, a second-class noble family. His name is Temuran, and he has come to speak with Sharon after hearing of his ability to read. Sharon, confused, wonders why a noble's servant would be interested in him, especially since House Ogent is known for its high status. Temuran explains that he has a job offer for Sharon, an opportunity to work for House Ogent during the relocation of their great library. This library, one of the largest in the region, contains nearly 10,000 books, many of which must remain strictly within the house's grounds. The process will take 2 years, with Sharon and Temuran handling the sorting, while the heavy lifting is left to porters. Sharon, surprised, realizes that this must mean House Ogent possesses a wealth of knowledge, particularly advanced knowledge of magic, which would be invaluable to him. But as Temuran speaks, Sharon feels a strange tension, especially when the butler mentions that the only people aware of the library's relocation are his family. If even a single book leaves the grounds, or if rumors spread of missing books, it could mean severe consequences. His family's lives would be at risk. Vincent, Sharon's father, listens to the conversation with a quiet understanding. Temuran had initially thought that Vincent had sold Sharon into this job for money, but Vincent denies it, insisting that he simply wants to give Sharon a chance to achieve his dream. Temuran had once told Vincent that Sharon should be allowed to read the books at House Ogent, which Vincent believed would help him pursue his aspirations. However, Temuran dismisses this notion, pointing out that Sharon won't be allowed to read all the time, and they won't be able to watch him around the clock. Frustration builds in the room as Temuran presses Vincent, questioning whether he had lied to Sharon about his future all this time. Vincent, deeply troubled by the situation, reflects on his role in Sharon's life. He feels a pang of guilt, knowing that Sharon isn't his biological son, but still recognizing the boy's potential. Vincent had always believed that Sharon must have noble blood, which is why he had asked Temuran to take him in, simply to give Sharon the opportunity to access the knowledge in the library. He had never cared about the money, but the reality of the situation begins to weigh heavily on him. In a moment of frustration, Vincent asks Temuran to leave his house, realizing that he made a mistake in involving his son in this dangerous situation. As Temuran prepares to leave, Shirone stops him, surprising both Temurin and his parents. With a calm determination, Shirone agrees to take the job offered by House Ogent. Temurin, though relieved, cautions Shirone once again, emphasizing the grave consequences if even the slightest rumor were to spread. He warns that Shirone's life would be over if anything went wrong. Shirone, fully understanding the stakes, assures him that he will be cautious and bear no resentment, even if things take a wrong turn. Temurin acknowledges Shirone's resolve and tells him he will come for him in a week's time. He warns Shirone that once he steps onto the grounds of House Ogent, there will be no turning back until the job is completed. With that, Temurin takes his leave. Vincent, deeply concerned, watches Temurin's departure, worried that Shirone may be walking into something dangerous. He expresses his fears to Shirone, suggesting that Temurin isn't looking for a worker, but rather a sacrifice. Vincent offers to help Shirone back out of the deal, but Shirone reassures him with gratitude. He thanks his father for the greatest gift he could have ever received, his unwavering support. Overcome with emotion, Vincent pulls Shirone into a tight hug, promising that he and his mother will always be there for him, no matter what happens. A week later, Shirone is ready to leave. Though he feels a twinge of hesitation at leaving his parents, he knows this is an opportunity he cannot pass up. He is about to enter a world full of powerful people, and while he's uncertain if he'll survive the next 2 years, he feels a sense of purpose stirring within him. House Ogent is located in Creus Tormia, a city known for producing warriors of great strength and renown. The men sent to escort Shirone explain that the founder of House Ogent was a level 3 general, and the current master of the house, Sir Bischoff Ogent, is a level 4 knight. Sir Bischoff, they explain, controls the military might of the city, a powerful figure with immense influence. As Shirone arrives at House Ogent's great manor, he is struck by the sheer grandeur of it all. The estate, a symbol of second-class nobility, looms before him, its imposing structure and intricate design overwhelming. It is clear that Shirone has stepped into a realm far beyond his previous life. The servants' quarters and offices, where Shirone will stay, are located in a separate part of the estate. As he is escorted to his new living space, Shirone can't help but feel both awe and trepidation. The following day, Shirone is led by Temurin to the great library, a vast room filled with shelves upon shelves of books. Temurin explains the importance of the task ahead. All the books must be relocated to the new library, and Shirone will be in charge of classifying them. Temurin hands Shirone a list of books to be sorted each week, explaining that Shirone's role is to gather the books based on the list, ensuring they are properly categorized. His working hours will be from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., with his evenings free. However, Temurin warns that Shirone is not allowed to leave the grounds during work hours, nor can he enter the main manor unless directly ordered to. The lower butlers will inform him of additional rules. Shirone is to begin his duties the very next day. The following morning, Shirone sets to work. He dresses properly and quickly realizes why one person is assigned to sort all the books. It's important that the classification system remains consistent. As Shirone works, he comes to understand that all knowledge is interconnected, and the common thread linking everything together is history. He soon notices that out of the 10,000 books in the library, 850 are about history. Determined to learn everything, Shirone decides that he will dedicate the next 2 years to reading these books. If he truly wants to become a mage, this is his path. While working, Shirone finds himself immersed in the history books, but he quickly closes one when he hears footsteps approaching. He doesn't want Temurin to know that he is reading outside of his assigned task. Temurin, however, takes note of Shirone's impressive ability to sort the books. He also notices Shirone's tendency to work late into the evening. Temurin advises him not to overexert himself, as there is still a long journey ahead. As he approaches Shirone, Temurin points out that not only servants enter the library, but also the master of the house and his sons. He warns Shirone to be mindful of his appearance and actions, as he must uphold House Oyen's dignity at all times. He also suggests that Shirone take care of his long hair, hinting that it should be more presentable. With a final glance, Temarin leaves, leaving Shirone to reflect on the advice. Later, Shirone is once again in the library, absorbed in the history books. He begins to realize just how vast the history of Tormia alone is. There is so much to learn. Overwhelmed, he wonders how he is supposed to study everything else as well. He concludes that he should focus on understanding at least one part of each historical event and move on, instead of getting bogged down in the details. As he continues reading, the exhaustion takes its toll, and Shirone drifts off to sleep, his head resting on the books. Temuran, entering the library later, finds Shirone dozing at his desk. He sighs, thinking that Shirone is foolishly trying to tackle everything at once, and with this pace, he'll be stuck on a single book for weeks. Feeling a bit frustrated with Shirone's lofty dreams, Temuran shakes his head and leaves, allowing Shirone to continue his rest. Shirone stands behind the receptionist desk of the great library, his hands busy with cataloging and sorting books. As usual, he attends to any noble who comes to borrow books, though the behavior of the nobles no longer surprises him. Despite knowing the importance of his job, guiding the books and maintaining the library's catalog, it still frustrates him that many nobles borrow books without returning them on time. They come back for more, holding their borrowed books as if they're entitled to them indefinitely. Yet Shirone keeps his composure, focusing on maintaining his devotion to the job, even if it means dealing with the nobles' disregard for the rules. It has been over 3 months since Shirone started working at House Ogent, and by now, the behavior of the nobles no longer phases him. What does surprise him is how much progress he's made in his studies. He's read over 80 books during his time here, and although it's still far from his goal of reading 1,000, he gains valuable knowledge every day. Shirone realizes that studying history and the chemical knowledge related to magic will not only make him a better scholar, but also prepare him to be a stronger mage. The more he learns, the more he understands that a mage's power comes from knowledge and understanding. Reading about history gives him the foundation of events that shape the world, while the chemical studies delve into the deeper workings of magic. It becomes clear to Shirone that his goal isn't just to be a scholar, it's to become a mage, and reading is the key. However, he knows that not all scholars have the potential to become mages, especially those who can't access the spirit realm. Fortunately for Shirone, his ability to enter the spirit realm gives him an edge that sets him apart from most scholars, making him more efficient and capable as a mage. This realization fuels his dedication to his work even further. One day, while attending to the usual flow of nobles entering the library, Shirone notices a commotion. A young noble, Leon, rushes into the library, looking anxious and somewhat disheveled. As Shirone instinctively observes Leon's hurried movements, he quickly senses that something is amiss. His intuition tells him that someone powerful is chasing Leon. Sure enough, moments later, Shirone hears the heavy footsteps of someone approaching. It is Master Kate, Leon's sword instructor. Leon is easy to spot among the noble sons due to his striking blue hair, which stands out among the more common brown and black shades. As he rushes into the library, there is an air of urgency about him. He quickly approaches Shirone, his face a mix of frustration and desperation, and without saying much, urges Shirone to lie for him if anyone asks about his presence. Leon hides under one of the shelves, trying to avoid detection. Before long, the door bursts open with force, and Master Kate steps inside, his commanding presence filling the room. He demands to know where Leon is. Without hesitation, Shirone points toward Leon's hiding place. Despite the danger of betraying him, Shirone understands the rules of the noble culture. When serving someone of higher rank like Master Kate, there is no room for disobedience. Shirone helps drag Leon out of the library, and as he is pulled away, Leon throws a vengeful promise at Shirone. He swears that for exposing him, Shirone will regret it. Shirone, however, remains firm in his decision, understanding that he had no other choice. The noble hierarchy demands obedience to those in higher positions, and Shirone's status as a servant leaves him no room to defy the master. Leon is taken away, and rumors circulate that he is dragged to the mountains, never to return for months. The whole incident seems to fade, but the memory lingers in Shironi's mind, knowing that Leon's anger is not easily forgotten. Months pass, and Chiron remains focused on his work, his studies, and his duties in the library. But one day, as he is absorbed in his books, the door slams open with force again. To his shock, it is Leon, looking alive, but his eyes filled with a fierce determination. Leon approaches Chiron, his presence heavy with intent, and it's clear he has come for one thing: revenge. Despite the months of intense training Leon must have undergone, Chironi can still see the same fire in his eyes. Leon's resolve has not dulled, and now Chironi finds himself face to face with the consequences of his earlier actions. He tries to explain his reasoning, but Leon's anger is palpable, and Chiron feels the sting of being called a coward. Leon accuses Chiron of betraying him out of fear, claiming that his actions were not justified. Chironi stands his ground, though the words strike deep. He justifies his actions, explaining that he had only exposed Leon because he feared the consequences of angering Master Kate. But Leon is not interested in explanations. He demands a duel, a way to settle the score between them. He presents a wooden sword and declares that he will show Chironi just how powerful he is. Though Chiron is hesitant, he agrees, knowing there is no other way to resolve the tension between them. He's not a swordsman, and Leon's reputation as a skilled fighter weighs heavily on his mind. But Chironi keeps his resolve, agreeing to let Leon have the first 3 strikes. The duel begins, and Chironi swings with all his might. But even with his initial advantage, he quickly realizes just how much stronger Leon is. His strikes are easily blocked, and the power behind Leon's defense leaves Chiron struggling to keep up. Chiron throws another swing with more effort than before, but as the wooden swords collide, they break with a loud crack. Both wooden swords break with a sharp crack, and the sound echoes through the library. It surprises both of them, but it's Leon who is most shocked. He never expected such power from Chiron, who had only moments ago seemed like an underdog in this duel. Leon stands frozen for a moment, unable to process what just happened. After a few moments of stunned silence, he finally asks Chiron how he managed to strike with such strength. Chiron, ever straightforward, explains that the power behind his swing isn't from swordsmanship or training with a blade. He tells Leon that it comes from a skill he learned when he was young, back when his father taught him how to chop wood. At first, Chironi struggled with the task, unable to split the logs, no matter how hard he tried. But through persistence, he discovered what he now calls thunderstruck, a swing that channels all his energy into one powerful motion. Though he's only used this technique for chopping wood, Chironi has practiced it for years, refining the skill until it became second nature to him. Leon listens, still struggling to believe what Chiron has just told him. He feels a mix of disbelief and shame. How could he, a noble son, be outdone in such a way by someone who had no formal training? He had been so sure of his own superiority and skill with a sword. And yet, here was Chironi, someone with no background in swordsmanship, showing him up in such a humbling way. This feeling of shame stirs something deep within Leon. It triggers a memory from his childhood, one that has haunted him for years. When he was young, one of his brothers had beaten him in a duel, a fair and square fight, and it left a lasting mark on him. That loss, in front of their father, had changed everything. Leon's father, Lyogent, had always seemed to favor the other children. And from that moment on, Leon felt like he could never measure up. His siblings, each with their own specialized talents, always seemed to outshine him. But Leon had never discovered his own strength, his own special gift. This lack of identity, of something to be proud of, had left him with a sense of inadequacy that still lingered. The Ogent family, known for their distinct blue and black hair, had 4 children, 3 sons, and a daughter. The eldest son had black hair. The daughter and Leon both had blue hair. Each of his siblings had found their calling, their talent, something they could excel in. But Leon remained unsure of his place, and that uncertainty had only deepened over the years, particularly after that loss to his brother. Feeling the weight of his own frustrations and inadequacies, Leon suddenly shifts his demeanor. He pulls out a real steel sword from his shield and throws it at Shirone, declaring that he won't give up just because the wooden swords broke. He insists that the duel isn't over. Shirone may have won this round, but Leon won't accept defeat so easily. He's determined to continue, and he says that in exactly 1 month, they will face each other again. Leon wants a rematch, one where he can prove to himself, and perhaps to Shirone, that he isn't just a noble son who is easy to defeat. Even though Leon tries to explain that he has never used a sword before, his arrogance prevents him from truly listening to Shirone's words. He doesn't want to acknowledge the truth in Shirone's statement. The two part ways, and Shirone, determined not to be outmatched, begins devouring every book on swordsmanship he can find. He focuses on learning fast techniques, knowing that while he may never be as strong as Leon, he can use his knowledge to level the playing field in their next duel. At Leon's next training session with his master, he follows orders and puts everything he has into each movement. His effort is so intense that his master notices something is wrong. Leon's strength has increased dramatically, but there is something unsettling about his behavior. When his master asks him what's going on in his mind, Leon denies that anything is wrong, but his actions speak otherwise. Leon continues to push himself harder than before, and his performance becomes so powerful that his master grows concerned about the risk of him injuring himself, breaking his bones or straining his muscles. Fearing for Leon's safety, his master halts the training and demands that he reveal what's bothering him. Despite the pressure, Leon holds his tongue, unwilling to explain his inner turmoil. His master, recognizing Leon's potential but also understanding that he needs more than just raw strength, advises him to seek other techniques or skills outside of swordsmanship. He encourages Leon to find something that can complement his sword skills, something that makes it seem like he is striving to reach beyond his current limitations. Leon thanks his master for the advice, acknowledging that it is the best counsel he has received in years. Though Leon admits that he is still not highly skilled with a sword, he vows to train with such dedication that no one will be able to defeat him in the future. Leon believes deeply in his master's words about the importance of attaining anything in life through hard work and dedication. Shirone, on the other hand, immerses himself in studying the 6 most important sword techniques from the greatest swordsman who ever lived. He is determined to make the most of his time in the city and to seize the opportunity to experience the real world. He has promised himself to do everything he can to grow stronger, understanding that every moment is valuable. Through his training, Shirone realizes that there is a striking similarity between the worlds of swordsmanship and magic. Both are infinite in nature. Swordsmanship and magecraft have no end, always leaving room for improvement. Shirone practices with a real sword, channeling all his focus into anticipating his opponent's next move. He uses his ability to enter the spirit realm to sense and predict the flow of battle. Over the course of many days, Shirone hones his skills, gradually improving his understanding and technique. Meanwhile, Leon's focus is entirely on revenge, practicing out of a sense of pride rather than for any deeper understanding. The month passes quickly, and the time for their duel finally arrives. It is nighttime when they begin, and despite Shirone's calm exterior, Leon is troubled. He looks at Shirone and notices how the latter holds the sword without the usual composure of a skilled swordsman. Leon briefly wonders if Shirone is telling the truth about never having swung a sword before. His ego urges him to believe he will win, but he can't shake the doubt creeping into his mind. In contrast to his initial impressions, Leon feels a strange calmness coming from Shirone. Leon, driven by his need for revenge, steps forward with confidence, determined to prove that his training has prepared him to defeat Shirone. But as he strikes, he is taken aback by how unexpectedly calm Shirone remains. His stance is not what Leon expected for someone who has never wielded a sword before. He is dodging the swings that Leon is bringing at him, all thanks to his knowledge of swordsmanship. His spirit realm ability also helps him detect what swing will come next. When Leon sees that Shirone is blocking and dodging all his attacks, he changes his technique so that every swing he throws at Shirone will weaken him, even though Shirone can still guide the blows. He plans to tire Shirone out, believing that once Shirone becomes weak, he will easily win the duel. But what Leon doesn't know is that even though Shirone is growing weaker, he doesn't waste energy fighting back. Nor does he let his emotions take control and speed up his defeat. Exactly when Leon thinks he has worn Shirone down, he is surprised to see Shirone attack him. Even though it seems like a normal attack, Leon doesn't think it will be a problem for him to handle. But what he sees next is completely different. During their fight, Shirone realizes that Leon is relying solely on his physical strength and is swinging his sword without precision. This means that Leon doesn't truly understand the art of swordsmanship. Even when Leon starts using more force, Shirone remains calm, recognizing that mental capacity or ability in swordsmanship is more important than brute strength. To defeat Leon, Shirone knows exactly what he must do. He knows that if his physical strength won't suffice, he must rely on his technique to land the decisive strikes. However, as Shirone sees Leon losing his focus and becoming more desperate, memories of his childhood resurface. He recalls how his parents would praise his opponents, mostly family members, whenever he was defeated as a child. The thought of losing again is unbearable. He cannot accept it, especially since he initiated the fight and fixed the date. Losing now would mean disgrace for him and his family name. Fueled by these thoughts, Leon fights like a madman, swinging his sword without control or awareness of where it's going. Even Shirone, who is using his spirit realm, can no longer detect Leon's swings. As this goes on for some minutes, both of them try their best not to lose to one another, even though nothing is promised between them about what will happen to the person who loses. The worst thing either of them could lose, apart from getting injured, is their reputation or ego. With all his swords thrown haphazardly, he manages to strike Shirone on his chest, cutting through his clothes but not deep enough to make him stop fighting. The fight continues until one of them drops to the floor, making a normal sound. Everywhere is silent for the first 2 minutes, indicating a sign of victory for the one who still has his sword with him. It is Leon's sword that falls to the ground. As he swings haphazardly, the next swing he thinks Shirone will take is not what he expects. Shirone changes his grip mid-motion, and before Leon knows what is happening, he meets his sword on the floor. For Shirone, this becomes a worry for him. Having defeated a noble twice in a row, he stands there, thinking about what might now happen to him. Then he finally speaks, asking Shirone to kill him to honor the culture of the duel. Shirone cannot believe what he hears and tells him that he won't live to see tomorrow if he manages to kill him. He tells Leon that it is all his fault from the beginning for trying to push a servant like him to death, saying he should have followed his loyalty over the instructions of his instructor. Leon shouts back, insisting that he should have been loyal to him and explaining everything, including what he could and could not do. But after such serious talking, what makes Leon believe him more is when he sees Shirone sitting on the floor, crying, saying he did not want this and never planned for it to happen. Leon, seeing him, is short of words for what to say next. He decides to make him his friend because, according to Leon, even though Shirone defeated him, he does not make a jest of him as his siblings, whom he duels with, normally do. He knows that although he does not have strength like Shirone, he realizes that he makes up for the lack of strength and understanding, or simply decides that he is a genius. As they both introduce themselves to one another, their friendship starts. It has been 1 year since Shirone has been working in the great house of Ogent, and he has managed to classify over 7,000 books out of more than 10,000. The master of the house is very proud of him. Shirone is also proud of himself, trying to read almost all the history books he promised to finish. Now he gets faster because he reads about 2 to 3 books daily, enjoying it because he believes it strengthens his knowledge while he reads. Since the last time he dueled with Leon, they have become close friends. Leon now stays with him during his leisure time to keep him company in the library. All this causes them to like each other more, as they often ask one another what they know about any topic picked in the library. Shirone always begs Leon to be gentle with the books, letting him know that he, Shirone, might lose his life if any of them tear. But Leon always assures him that his life is worth more than a book, and that he will always protect him if anything bad happens. However, Shirone seems more worried as the number of times he sees Leon with him increases. making him ask why Leon is not in training like before. Leon answers that although he only has a few basic training lessons left to learn, whenever he tells his master he is going to the library to study, his master always releases him. This makes Shirone shout at him, saying that if he really comes to read in the library, he should be reading. But Leon finds it difficult to read books with pictures or diagrams of fighting, always saying they get boring. He once asks Shirone that since he is becoming a mage as he wishes, he doesn't think he really needs to read all the books he claims to have read. Shirone answers that he needs to cover or know everything a mage knows to be a mage, and everything a scholar knows to be a good scholar. As they have a discussion one day about who they think might win between a mage and a swordsman, Lai suddenly shows up behind them. Immediately, Leon stands to greet him, wondering if he has been overhearing their conversation. But Lai is more interested in their argument, stating that a swordsman will always win over a mage, saying they can see from their immediate surroundings the positions or authorities they both have. Leon disagrees with him on this perspective. Then Lai asks Shirone to justify this for them, asking what he thinks. Shirone supports that he thinks the mage will win, but before he can tell Lai his reason, Lai says to his face that he is wrong. Immediately, Leon sees where Lai's anger stems from. It is Lai who always makes him angry because with Lai's rule, everything he says or does is the best, never considering other people's perspectives, always trampling on what he thinks is right. As Lai is about to leave, he turns to Leon, saying that although a mage could surely enter his spirit realm to fight, a swordsman could easily win if he has the armor of sin with him. It is an artifact that is anti-magic in nature. As soon as Shirone hears the word anti-magic, he realizes he hasn't been studying it as much as he should. He's been too focused on the magic side, as if that alone will help him achieve his goal of becoming an all-around mage. With his aspirations of mastering scholarly skills, a bit of swordsmanship, and magic, he knows he must do everything required of him. He continues explaining the phenomenon to the group, saying, "Fighting a mage who has entered their spirit zone is like fighting a whale in the ocean. With the help of an anti-magic artifact, however, it's possible to counter any magic they cast, even from the spirit realm. If one get close enough, their magic becomes completely ineffective." Lai, who seems to be a fan of history, eagerly joins the discussion. He tells them that anti-magic artifacts are made from dragon hearts, which makes them extremely expensive. A single armor of sin costs as much as a year of the country's budget, he says, and its price isn't fixed. It fluctuates depending on demand. That's why only the extremely wealthy can afford it. The group is surprised when Lai adds, "The first anti-magic artifact was actually created by a mage." Leon, skeptical, shakes his head in disbelief. But Lai continues, explaining that the mage was driven by greed and a desire to outdo his peers. This revelation irritates both Lai and Leon, who call mages pathetic for creating something that could be used against their own kind. But Shirone, who has been silent for a few moments, finally speaks up. He explains, feels like he's been lectured and humiliated. Frustrated, he can't handle any more of the conversation. He leaves angrily, muttering under his breath. Leon, on the other hand, can't hide his grin. For once, someone has managed to put Lai in his place, and it feels like a personal victory. Shirone loves how Leon has made him lose his ego, even though Leon never meant for any of this to happen. 6 months later, as the newly relocated library is finally settled, with the book classifications completed 6 months earlier than planned, the master of the library admires their achievement. His assistant suggests that it might be best to extend his contract one way or another. At the library, Leon bursts through the door, shouting as he approaches Shirone that he heard all the books in the library are finally classified. Shirone replies that he has also managed to read all the history books he had planned to. Then, he surprises Leon by asking if he could visit Leon's house before they part ways. Leon is stunned. After being friends for almost a year, he admits he's been waiting for Shirone to ask. He agrees and leads him there, assuring him not to worry as everyone is out and won't return until night. Walking through the corridor of the house, they arrive at Leon's room, the smallest one, as he is the youngest in the family. The room is messy, just as one would expect for boys their age. However, it's filled with an impressive collection of swords, ranging from wooden ones to steel. After exploring the house, they return to Leon's room and begin playing cards. As usual, Shironi wins every round. Frustrated, Leon accuses him of using his spirit realm abilities. Shironi laughs and explains that he doesn't need those powers. He simply observes Leon closely. He advises Leon to see the whole picture, not just parts of it. Intrigued, Leon asks if such a skill could work in a schema. Sharon confidently replies that if it works in the spirit realm, it should work in the schema as well. Eventually, Leon falls asleep. Shirone picks up a fiction book, saying he's tired of reading history for now. As he walks down the corridor, he hears the sound of a piano. He knows only 2 people in the area play the piano, and one of them is Leon's sister. Curious, he peeks into the room, not realizing she has already noticed him. When she asks if he likes her playing, he replies, surprised, that he does. She introduces herself and asks who he is, Sharon explains, and she praises him for his diligent work at the library. She then asks if he has ever played the piano before. When he admits he hasn't, she insists on teaching him. Shirone recalls what Leon told him about her being mean and foul-tempered, but he decides not to let it discourage him. As she invites him to sit beside her, he resolves to see where this unexpected moment takes him. Shirone is surprised, feeling reluctant to sit with her. She assures him there will be no trouble, as she has given him permission to join her. With her assurance and the opportunity to sit at a piano, something he doesn't know when he'll encounter again, he finally agrees, though hesitantly. She begins by explaining what each key represents. Sharon, being who he is, knows that all he needs to focus on is ensuring the resonance feels right. After listening carefully, he asks if he can try playing with what little she has taught him. To her astonishment, his attempt is more than just passable. Though not perfect or expert level, his playing is impressive for someone touching a piano for the first time. Lena claps for him, genuinely surprised by his talent. He hasn't even finished playing when Leon storms out of his room, shouting in frustration about his sister disturbing his sleep. But as soon as he notices Sharon at the piano, he freezes, unsure of what to say. Sharon apologizes for disturbing Leon's rest, but Leon immediately demands to know how Shirone knows his sister. Sharon calmly explains what happened. Leon then introduces Lena to Sharon, explaining how the 2 of them have been close friends for over a year. Sharon turns to Leon, asking why he had painted his sister as the most unlikable person in the family. As the 2 boys talk, Lena silently observes Sharon, wondering how someone like him, a peasant, could carry himself so well, and how he could also be so good-looking. Finally, she asks Sharon how he managed to play so well. He brushes it off, saying it's just common sense. But Leon interrupts, warning Shirone not to fall for Lena's kindness, calling her a witch. Lena thanks Sharon for being a good friend to her brother, mentioning that Leon is still immature. She then looks at Sharon and comments that he's quite adorable. Leon, in response, jokes that if she likes him so much, she should just marry him. Ignoring the teasing, Shirone turns the question on Lena, asking why she is home, especially since no one else was supposed to be around. She explains that she's here to help Leon prepare for school tomorrow, as he'll be completing his certification, a system designed for both swordsmen and mages. Leon and Lena explain to Shirone how competitive the certification exams are. The number of candidates chosen each year is incredibly small compared to the thousands who attempt them. Although one can earn certification by accumulating points through the guild, or by graduating from a magic academy after reaching a certain level, the prestige of passing the exam directly is unmatched. Leon emphasizes that, despite the unofficial routes, most people prefer to pass the exam properly because of the money and fame that come with it. Lena adds that Leon will be taking the exam at the young age of 18. As she gently touches Leon's shoulder, she reassures him, saying he need not worry. His time will come too. Then, turning to Shirone, she heads toward the kitchen, casually mentioning that she would love to see him again. As she walks away, Shirone asks Leon if his sister has a boyfriend. Without hesitation, Leon rushes to the corridor and shouts loudly, asking his sister if she is single. Before he can finish, Sharon pulls him back, covering his mouth in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Mr. Lewis and Hannes, 2 members of the household, observe the commotion from a nearby room, quietly noting everything being said. Later that afternoon, Leon is training with his master, Kate. Kite is deep in thought, strategizing how to help Leon refine his schema abilities, when a servant rushes up, saying that Lena urgently wishes to see Leon. At first, Leon is reluctant, but when the servant mentions Shironi, he immediately asks his master for permission to leave, promising to apologize to his father later for Chiron's sake. Meanwhile, Shironi finds himself escorted to the front of the head of the family. The atmosphere is tense as the head of the family coldly announces Shironi's penalty, death. It is the day Shirone is meant to leave the manor, but news has reached the head of the house that Shirone, a peasant, has been associating with nobles, specifically Leon and Lena. Leon, upon hearing this, rushes to the estate, hoping to stop what's about to unfold. In the grand hall, Shirone kneels, overwhelmed by the turn of events. The head of the house stands before him, emphasizing how unacceptable it is for a peasant to befriend nobles. This is a well-known law, and Chiron's mere presence in such a company is seen as an affront to the family's honor. Lena and Leon sit beside their father, watching in silence. Lena, deeply concerned, tries to convince her father to reconsider, sensing there is more to Shirone than he knows. She believes there's something vital about him that her father should understand, but her pleas are ignored. The head of the house is fixated on the report from the butler, with multiple servants testifying to Shirone's repeated visits and close relationship with the children. Despite the tension, the head of the house gives Shirone a chance to speak. Shirone, still kneeling, does not beg for mercy. Instead, he calmly points out that he and Leon have been friends for over a year, and during that time, no harm has come to either of them. He challenges the idea that their friendship is a threat to anyone. Lena watches Shirone feeling a sense of pride. Even in the face of death, he remains true to his beliefs and loyal to Leon. She hopes that one day, she too will have a friend like him, someone who values kindness and loyalty above all else. Meanwhile, the head butler and the servants who have testified against Shirone exchange whispers, surprised by his refusal to beg for his life. They wonder why he insists on defending his friendship instead of pleading for mercy. The head of the house, enraged by Chiron's calm defiance, orders his men to drag him away. The penalty for his actions will be death, and no one will speak of it beyond these walls. Lena protests, but her father is unwavering. He and the head butler, along with his assistant, insist that the family's reputation must be preserved. Even the smallest disruption, like Shirone's friendship with Leon, must be handled swiftly and quietly to avoid tarnishing their noble name. 2 guards seize Shirone, pulling him toward the exit. Just before they reach the door, Leon bursts into the room, his fury evident as he tries to stop them. He argues, but his father is unmoved, insisting that a noble's association with a peasant is a weakness that could damage the family's standing. The head of the house believes that letting such a friendship continue would be a disgrace to their legacy. Leon stands holding the sword his master Kate gave him. His father asks a difficult question, demanding proof that Shirone is not only using him for his own gain. Leon knows this isn't just an argument anymore, it's a test. It's a battle between him and his father, and everything is at stake. Just moments ago, Leon had been with his master, Kate, who warned him about the importance of reputation in noble families. Kate told him that extending a hand to someone like Shirone could bring trouble, but Leon refuses to abandon his friend. He remembers the passion he felt when he trained to beat Shirone, and now that passion pushes him to defend Shirone no matter what. Kate, seeing Leon's determination, gives him a sword and says he should use it if he believes in his decision. Back in the present, Leon looks at the sword in his hand and laughs softly. He knows he can't defeat his father in a fight, but that doesn't matter. What matters is his belief in Shirone. Leon tells his father that their friendship is real, built on trust, not status or reputation. It's a belief he holds firmly no matter what his father says. His father is furious. He accuses Shirone of tricking his son and tries to force him to admit that their friendship is wrong. But Leon stands firm, saying that he would rather leave his family behind than give up his friendship with Shirone. Shirone, calm and ready to face whatever comes, tells the family that he knew the consequences when he accepted Leon's friendship. He is willing to face death for it if necessary. The servants watch quietly, moved by the loyalty and bravery they see in Leon and Chiron. They understand that what they are witnessing is true friendship, stronger than anything society or family can tear apart. Suddenly, the grandfather's voice echoes from upstairs. He remarks that it has been a long time since he saw something like this, calling it the joy of youth. The children smile, comforted by his words, even in the middle of such a tense situation. Lena is the happiest person in the room. She feels that things will turn out well now that her grandfather is back. Her father is surprised to see him here at this time and asks why he's around. The grandfather, Klump Ogent, explains that he went to visit a friend but had to come back because his friend seemed to enjoy the company of his new wife more than his own, so he returned home. Chiron is surprised when he sees Klump for the first time. He's a well-known man, the former head of the house and the general of Tormia. He is a level 3 swordsman and looks to be in his 30s or 40s, tall and fit. He sits down in a chair and says he's excited about what's happening. Leon's father asks him why he's excited, especially since the family's reputation is falling apart. Klump replies that even if the house's dignity is at risk, he enjoys seeing how well-liked Chiron is. He's impressed by how people seem to like him, despite the situation. The grandfather then takes control of the situation. He calls on all of his grandchildren to speak, starting with the eldest, Lena. She says that she supports both Leon and Chiron. Even though she just met Chiron the day before, she sees that he is a very talented person with many good qualities, and she disagrees with her father's decision to have him killed. Next, it's Lai's turn. Before anyone can say anything, Lai speaks up. He calls Chiron a fool, which makes their father happy, because at least someone is supporting his side. But then Lai continues, saying that what Chiron and Leon are doing doesn't concern him. Although he doesn't like Chiron, he just wants to let things play out so that their sister can take him to the palace for his exam. In other words, Lai is neutral about the situation at hand. The grandfather enjoys watching everything unfold with a smile. He turns to Mr. Timurin, the third witness, and asks him to speak. Even though he knows it's not his place to speak out, Timurin says that he has been watching Chiron since his arrival. He sees him as a hard-working boy and mentions all the things Chiron has done for the nobles. When asked about their friendship, Timurin admits that he didn't know they could become friends, but believes Chiron means no harm to Leon. The servants and the head servant who brought the case are trying to silence Mr. Timurin, but Lena is happy to hear everything. It seems the tide is turning against her father, who is now the only one still insisting on punishing Chiron. The grandfather listens to everything being said and finally disagrees with the rest. The room goes quiet as he explains his decision. Although Leon and Chiron have become friends, the grandfather insists that their friendship must end here today. He says he won't punish Chiron for introducing the friendship, but he makes it clear that the reputation of the house and the family's position in the government is too important. He uses Lai as an example, saying that if such rumors spread, Lai could face discrimination during his palace exams. The grandfather asks Chiron if he agrees to end the friendship, but after thinking for a long time, Chiron refuses. He says he would rather walk away, but will never renounce his friendship with Leon. Leon is surprised, and tears fall from his eyes. He remembers what his master, Kate, had said to him before coming here. Leon then lifts the sword in his hand. Before he can say anything more, his sister begs him not to do it, but Leon continues anyway. He drives the sword into the ground, declaring that from this day forward, he will serve Chiron and be known as Chiron's sword. Everyone is shocked, and a bit of commotion follows as the family reacts to this unexpected declaration. What Leon has just done is a big deal. It's a practice that dates back to the kingdom's early days, when smaller kings formed alliances with the head king through something called the Knight Oath. This oath was a long-standing tradition, and it has been respected by noble families ever since. Even Leon's master, who gave him the sword, is at a loss for words, knowing he has caused an unexpected problem. The grandfather wastes no time. He stands up and tells Chiron to take care of his son. He orders the servants to bring Chiron's parents to explain everything that has happened. The grandfather says that since Leon and Chiron have sworn to be best friends for life, There's nothing more to be done about it. Now, inside Leon's room, Leon is happy. He feels like he was able to convince them. He says he doesn't regret swearing loyalty to Chirone. His sister enters the room and tells them about the family's next plan. They are both going to be sent to a private school for swordsmanship. This means Chirone is officially part of the family now. At first, Leon doesn't like the idea of going to the school, but his sister explains that it's the situation they've been given, so they must accept it. He then tells Leon that Chirone really wants to be a mage, not a swordsman. Leon laughs. This makes both Lena and Chirone laugh, and they send Leon out of the room. She sits down and asks Chirone to explain how he managed to beat Leon. Chirone tells her that whenever he's in the spirit realm, his senses are heightened, allowing him to predict Leon's next move. She then mentions that she's heard the spirit realm can increase a person's power based on their concentration. As she's about to leave, she looks at Chirone and wonders to herself if he'll ever have a girlfriend, seeing how shy he is when talking to her. She decides to help convince their grandfather about Chirone's desires, but she makes it clear that it won't stop them from attending the swordsmanship school. She also tells Leon that his master, Kate, has ended his contract with him the day before. Later, Chirone's parents arrive, and the servants call him master as he rushes downstairs. He's surprised and tells them that it's fine for them to just call him by his name, but they insist they can't risk losing their heads. When he opens the door to the reception area, he sees his parents. They hug him tightly, showing how long it's been since they last saw each other. Chirone notices they seem much thinner than before, and wonders if they've been going without food, fearing that they thought he might not come back alive. But his parents assure him that it's just their age, and they've been eating plenty. He explains everything that happened between him and Leon, the son of the noble family. His father struggles to believe that a noble would do something like sponsor a peasant, and he even wonders if Chirone is being coerced. His wife steps in, telling him to stop doubting their son, and that she believes what Chirone is saying. As they continue catching up, the servants announce that the master of the house has arrived. He comes in with Lena and Leon, and they all introduce themselves, starting with the master of the house. Each of them states their position. Chirone's parents quickly jump to their feet, showing great respect, bowing their heads in return. Without further introduction, the master of the house asks if their son has told them everything that's going on. Chirone's father shouts in disbelief, confirming that it's true. Now they are at dinner, and Chirone's parents are allowed to sit with them as one family. It's the first time his parents are eating such food, but they manage to get through it with the help of the servants, who teach them how to use the cutlery properly. When they finish eating, Chirone's father thanks them for their support all this time. He asks them to confirm everything their son has told them, just to make sure it's exactly as he said. The master of the house then tells them about the plan to send Chirone to the swordsmanship school, but they won't pay for any of the expenses. However, they will allow him to use their honorific. They also discuss Chirone becoming a mage, explaining that the best way to do so quickly is to attend one of the 5 top magical schools. With their reputation, they don't expect it to be a problem for him to get in, and if he graduates, he will officially become a mage. Chirone's parents can't believe what they're hearing. It feels like a delusion for someone like him to become a mage. The master of the house explains that the real challenge is getting Chirone into such a prestigious school. To use their honorific, he'll have to sign a paper stating he's an Ogant, even if it's only on paper. This will ensure that he won't face any problems when he arrives at the school. They reassure Chirone's parents that they're not taking their son away from them. Vincent, Chirone's father, is at a loss for words. He doesn't know what to do with the paper and pen in front of him. To his surprise, Chirone stops him, holding his hand back and saying that he won't let his parents sign something like that. He declares that he will always be their son. Chirone says he won't go, even if it means losing his dream of becoming a mage. He chooses to remain a peasant, despite his grandpa's efforts to convince him otherwise, arguing that a peasant doesn't become a mage. Chirone replies that his ability to read and where he is today is because of his parents, who taught him how to read. He insists that he doesn't want to lose his roots. Vincent, Chirone's father, immediately kneels and begs them to adopt Chirone. But the grandpa insists that his opinion must be considered in making such a decision. Suddenly, Vincent declares that Chirone is not their real son. His wife tries her best to stop Vincent from sharing the story of how they found Chirone in the stable, but he finally says that he is sure Chirone is of noble birth. He believes it's best to adopt him and return him to where he truly belongs among the nobles. Everyone, including the grandpa, is astonished by what Vincent has just said. The master of the house sees that it's true. Chiron doesn't resemble his parents at all. Now, his parents are renouncing him, but Chiron is fighting with them, asking why they would say something like this without telling him first. Vincent tells him that he doesn't want Chiron to give up his dream for him. He believes it's best that Chiron knows the truth now that he's older. Chiron says he has known since he was little that being signed over to the Oyent family means they are abandoning him, just like his real parents did. Being adopted would mean having a total of 6 parents in his life. Tears roll down everyone's faces as Chiron speaks. It's an emotional moment. The master of the house thinks of another way for Chiron to get into the prestigious Alphaeus school without losing both of his parents. He remembers that his grandpa has a relationship with the owner of the school. The grandpa confirms this, saying that while it may be difficult to convince the man, the head of the school owes him a favor, so it's best to use it now for Chiron. He warns that Chiron will be stubborn if he decides not to yield. With the help of the master of the house, Chiron's parents are able to stay until the 3rd day, when preparations are made for the children to leave for their respective schools. When the 3rd day arrives, Leon stands outside the chariot, crying. He feels like the school is tearing them apart. Though they both chose the same school, Leon's admission letter arrives first, meaning Chiron won't be able to attend until next year. If his letter even arrives by then, Leon tells him they will see each other during the break and write letters to one another. He tells Leon that he must make sure to become a mage, no matter what situation he finds himself in. As they finally separate, Leon keeps calling Chiron's name as the chariot drives away. Lena says she loves the way he holds on to his ideals. She wants to tell him something, but then she realizes that once Chiron graduates, he will be in a world of magic. Grandpa Ogent is at the school, trying to convince the head there about Chiron's case, even reminding him of the favor he owes him. However, the master, an old man, plays hard to get. Grandpa Ogent convinces him by describing how good Chiron is and how he reminds him of himself when he was younger. The master finally agrees, asking why Chiron hasn't applied like a normal student. Grandpa Ogent explains that Chiron isn't of noble birth, but the master asks if the boy has blind hair and blue eyes. Grandpa Ogent is surprised by the description and asks if the master has seen him before. He says no, but something comes to his mind. He tells the master of the school how he was able to convince him and his household to like him, and how he rejected their proposal when he was offered to become a noble. The master says this means Chiron understands the law of nature, cause and effect, and even as a grand master of swordsmanship, he knows that such knowledge in Chiron is rare. The master also says that Chiron reminds him of Grandpa Ogent when he was little, because he too never compromised when he was young. They both continue talking about their pasts, saying that the master never wanted any boy to become like him when he was younger, which is why he built the school, to guide talented people with magic so they don't go down the wrong path. He tells Grandpa Ogent about the country's future, saying they will truly need someone like Chiron. Now the master finally admits that he had seen Chiron before when he was 4, and Grandpa Ogent says maybe it's fate that Chiron has come to learn under him again. The master says that although he doesn't believe in fate, what he believes in most is the law of cause and effect. He finally agrees that it was social class that prevented him from taking Chiron in when he first came to him. But now that Chiron has made his way back to him, he will accept him into the school. After 3 months, it is spring. Chiron prepares to go to school. He first visits his parents outside the city. Both parents hug him tightly, telling him how proud they are of him. Even Grandpa Ogent asks his parents to come live in the city, offering one of their free houses. His parents don't tell anyone in the village about him getting into the magic school, which will be called Town City. Chiron gets back into the chariot and heads to school. He finally arrives at the school, a massive house built one upon another, adorned with many decorative statues. Mr. Timurin, who has accompanied him there, tells him that all his admission fees and whatever he needs will be paid in due time. All he needs to do is study hard enough to make both his parents proud. There are other students around Chiron who are about his age, also arriving at the school for the first time. As they gather, Chiron bounds to thank Mr. Timurin. Mr. Timurin smiles and leans in to tell Chiron a secret to help him survive at the school. He warns Shirone that since he is not a noble, others will likely try to frustrate him. He tells Shirone to ignore them because this opportunity to attend such a prestigious school is a rare chance, 1 in a million. Mr. Tamuran leads Shirone through the halls of the school as they make their way to registration. The school is known as the Cradle of Genius, a place where only the best succeed. As they enter a corridor, Mr. Tamuran tells Shirone to wait for someone to come pick him up. While he waits, Shirone looks at the school's notice board. It lists about 30 seniors in the upper class, but only 10 of them graduated last year. This gives Shirone an idea of how tough the school will be. Suddenly, someone taps him from behind. It's the master, the same man he met earlier. They immediately recognize each other, and Shirone thanks him for all the lessons he gave him when Shirone was younger, now that he is 17 years old. The master starts to show him around the school, reminding Shirone that he will have to take an entrance exam. This exam will determine which class he belongs to. Shirone admits that he hasn't learned much yet, but the master reassures him that as long as Shirone can enter the spirit realm, he'll be fine. They walk through this first set of classrooms, which are for younger students, from Class X to Class E8. In these rooms, students are practicing basic magic, using it for things like their suits and small tasks. Shirone is amazed at how focused and skilled they are at such a young age. They then head to the next set of classrooms from Class 7 to Class 4, which are for the more advanced students. These students are older, and their studies are much more complex. The conversations in these rooms are full of talks about everything from chemistry to electricity, and no one seems to care about what the others are doing. Shirone quickly realizes that he has entered a whole new world, one where the students are serious, intelligent, and focused on their own goals. The master leads Shirone to the school bulletin board, where they rank the best students in the advanced classes. One name stands out: Amy Karmas. She is at the top of the list. What surprises Shirone is how, despite many students having similar abilities, one person still manages to outshine the others. This is when Shirone decides that he, too, wants to be the top student in his class. As he is still thinking about this, Amy Karmas walks by with her friend running after her, telling her to wait. Shirone calls her name, but as soon as Amy hears it, she quickly looks away. He realizes he's seen her before when he was little, the first time he used magic. Her friend notices him staring and whispers to Amy, saying she should take a look at the new handsome student. Amy, still distracted, says it feels like she has seen him somewhere before. The master interrupts their moment and tells Shirone to follow him to where the exam will be held. When they arrive, Shirone sees that young children are also taking the exam. These children are being tested to determine which class they will be placed in. The master tells Shirone to pay attention to how the examiners ask their questions, and most importantly, to answer them truthfully. This is a practical exam, with several examiners grading each participant based on how well they perform. As the exam begins, the children enter the spirit realm to demonstrate their abilities. The examiners record their answers and reactions, noticing that each year the participants' abilities are becoming stronger. When it's Shirone's turn, the master tells him to just be himself, and leaves him to take the spot where he will be asked questions. As Shirone steps forward, all the examiners start wondering what kind of ability he might have. They know that Shirone is listed on the forms as a guest of the Ogiant family, and as a special candidate of the headmaster. The first question they ask him is what he can do with his magic. Shirone answers honestly, saying he hasn't learned any magic because there was no one to teach him. Next, they ask him to enter the spirit realm. The examiners are relieved because not all students with wealth can perform magic. As Shirone steps into the spirit realm, he begins to see what others have been seeing. He can now perceive the spiritual world just like them. When the first examiner asks Shirone what he sees, he hesitates at first. The headmaster reminds him again to be honest, explaining that he won't be ranked on his answer, but will instead be placed in the appropriate training class. This reassures Shirone, and he slowly responds, saying that the numbers keep moving farther and farther away. After a brief pause, he finally tells them that he sees the number 314, though he has no idea what it means. The examiners are stunned by his answer. What Shirone has just described suggests that he is able to see clearly up to 30 meters away, which is far beyond the standard they had set for the test. This ability surprises them, as it shows a level of perception that most students don't possess. Next, they ask him about the most vibrant color he can see. Sharon responds that it is blue, which indicates that he is a swarmer, a type of mage with great endurance. The examiner notes that this is the opposite of a clump, a type of magic user with a different ability set. The headmaster, hearing this, suddenly remembers what his old friend Clump, Leon's grandfather, had told him about Sharon. It seems that Sharon's abilities are even more remarkable than Clump had described. Then, the examiners ask him how many mana balls he can see floating around him. Sharon responds confidently that he sees 867 balls, which is a remarkable number. He doesn't need to explain further because he can feel the mana balls around him, which is equivalent to 86.7% of the standard for magical endurance. After the questioning is finished, the students are asked to wait outside while the examiners deliberate on which class to place them in. As they gather outside, Sharon waits with the others, but the examiners remain inside, discussing Sharon's abilities in detail. They talk about his use of the amplifier object and the unique way he perceives the vibrant mana balls, which has a higher density than expected. The discussion grows heated when Professor Thad suggests that perhaps Sharon was exaggerating or lying about the number of mana balls he could see. He points out that someone who cannot perform any magic, yet somehow sees so many mana balls, might be lying, as students typically need significant training and meditation in the spirit realm for their abilities to manifest and become more visible. A female examiner adds that, even if Sharon were lying, a student who cannot back up such claims with actual magical ability won't be able to keep up with the class he's placed in. One of the other examiners jokes, asking if Sharon is training to become a monkey, suggesting that his claims may just be attempts to show off. The debate continues for a while as they try to decide the best class for Sharon. Eventually, the headmaster enters the room and asks what they've decided. Professor Thad firmly suggests that Sharon should be placed in the fundamental class, where he could receive basic training and develop his abilities gradually. However, another examiner, recognizing Sharon's potential, suggests that he should be placed in Class 6, a higher-level class for students who show significant promise. Thad stands by his opinion, arguing that placing Sharon in Class 6 would be a mistake. He believes that being in such an advanced class could inflate Sharon's ego, leading him to become overconfident and causing potential problems with his training. He insists that Sharon should start from the basics and prove his abilities through hard work and dedication. After much debate among the lecturers, each of them wanting to train Sharon due to his apparent potential, the room grows louder with differing opinions. Some argue that his natural talent should place him in an advanced class, while others worry that he lacks basic training. The disagreement is interrupted by the voice of an older woman in the back of the room. She calmly suggests that although Sharon is indeed gifted, he still lacks the fundamental training that would make him truly ready for more advanced classes. She proposes that he should be placed in Class 7, where he can be observed for a while. If his progress is as expected, he could be promoted by one class, eventually finding a suitable class that matches his abilities. The headmaster, after considering this suggestion, agrees with the older woman's assessment and supports placing Sharon in Class 7. The school's structure is divided into 3 parts, with a total of 10 different classes. Classes 10 to 8 are for novice students still learning to enter their spirit realm, while Class 7 to Class 4 are for students who are learning the basics of magic and how to connect with their spirit zones. The last group, Classes 3 to 1, consists of the most advanced students who undergo rigorous training to become mages. These classes are the hardest to graduate from, with only a small number of students successfully completing the program. The next day, Sharon is introduced to his new class. As he walks in, he notices the students staring at him, with many of the girls whispering about how handsome he is. Some of the other students, however, look puzzled and concerned. They wonder how someone who didn't start as a novice could be placed so high in the class ranks. Sharon, despite his confusion, is determined to prove himself. The school itself covers a vast area of about 75 square kilometers, with more than 30 buildings, including dormitories for the students. Classes end by 5 p.m. each day, and there are strict rules about staying within the school grounds during weekdays. Students are not allowed to leave the compound unless permitted, which adds to the rigorous discipline required at the school. Finally, he is now in the prestigious Alpheus school uniform. He sees that all the classes and work are tough, just as expected from the advanced class he was placed in. Even the richest students, who have been studying magic their whole lives, still find it hard to learn easily. But he promises himself that he won't fall behind in any of his studies. After the first class lecture, he asks a girl about his age, where the location of their next training might be. The girl, who is also an introvert, tells him that twice a week, all students in the advanced class train together. When training time comes, the girl saves a seat for him. As he sits down among the crowd, he notices that when Amy, a fellow student, enters, all the students start looking at her. Even Shirone guesses that she might be transferred to a higher class soon. He tries his best to avoid her due to their last encounter. The teacher finally enters the training hall, which is bigger than a regular classroom. The teacher, a female named Atala Romi, will be their exclusive spirit teacher. After introducing herself, she tells Shirone to stand and introduce himself to his fellow students. As soon as he stands, all the students, especially the ladies, start looking at him. When he introduces himself, a round of applause follows, and he is overwhelmed by it. Amy and her close friend are among the students. Her friend points him out, saying he was the one she was talking about yesterday when the headmaster was showing him around. As Amy looks at him, she knows she has seen his face somewhere before but can't remember where. As soon as Shirone finishes introducing himself, there is a sudden spike in Amy's brain, and just like that, she remembers how she knows him. Amy Karmas, the youngest member of the prestigious House of Karmas, belongs to a noble family where change happens quickly, and where geniuses abound, yet she stands out among them all, as she possesses the most exceptional talents. The Karmas family is known for their unique ability called the Red Eye, which allows them to absorb knowledge effortlessly, making their learning far easier than that of other humans. Amy has always been able to do as she pleased, until one day she met a boy in an alleyway, Shirone. That encounter marked a turning point, leading her to return home. Now, as Amy watches Shirone, she suddenly recalls the boy's face. Her mind races, trying to piece together how and where she knew him. She doesn't even realize when she blurts out, "What the hell?" Her friends ask why she said that, but Amy lies, claiming it was just because she was bored. However, as her friends turn away and continue talking, Amy's concern deepens. She knows her brain doesn't deceive her, and she cannot shake the feeling that Shirone's appearance at the school is no coincidence. As she ponders, she begins to question how Shirone managed to get into such a prestigious school. From that moment, she mentally classifies him as someone who is not a noble. What worries her more is her past, a past she never wanted to resurface. With Shirone now here, she feels the weight of that past. Knowing she must do something about it, she is left staring at him, unsure of what to do next as she recalls the memories that have been buried for so long. It was years ago when Amy, accustomed to doing whatever she liked as a noble, would move about with thugs, harassing anyone, especially peasants on the roads. One of those peasants was Shirone, whom she ordered her thugs to tear the clothes off just so she could examine him. But now, since being at the school, Amy has built up a strong, hard exterior, dismissing any man who tries to approach her or befriend her. What worries her most is that Shirone might expose her past, a past she deeply regrets. She used to enjoy being surrounded by men, but now, with everything at stake, she fears what Shirone might reveal. The teacher finally begins the lecture, explaining how students can shift their spirit zones into different forms to strike a specific target. She demonstrates by hitting a target in class, much to the surprise of many students in Class 7. Shirone feels grateful to finally witness real magic being practiced and taught. The teacher refers to this technique as the Spirit Zone Quaternion, which consists of 4 forms: defense, attack, cross, and schism. She elaborates on each form. For defense, she explains it takes the shape of a diamond. Attack is versatile, enabling a variety of offensive strikes from different angles, while the cross form allows for combat from multiple directions. The final form, schism, is the most challenging, as it is specialized for certain mages due to its unique nature. The teacher then demonstrates the schism by creating a spirit realm, and to everyone's amazement, she separates her body from her mind, walking outside her spirit realm. This revelation astonishes the entire class, as it defies their understanding of the connection between the mind and body. The teacher emphasizes that the schism form allows mages to attack enemies from all directions, making it highly effective but difficult to master. She adds that students in Class 5 will find it challenging, and that only those who can successfully perform the schism will be allowed to advance to the next class. After explaining the concepts, the teacher asks for a volunteer to demonstrate any of the forms she has taught. When no one steps forward, she calls upon the top student from Class 4, none other than Amy. The moment her name is called, the students, especially the girls, begin to clap in admiration, as Amy has always been the one to help the lecturer with demonstrations. She is known for her humility, often making the boys appear as though they don't know anything compared to her skills. However, to everyone's surprise, Amy doesn't stand up proudly as she usually does. Instead, she hesitates, feeling reluctant to leave her seat. Amy finally challenges herself and steps forward, demonstrating the cross form with ease. She effortlessly hits all her targets in a matter of seconds, and the class bursts into applause. Her movements are graceful and elegant, and the students sitting behind Shirone whisper among themselves, admiring her precision and composure. Some even wish they could be her friend, knowing they could never match her knowledge and skills. Shirone, however, remains focused on her, his thoughts drifting to when he last saw her with the thugs. He wonders how someone of her noble status could have been involved in such actions. Amy completes her demonstration of the cross form in just 20 seconds, showcasing her exceptional abilities. As she turns to return to her seat, she unexpectedly glances at Shirone. The entire class notices the brief eye contact, and many start to wonder if they've seen each other before. Shirone, now certain that she is the same girl from his past, confirms it in his mind. As their gazes meet, Amy quickly looks away, feeling embarrassed for having even glanced in his direction. She tries to blame her nerves, focusing on returning to her seat. But deep down, she's preoccupied with how to prevent him from revealing her past. She reassures herself that, as the top student, no one would believe a newcomer like Shirone over her, even if he did speak out. The class is then instructed to leave their seats and practice at the center of the room, which is large enough to accommodate everyone. The teacher tells Class 7 to start with the defensive shape, while students from other classes are given different forms to practice. Shirone attempts to shape his zone, and when he finds it easy, he asks the teacher for permission to use the magic circle, which helps measure one's spirit meter. The teacher, somewhat impressed by his confidence, grants permission, thinking to herself that Shirone must have some nerve to ask for this, especially as a Class 7 student. As soon as Shirone enters the center of the room and activates his spirit zone, the readings show an impressive 20 meters, which astonishes all the students watching. He notices that the smaller the circle, the more it drains his mental capacity, so he increases it to 41 meters. With control over the center, he begins to shape the defensive form he wanted to try. Within his diamond-shaped spirit realm, which he calls Jewel, he creates a perfect defensive structure. The other students are stunned to see a Class 7 student not only attempt such a technique, but successfully complete it on his first try. The teacher, observing this, recalls the debates during Shirone's entrance exam about which class he should be placed in. His performance now solidifies her belief that perhaps they had underestimated him. She also realizes that Amy, as the top student, may now have someone to be cautious of. Amy, along with her friends who had doubted Shirone's abilities before, watches in surprise as he completes the task effortlessly. They're unsure how to react, left speechless by his unexpected display of skill. However, as Amy's mind begins to race, she recalls the last encounter with Shirone, the one where he humiliated her. Now seeing him standing in front of her in the magic school, she feels a mix of emotions. Her instinct is to meet with him in private and address this unresolved issue. Lost in her thoughts, Amy's close friend notices that something seems off with her. She keeps asking if Amy is okay, but Amy brushes it off, insisting that she's fine and that her friend doesn't need to worry. However, deep inside, Amy feels conflicted. Her mind is filled with plans to handle the situation with Shirone, but she remains uncertain about how to approach him. After Shirone successfully completes his defense, the readings are displayed. His diameter is 41 meters and his defense is 10 meters. A wave of murmuring sweeps through the class as everyone processes the impressive feat. The teacher praises him for his remarkable performance, and Shirone, feeling overwhelmed, thanks her humbly. His classmates, impressed by his abilities, congratulate him with cheers and compliments. As the attention focuses on him, Shirone begins to feel shy and self-conscious. Unable to handle all the praise, he quickly exits the spirit realm area, running away to escape the spotlight. The teacher, observing this, notes that she will need to keep a close eye on him. She recognizes that it is Shirone's insight and mental clarity that allow him to create a defense far more substantial than her own, which sets him apart from his peers. The room is filled with a mix of competitors, adversaries, and admirers, all eyeing Shirone and whispering among themselves. His performance clearly makes an impression. The next day, Professor Oliver, one of the examiners from Shirone's entrance exam, enters the classroom. Her beauty and elegance are immediately noticed by the students. But the main reason she has been assigned to teach Class 7 is her desire to instruct Shirone directly. As soon as she enters, the students excitedly begin to talk among themselves, asking if she is dating Professor Thad or if she can tell them a story. Professor Oliver, however, ignores their questions and immediately begins the lesson. To capture their attention, she performs a spell, creating a cold, sharp shape in her hand. The temperature in the room drops noticeably, and the class shivers in response. With everyone now fully engaged, she asks them a question about the coldness they are experiencing, challenging them to consider the energy needed to bring it together. Professor Oliver drops the crystal ice and reshapes it into small particles, demonstrating her mastery over magic. She casually mentions that she could use it to defeat enemies, an effortless display of her control over the elemental forces. As she moves toward the chalkboard, she begins to explain the deeper aspects of magic, particularly the concept of godlike powers that mages can wield within their spirit realms. She speaks about omnipotence and omniscience, the ultimate powers that a mage can tap into when fully in control of their spirit. It is during this explanation that Shirone realizes the true reason for his struggles with magic. Despite all the books he has read and all the history he has studied, he had never understood that omniscience, knowledge of everything, was the key to unlocking his potential. His failure to perform magic wasn't due to a lack of talent or understanding of spells, but because he hadn't yet grasped the full scope of what it means to be a mage. Professor Oliver makes it clear that entering the spirit realm is only the beginning of their journey. She warns the students that those who fail to continue studying and pushing their boundaries will be left behind, unable to keep up with their peers. For Shirone, this realization sparks something inside him, an intense desire to not only catch up with the others, but to be the best, to master the secrets of magic that have eluded him so far. During break, while many students experiment with their magic, Shirone focuses on his studies. He is determined to read as much as he can and catch up with his more privileged classmates who have had the benefit of magical knowledge and wealth. He is willing to do whatever it takes to level the playing field. One afternoon, while walking around the school grounds, something strange happens. Without warning, Shirone feels his body lift off the ground. Panicking, he realizes that the wind is carrying him, lifting him higher into the air. Before he can comprehend what is happening, he finds himself being blown outside the school's compound, completely out of control. When he finally lands, disoriented and confused, he sees the figure responsible for his sudden flight. It is Amy Karmas, her head covered by a black hoodie hiding her identity. Shirone never imagined that the day they would speak would come in this form. This wasn't a conversation, it felt more like an abduction. The power she wielded was clear, and her intentions were still unknown to him. As she reveals her face, Shirone realizes that she must know him. She must have been planning this encounter for some time. Before he can process the situation, Amy commands fire magic, conjuring a dangerous blast of flames that crackle ominously in her hands. Fear grips Shirone as he realizes that he has no offensive magic at his disposal to defend himself. Amy's actions suggest that she has come to settle something, but Shirone is unsure what that something is. The possibility that it relates to something from the past lingers in his mind, but there is no time to dwell on it as Amy prepares to make her move. As Shirone listens to Amy's words, he feels an odd mix of confusion and frustration. She insists that she wasn't the one who suggested taking off his clothes. That idea, she claims, came from the thugs. Shirone, however, doesn't buy her excuse. He remembers clearly that it was Amy who had told the thugs she wanted to observe something on his body while he was lying there, vulnerable and humiliated. Amy tries to defend herself, arguing that she is not the person Shirone thinks she is. She vehemently denies being the instigator of the situation, but her words only seem to twist the memory further in Shirone's mind. He can't shake the thought that she might have kidnapped him now to address something that happened 5 years ago. The thought of it feels surreal. Why now? Why this? As she continues to speak, Shirone becomes increasingly detached from her words, thinking to himself that she's not offering anything he truly needs. He wonders if she believes he would be swayed by her defense, but he can't focus on her explanation anymore. Instead, he decides to address the matter directly. He proposes that they both move on. She should apologize, and they could put the whole embarrassing episode behind them. For Shirone, it's simple. The entire situation had been degrading for both of them. For him, it reminded him of his time as a commoner, lost on the streets with nothing. For her, it was a reminder of the thugs she used to associate with, her reputation and pride often tied to the mail company she kept. Shirone sees it as something they should both forget, but Amy's response is anything but what he expected. She refuses to apologize. Amy's reply is cold and indifferent. She sees no reason to apologize, claiming that there's nothing to be gained from doing so. Her ego, tightly bound to her status as the leading student in the advanced class, makes her view Shirone's words as some kind of attempt to charm her or win her over. She cannot understand his sincerity, and her refusal to acknowledge the past only deepens the divide between them. She turns what is happening against him, saying that she detects he is a modest one. She tells him how tough the school is, and that his behavior won't get him far. If he manages to get on the wrong side of some people, they'll get him expelled. She tries to put fear in him, saying that as soon as they know he's just a commoner, his enemies will be more than he can ever think of, and they will make his time at school difficult. He realizes she's indirectly saying she might get him expelled, so he asks her what she wants from him. She answers that she needs to know how trustworthy he is, and tells him he'll bring her a glass of coffee every morning. He agrees immediately, but in his mind he realizes she's the same girl he met 5 years ago, the one he was just pretending to be with. Amy is happy she has turned the situation to her advantage. She warns him as she flies away that if any teacher hears about their conversation, she'll make sure to take him down with her. He realizes the kind of school he's found himself in. At the beginning, he had been facing difficulties, but it's better than being expelled. Seeing how determined he is, he decides he'll do whatever it takes not to get expelled from the school. The next day, he does as she asks, but the other students who see him handing her the coffee interpret the situation wrongly, saying he's confessing his feelings for her. As soon as she collects it, she turns her back on him and heads to the library. Her friend, who always walks with her, sees her smiling as she walks away and interprets it as her being in love with him. However, Amy is laughing in her mind, thinking she's just teaching him how to talk to seniors and putting him in his place as a commoner. It's an embarrassing moment for him. He thinks of the best way to get back at her, but he knows he must do it perfectly so there won't be any disturbance. It's been 10 days since he's been bringing her coffee every morning. She sometimes waits for him to come, and whenever he arrives, people call him Romeo and Juliet. On the 10th day, as the students watch him bring her the coffee, her friend asks when she will say yes to him. Amy is surprised as her friend tells her that since he's the only guy who really likes her enough to bring her coffee every morning, people are starting to talk. Her friend says it looks like the guy she likes has finally arrived. She stands still for a moment, unable to say a word because what she thought was happening is not what people think. As he finally reaches her, he says in a cool, manly voice that he made sure not a single drop split this time. As he stretches the coffee towards her, he notices she's not taking it as quickly as usual. Instead, she smacks it away from his hand, shouting at him that he's just resumed school and is already chasing ladies around. She's sure he hasn't been studying. She walks away, leaving the students booing her, calling her mean and unfair. Her friend rushes after her, apologizing to him. When they're alone, she tells Amy that what she just did might cause a strange rumor to spread around the school, one that could tarnish her reputation. But Amy shouts that she doesn't care, and if only she could advance to the graduating class, all of this would stop because she'd be a senior then. Meanwhile, Shirone bends down to pick up the cup, and the other ladies nearby are talking about how bad her character is, saying they only thought she was good before. In the library, Amy studies at night and uses her special ability, the red eye, to see what's happened over the past 10 days that Shirone has been giving her coffee. Her ability allows her to feel what he was feeling at the time, almost like watching a rerun. She notices that he's brought the coffee with the same emotions for the past 9 days, meaning he's either sincere enough or very good at hiding his true feelings. She closes her book, leaves the library earlier than usual, and says she's really tired. Her friend follows her, but Amy insists on going alone. Her friend worries that Amy might feel guilty about not accepting the coffee. As Amy leaves the library, feeling tired from all the stress and thoughts crowding her mind, she meets artist Jake, who's been waiting for her. He tells her he's been there for a while because of her. Before she can respond, he stretches a cup of coffee towards her, saying it's the best coffee she'll ever taste. He tells her that he's doing it to win her heart, claiming he's worth more and more handsome than Sharon. She shuts him up, saying she knows what he and his colleagues have been planning to bring her down since he entered the school. He warns her that she might get punished for speaking badly about him and his family, but Amy shouts even louder, embarrassing him in ways he never imagined. She calls him all sorts of names, accusing him of being a bully and someone who depends entirely on his family for everything. He retorts that his family has more money and fame, both within and outside the school, than hers. She responds more rudely, saying Sharon has better attitude and attributes than him, a person who can't do anything without his parents' permission. He argues that he'll deal with her for what she said, and that he'll also deal with Sharon, making sure he never uses magic again. But the more he talks, the more she praises Sharon over him. Frustrated, he rushes away, threatening to meet her later for the embarrassment she caused him. After Jake leaves, Amy is surprised at how she was able to talk back to him, especially since she's always been intimidated in school. She credits Sharon's words from their earlier conversation for giving her the courage. Just as Jake had said a few days later, Amy receives an unsigned letter stating that Jake has Sharon with him and that she should come alone to save him that evening. The letter threatens that if she doesn't show up, Jake will castrate Sharon. When Amy sees the letter, she doesn't even hesitate to act. Without confirming whether it's true or not, she rushes off. Her friend, seeing the letter, tries to stop her, but Amy has already gone. Her friend quickly heads off to show the letter to Sharon. He can't believe that someone like Amy would go to such lengths to save him. It's a bright new day with the sun shining brightly, though it will soon set. All the students rush to their various hostels as it's the closing period. Sharon, as a student too, leaves the classroom at the loud sound of the bell located at the center of the school for all to hear when it rings. He walks out, still within the school compound, holding a book in his right hand, reading as he walks. Despite hearing the whispers of his name as he walks past, he acts as if he doesn't notice. Ever since the incident 4 days ago when Amy embarrassed him right where he was walking, he behaves as if he is deep in thought, pretending to be busy so the students don't approach him, although he is secretly grateful for what happened. If she hadn't acted so rashly, who knows how long he would have continued delivering coffee to her every morning. As he walks closer to the school exit, he senses someone behind him. He assumes it's Senior Cyrielle, Amy's closest friend, as she is often seen with her. He hesitates to call out to her at first, remembering what happened between them last time, but then recalls that she had begged him and he had rushed after her even after the insult. Seeing her standing alone without Amy beside her seems awkward. He moves closer to her, intending to say hello and be on his way, thinking maybe she is waiting for Amy to catch up so they can head to their hostels together. As he approaches, she is surprised to see him and immediately grabs him, asking where Amy is, her eyes full of fear. He tells her he hasn't seen her and asks what has happened. Realizing that Sharon has no idea what's going on, she shows him the letter, explaining that it was all part of a trap for Amy. The letter was given to both of them just 30 minutes ago, right before he arrived. It claims that a black magician has kidnapped her and Cyrielle knows it must be Jake and his crew, known for bullying and picking on students. She makes up her mind then and there, telling Sharon that if he doesn't see Amy by 7 p.m., he should report it to the professor. She has thought this through carefully. Because of their shared secrets, hers about her past and his about being a commoner, neither of them would want these things exposed as it could lead to disastrous consequences. He immediately understands why Amy has gone there. He drops his bag and promises he'll be back, rushing off. Though the place is far unexpectedly, he finds himself flying in the sky. It's Cyrielle who has joined him, explaining that running won't get them there fast enough. Within a few minutes, they arrive. As soon as they land at the 14th training hall, they split up, each going in a different direction to search for Amy. They don't find her, and Sharon realizes the thugs must have moved their location to avoid detection by the teachers. Cyrielle then tells him to return and alert the professors, pointing out that Amy came here because of him. Cyrielle exclaims, asking if everything people are saying is true. She still wants to ask more questions, but Sharon tells her there's no time. It's better she be on her way now. Used to the mountains as a commoner, Sharon enters his spirit realms and looks for their last footsteps, continuing to trace their path. After a while, he spots smoke rising in the distance, just a short distance away from where Amy should be. Amy is with Jake, who prepares to throw his first fire spell at her, but he misses. They continue talking when the other members of their group show up with a dramatic flying entrance, praising Jake for successfully tricking someone like Amy into coming here. There are 5 of them in total, with Jake as their leader. He asks Amy what her relationship with Shironi is, questioning why she would come out to this remote place for him. Amy asks about Sharon, and they tell her it was all part of the trick they played on her, assuring her that he's likely somewhere reading and unaware of what's going to happen to her. She remains confident, saying no matter what their plans are, she will defeat them. They all claim they'll do whatever they want to her, since she has offended nearly all of them. Before they can finish, she casts a fire spell on one of them. The group becomes afraid, but Jake, their leader, stands firm, telling them to be confident, insisting that she alone won't be able to defeat them all, no matter what she tries. The fight begins. Amy starts with a cross-defense spell, but as she fights, she switches to another defensive schema. With her quick reflexes and the help of her schema, she dodges the strike Jake tries to land, thinking it will defeat her. As she's busy fighting the others, she manages to get almost all of them on their knees, begging her for mercy. Jake, however, starts using the forbidden magic known as anti-magic, which is prohibited in the school. The others, already on the ground, rise and stretch their hands towards her, emitting the anti-magic. Amy is helpless. She can no longer defend herself. Jake steps forward, pulling out a knife as he walks toward her. He suggests that maybe she will accept the offer he made to her yesterday, and if she does, he might change his mind. Amy struggles to escape the anti-magic enclosure, desperately trying to increase her schema, even though it stopped growing when she was 12. Finally, Jake is standing in front of her, telling her to beg him for mercy. Tears begin to roll down her cheeks as she realizes this is the first time she's ever been in a situation like this. Remembering how she treated Sharon 5 years ago, she thinks to herself, so this is how he felt. Just then, she hears a voice. It's him, Shironi, with a stick, calling their attention toward him. As Sharon stretches the rod in his hand toward them, they don't recognize him at first because they are all facing away from him. Before they can turn around and see who has come to disturb their operation, they are confident enough to finally face him. When they realize it's him, they burst into laughter, unable to believe their eyes. They wonder why someone like him would come all the way out to the bush alone. But Shironi's only thought is that all he needs to do is prolong the time they spend there. Even if they beat them both, the teacher Sariel called will eventually arrive to save them. He is still in his school uniform, sweating from running to catch up with them. Jake jokingly asks why Shironi is holding a stick against all 5 of them. Sharon tells them to leave Amy alone, but they disagree, saying it looks like they'll have to fight him too, which will give them the upper hand. Sharon realizes they are using anti-magic to hold her, so he rushes toward them to fight. But as he charges, he steps into the anti-magic circle, and his senses begin to fade. Amy shouting tells him to shut down his spirit realm. As he's on the ground, he recalls what his teachers had said in class about anti-magic. It's just a ripple in the chaos of the spirit realm. Anyone who can increase the density of their spirit realm to the point where anti-magic cannot break through it will always defeat it. Determined, Sharon starts focusing on this, despite the mockery of the others. They laugh, claiming that no one has ever been able to break the anti-magic barrier. But slowly, Sharon begins to deflect the anti-magic back at them. Bit by bit, the barrier breaks down, and one by one, the attackers fall to the ground, bleeding from multiple injuries. Finally, Amy is free, shocked that someone could defeat anti-magic. But Jake isn't done yet. He insists they fight with magic this time, even though he's weaker than before. He casts a wind spell, and Sharon, unsure of what to do since he doesn't know any magic, starts to panic. Before he can act, Amy teleports near him, fast enough that it's too late for Sharon to react. She delivers a powerful blow to Jake's face, knocking him to the ground. Amy immediately climbs on top of him, punching his face with all her strength, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. At first, Shironi lets her continue, knowing how much he's angered her. But when he realizes she isn't using her schema energy to hold back and seems determined to keep going, he grabs her tightly and drags her off him. Jake lies there, helpless, calling for Sariel, but she doesn't answer. Amy looks at him, and it seems she's fainted too, her energy spent. After a while, Sharon waits for Amy to regain her strength as she sleeps on him. He even thanks her quietly while she rests, grateful that she came to help him despite their long history. When she finally wakes up, she stretches, saying she has regained her strength. She then turns to him, blaming him for coming alone to fight in the bush, especially when he knows he has no magic to defend himself. Sharon is surprised by her complaint. He expected her to praise him for what he had done, but instead she's scolding him. He starts to realize that there's nothing particularly admirable about her, and she certainly isn't the person he thought she was. Finally, Amy stretches her hand out toward him, saying they should leave immediately. He suggests that it might be best to wait for Siriel, since he had asked her to report to the professor as soon as they arrived. Amy becomes furious again, shouting that he's a mage in training and should be able to think logically. She insists the professors won't take the matter lightly, and warns him that if he wants their secret exposed to the school, then even Jake, who is just regaining consciousness, might overhear it. They decide to move on, but when they reach the clearing, they see someone has already arrived. They can't make out the person's face, but Amy begs that if it's a professor, it should be one of the older, more lenient ones who won't drag the matter on for too long. Siriel is surprised by her perspective. Unfortunately for Amy, the person turns out to be Thad and Sienna, the two professors most passionate about matters of love, along with Siriel. As soon as they land, Siriel rushes to Amy, checking her over for any injuries, while Thad asks who could have done something like this to the school's best student. Sienna, always calm, approaches Sharon, wanting to know what happened, but Amy, more concerned with how long the investigation will take, seems uninterested in the details. Before Sharon can explain, Jake is already on his feet and interrupts. He claims that he will tell them what really happened. He humbly requests a duel with Amy, citing personal reasons for the conflict. Sienna asks about the letter, and Jake lies again, saying he only mentioned it to make things sound more interesting. He accuses Amy of breaking school rules first, claiming she attacked them in the library. Amy is stunned by his confident lie, unable to believe he's twisting the truth to this extent. Jake insists that it was Amy's idea to come to the bush so that the teachers wouldn't know what was happening. He claims that, as they can see, it was they who got beaten into a stupor by her. This shifts the lecturer's view on the reason for the fight, which Siriel had already informed them about. But as Amy tries to defend herself, saying that she was the one who first attacked in the library and even kidnapped Sharon, Jake interrupts, defending himself by saying they didn't kidnap Sharon. He insists that Sharon came to the bush on his own, implying that there's something they're hiding. He tries to turn the blame on them, saying they are the real culprits since they were the ones beaten by her. But Sienna, being who she is, doesn't believe anything without evidence. She casts an ice spell, one she's known for, declaring that Jake is lying. She reveals she can detect that he and his friends used anti-magic, a dangerous and illegal magic that could have killed them both or even destroyed their lives. She emphasizes that they must be expelled from the school for using anti-magic, as per the school's laws. Jake, however, shouts back at her, claiming that she's just a mere teacher and won't be able to get him expelled. At that moment, Thad whispers into Sienna's ear, revealing that Jake's family is the one sponsoring the academy. As he talks back to the professor, it makes her angry. She summons a lot of crystal ice, which is sharp, and sends it toward him. Everyone there thinks she wants to kill him because the ice is sharp enough to kill a person, but she is able to control it, so the crystal doesn't even touch his clothes. However, he cannot move, or else he will wound himself as the ice surrounds him from head to toe. Sharon is amazed by how she is able to control the ice. She then lectures him right there, saying that although the school has been turning a blind eye to the way he and his friends treat other students, the school was created to teach what money cannot buy. Jake calms down and asks what money cannot buy. She explains that it is a dream of friendship, a dream of becoming a mage, and many other dreams. As he reflects on her words, he envisions all these possibilities and feels a deep sense of regret. Bowing his head, he silently asks for forgiveness and resolves to dedicate himself to becoming a mage. For Amy and Sharon, the main reason for everything that happens now is that they sit in front of Thad, who questions them about what they have together. He wonders why they would send a junior into the bush alone to save a senior. Before they can answer, Amy simply says, "He's her boyfriend." Everyone in the room is surprised, including Sharon, because they didn't plan this together. Her friend Serial, along with the other two teachers present, is also surprised. They know her as someone who doesn't have time for boys and wonder how long they've been dating. After the incident, Serial, who only knew half of what happened in the bush, begins spreading the dating rumor, turning it into a fairy tale of how Saron saved Amy from the guys who were disturbing her and how he defeated them. That isn't the only thing. The school notice boards are now filled with all kinds of stories about the events in the bush and the interrogation room. Though Amy's friends are happy for her, they also notice a change. Since she agreed to date Saron, all the boys who used to disturb her have drastically reduced their attention toward her. The love story that they share has turned into a version that circulates among the students, making both Amy and Saron more beloved by their peers. A few days earlier, during the interrogation with Professor Thad, he couldn't believe someone like Amy would be dating, especially a new student who had just joined. Amy responds by explaining that they've known each other since they were little. When the professors seem skeptical, Amy taps Saron's leg under the table as a signal. He confirms her statement, agreeing that they've known each other for years. They both decide that it's better to fake their love than to let their secret be exposed. This convinces the professors, and they believe their story was a valid explanation for why they were helping each other. Their acting is so convincing that even Serial, who is one of Amy's closest friends, believes the lie. Only Amy and Saron know the truth. Though they are not in the same class, the one class that brings them together is the training class. It's during this time that their bond grows even closer, and they begin talking to each other whenever they meet in certain spots around the school. Even though Saron continues to address Amy and her friend with respectful tones whenever he sees them, Amy tells him to stop using such formalities in school since they are fake dating to make their relationship seem more convincing. This change brings Saron new problems, as rumors about his relationship with Amy circulate throughout the school. The rumors stem from his poor academic performance, especially after one of his classmates sees his mid-semester results, where he ranks last in the class. His inability to use magic leads to more speculation. His classmates start to believe that Saron was admitted through special admission, bypassing the usual procedures, which also supposedly explains why he's dating someone like Amy, who has a good background, even though they seemingly have nothing in common. These rumors quickly spread, and many of his classmates begin to avoid him. However, Saron is more concerned about Amy, hoping she won't be dragged into the gossip. During practice sessions, his classmates continue to keep their distance. Thankfully, the advanced training field is spacious enough for Saron to sit away from them and keep his distance. As the training continues, he's able to focus on himself, though it's hard for him not to feel the weight of being isolated. Before one of the training sessions, Saron reflects on the previous class, remembering the conversation he had with Professor Othella, a female instructor. As she enters the class, Saron stands by the entrance and speaks with her about his struggles. He confesses that he feels as if he loses consciousness whenever he tries to perform the deviate magic, making it difficult for him to complete the spell. Professor Othella listens carefully, then explains how he should handle the next time he faces difficulty. She suggests that he perform the magic in the image zone to confirm whether he understands the technique, which she believes might help him overcome his challenges. He feels reluctant to approach the front as he notices how his classmates are reacting to him, but Professor Othella isn't concerned. She's aware that he's become sensitive to the opinions of his peers, something that wasn't the case before. Even during his first class, Saron had been able to attempt the examples on his own. However, to his professor's surprise, he agrees to go to the image zone to perform the magic, asking her to check if he's doing it correctly this time. Saron is still the only one in his class, Class 7, who is able to perform all the forms taught by the professor. As he walks toward the image zone, his classmates gossip about him, saying that perhaps he's trying to impress Amy again as if that's the only thing he can do. Despite the chatter, Saron focuses on his task. He convinces himself that if he can perform all 4 forms perfectly, just as the teacher explained, he might have a better chance of being promoted or at least improving his overall grade. He starts with the simplest form, and as he casts the spell, the higher-level students in the class are amazed by what they see. He progresses through the forms, moving to the last one, the deviate form. When he prepares to perform the deviate form, the students whisper among themselves, questioning if someone in Class 7 can really pull it off, since it usually takes at least a Class 5 student to attempt such a spell. As he waits for the right moment, doubt begins to creep into Saron's mind. He worries that if he fails, all the people who had been cheering him on will turn away. His thoughts reflect on his form, and Amy, noticing his hesitation, recognizes that something is wrong. She's seen what he's capable of, especially when they faced off against the black magicians, Jake and his group, and she knows this isn't like him. Taking a deep breath, Saron reassures himself. He reminds himself that he came to the academy to become a mage, and that he mustn't be afraid of what others think if he truly wants to succeed. With renewed determination, he starts the deviate form, and for a brief moment, the spell works. Though it lasts only 4 seconds, Saron manages to completely separate his consciousness before it fades, leaving everyone in the class stunned by his achievement. Professor Othella is pleased with Saron's progress, and after the class, she reports his success to Professor Sienna, who is reading Jake's report in her office. Jake's report details how, even though anti-magic was used against Saron, he managed to defeat the 6 attackers using only the defense form, tapping into his larger consciousness. Professor Othella expresses how proud she is of Saron, and suggests to Professor Sienna that perhaps they should find a way to motivate him further to study harder. Later in class, Professor Sienna announces that Saron will be promoted by 2 classes, moving directly to Class 5. Although there have been instances of early promotions, no one expected him to be promoted by 2 whole levels. This news causes an uproar among Saron's classmates. They begin to challenge the teacher's decision, arguing that Saron only knows the 4 defense forms and has no magical spells to show for himself. Professor Sienna, taken aback, admits she wasn't aware of that. Another student speaks up, claiming that Saron is only good at practical work, and that if they look at his theoretical assessments, she is sure she's performed better. Many other students join in with complaints. In response, Professor Sienna tells the class she will hold a meeting with the other professors to reevaluate their decision and will update the class on their final verdict. As Sienna walks back to her office, she reflects on the class's reaction. She understands that it's normal for students to protest when they believe a decision is unjust. But she can sense that the opposition to Saron's promotion is emotional, rather than based on logic. Just as she enters her office, one of Saron's classmates, Maria, enters and appears remorseful. Maria had not spoken up during the class protest, but she felt guilty for not defending Saron when others were accusing the professors of promoting him because of his supposed family wealth. The other students had assumed he must be rich to attend the academy, despite knowing nothing about his actual background. Maria, a gentle lady with hair the same color as Professor Sienna's, sits at the student chair across from the teacher's desk, tears suddenly streaming down her face. Professor Sienna, sensing the gravity of the situation, allows Maria her moment of vulnerability, quietly stepping back and waiting for her to collect herself. As predicted, once Maria is done crying, she begins to speak, and her words come out like a confession. She starts to explain everything that has been happening in class, and if anyone were listening, they might have mistaken her for the one being coaxed into revealing something. Maria recounts the events, beginning with the rumors about Sharon and Amy dating that started circulating a week ago. Initially, her classmates began ignoring Sharon without any clear reason. Days later, a boy in the class began spreading more malicious rumors about him, and soon others began interfering with his studies, making his situation even worse. Maria explains how, one by one, Sharoni's classmates turned their backs on him, isolating him despite his efforts to stay focused. Maria cries as she talks about the bullying, feeling the unfairness of it all. She admits that she had planned to stay silent, but when she heard about Sharon's promotion, she felt relieved, thinking he would finally be free of their mistreatment. However, when the class protested his promotion, Maria couldn't stand by any longer. She knew she had to speak out, so she came to Professor Sienna, determined to share the truth and no longer side with the rest of the class. Professor Sienna listens quietly, her expression hardening with understanding. She thanks Maria for coming forward and for shedding light on what's truly been happening in class. Sienna feels a sense of relief, knowing she now has the full picture and can take appropriate action. She walks Maria to the door of her office, assuring her that she will address the issue and ensure the necessary steps are taken to rectify the situation. Maria nods, grateful for the teacher's support, and leaves, confident that the truth will be heard. Sharoni starts staying up late, driven by the book he reads, The Grand Scholar, written by the physiologist Torkelin. According to Torkelin, to reach the status of a grand scholar, one must sleep no more than 4 hours a day, with a maximum of 6 hours. The book claims that teenagers, being like superhumans, have the ability to do anything they set their minds to, and achieving this status is within their grasp. Inspired by these words, Shirone begins to study and read until midnight every day in the library, always alone, walking back to his hostel in the quiet of the night. He often thinks of the words Mr. Timorin once told him that he would face challenges at school, but if he keeps his head high and perseveres, he would eventually achieve his goal. These words echo in his mind, not only for his own sake, but for the people who believe in him, his parents, the Oyent family, and others who have placed their trust in him. One night, after returning to his hostel and changing out of his school clothes, Sharon hears a knock at his door. Thinking it might be one of the boys from his dorm, he opens the door, only to find teacher Sienna standing there. She steps inside, explaining that she has tried to check on him several times, but hasn't been able to find him. As she glances around the room, her eyes fall on his study table and she notices something strange. His scores are all the same. She realizes that Sharon is not just trying to learn magic, but he is working toward mastering all subjects equally, aiming for a well-rounded understanding. She understands now that his current approach isn't about immediate results, but about preparing for the future, much like a mage would. As they sit across from each other, teacher Sienna wonders why Sharon has chosen this difficult path, questioning whether it is because he lacked education in his early years. The silence lingers between them for a moment as they both reflect on their thoughts. Finally, Sienna speaks, asking him about his relationships with his classmates and if they are bullying him. Sharon replies calmly, assuring her that he is fine and doesn't need to worry about him. Though he wishes he could form better relationships with his peers, he isn't resentful of them. He acknowledges that, although he hasn't made many friends, he has some, like Amy and Cyrielle, and for now that's enough. Teacher Sienna nods in understanding. She respects his outlook and assures him that she will keep his perspective in mind when she attends the next teachers' meeting. Sharon's peaceful attitude in the face of such challenges has clearly impressed her. The following day, all the staff of the school gather in a large hall. Everyone takes their seats, and the headmaster sits at the highest chair in their midst, signaling the start of the meeting. Teacher Sienna steps up to the podium where individuals with important matters for the meeting are expected to stand and voice their concerns. As she begins her speech, she greets everyone in the room and thanks them for attending. She addresses the issue at hand, which is her support for Sharone's promotion by 2 classes, arguing that it is in his best interest. She backs up her opinion by stating that Sharon is an excellent student, has been bullied by his classmates, and demonstrates great potential through his wide-ranging studies. Several of the lecturers in the meeting agree with her and support the notion that promoting him early would help him graduate sooner, giving him more opportunities. However, Professor Thad, the only dissenting voice in the room, opposes the idea. He expresses doubt that Sharon is truly being bullied, as teacher Sienna claims, especially since Sharon is unable to use magic yet. Thad argues that bullying typically occurs in lower-year classes and not among more advanced students. Thad makes his point clear to the headmaster, stating that although Sharon is a good student, he believes in the overall well-being of the entire school, not just focusing on one student. He criticizes the other teachers for being overly concerned about Sharon, ignoring the potential concerns of his classmates. Thad points out that while Sharon may be more powerful than his peers in terms of magical ability, his classmates are more knowledgeable, making them more well-rounded students. Sienna becomes frustrated by Thad's response and responds sharply, accusing him not only of blocking the advancement of a genius, but also of ignoring the bullying Sharon is enduring. She argues that Sharon has not retaliated or responded to the mistreatment, showing restraint despite the hostility from his peers. The debate escalates, and both Sienna and Thad begin shouting and slamming their hands on the table in frustration. The other lecturers, who are used to their frequent disagreements, simply watch in silence, knowing that the two are known for their opposing views and fiery personalities. It is clear that this clash is just another instance of their usual intense debates. As the argument between teacher Sienna and Professor Thad grows louder, the headmaster, who has been sitting at the front, raises his hand and demands silence. His commanding presence quiets the room instantly, and both Sienna and Thad reluctantly return to their seats. The headmaster begins his speech, acknowledging both sides of the debate. He states that he has carefully considered the points made by both teachers. He understands Sienna's argument about not letting Chirone's talent go to waste and giving him the chance to shine. However, he also appreciates Thad's perspective that the school's primary focus must be on the overall well-being of the students as well as the long-term health of the institution. The headmaster emphasizes that it is his responsibility to ensure that decisions are made not only with regard to the individual, but with the larger community in mind. After some deliberation, the headmaster, in his role as leader, proposes a solution that both sides agree on. He suggests that instead of making a unilateral decision to promote Chirone, they should implement a fair and standardized method, a promotion examination for all students in Class 7. This exam would serve as a measure of their magical ability and knowledge, providing an equal opportunity for all students to prove their worthiness. With this proposal in mind, the headmaster concludes the meeting, and the teachers agree to the decision. The following day, the school administration posts an official notice on the school's notice board for all students to read. The announcement causes a stir among the students. It's revealed that this promotion exam will be exclusive to Class 7 students, and only those who pass the exam will be promoted to Class 5. The criteria for passing the exam will focus on two main areas: magical ability, specifically spell flow, and their knowledge of advanced magic. The exam will include the teleportation spell, a difficult and high-level spell, with the intention of limiting the scope of the test. The mention of teleportation causes a ripple of murmurs among the students. Among the students, the reaction is one of disbelief and trepidation. Many of them have only studied the teleportation spell in theory, and the thought of performing it under exam conditions seems nearly impossible to them. Some students recall the story of a previous Class 7 student who attempted the spell the year before. This student made a small but fatal mistake during his attempt, which nearly cost him his life. It was only through the quick intervention of the school's medical team that the student was saved. This story only heightens the anxiety, and many students begin to panic. As the news spreads, some students are already writing off the exam as an exercise in failure, believing the school administration has set the exam up for everyone to fail. The pressure of the situation, coupled with the difficulty of the spell, makes it feel as though there is no chance for success. Some students are even wondering aloud if there is anyone in Class 7 who is capable of passing the exam, let alone mastering the teleportation spell. Among this sea of nervousness and uncertainty stands Chirone, who, despite arriving late, walks through the hallway with a calm and composed demeanor. As he passes by his classmates, they instinctively move away from him, giving him space, as if they are already bracing themselves for failure. Chirone walks purposefully toward the notice board, careful not to let his body brush against anyone else, mindful of the invisible walls his classmates have erected around him. When he finally reaches the notice board, he stops and scans the details of the announcement. The criteria mention the teleportation spell. Chirone doesn't react with the same fear or panic as the others. His gaze is steady, his confidence unwavering. Unlike his classmates, who are shaking their heads in disbelief, Chirone faces the board with bold eyes, ready to tackle whatever challenges lie ahead in his education. His thoughts are clear. He has no fear of the exam, and he has no intention of letting anything stop him from succeeding, even if it means pushing beyond what his classmates think is possible. The students are told to engage in a spell called teleportation, with certain criteria laid down for them. The winner will be advanced to Class 5, and all of Class 7 is taking the advanced test. The students deliberate that the spell is not easy in practice, but only on paper. One student disagrees, reminding the others of a friend who ended up in the hospital for a year after practicing the teleportation spell. This discourages the students, and they begin to doubt that any of them will pass the test, given the criteria. Teleportation becomes known as the Class 7 Outcast Incident, a topic of discussion even among the higher classes. Amy notices how immature Class 7 is, recalling that something similar almost happened to her. However, she managed to advance to Class 6 in no time. She tells the students that it will be pretty hard for them to learn the spell. Still, Amy adds that teleportation is too dangerous for someone who has never learned magic before. As she walks, she thinks to herself that if Chirone does not learn the spell himself, he doesn't deserve to date her. While Amy is moving from one place to another, she is noticed and caught by her professor, who is on her way to speak with someone privately. The professor questions why Amy hasn't been attending school as expected. Amy and the professor are both concerned about Chirone, especially since he has never learned magic before. Amy explains that it will be too dangerous for him to participate in the teleportation test. She goes on to explain that teleportation is a light-type magic, discovered through the study of protonization theory. Light moves at the ultimate velocity in the universe, as nothing can surpass the speed of light. The teleportation spell uses this speed to move through time and space. While it may sound grandiose, a beginner student can actually perform it successfully with the right understanding. The teleportation spell is broken into 4 theories, each one essential to understanding the intricacies of the spell. The core of the theory is that quasi-light speed is necessary to perform teleportation, but the key is not in reaching the full speed of light, just understanding 1/10 of it. The real challenge, as Professor Oliver explains, is not the learning, but the impact. It is a delicate balance of control, as one must be able to harness and direct the energy without causing a catastrophic release of power. This makes the spell incredibly dangerous, and it's no surprise that it is forbidden on school grounds. After hearing this explanation, Shirone begins to understand why teleportation is a restricted spell. It's not just its difficulty, but the sheer potential for harm if improperly executed. The professor then suggests a method for practicing the spell on the school's roof. She explains that the test will involve racing from one peak to another, and the goal is to reach the other side as quickly as possible. The students in Class 7 are at a disadvantage, as it will be difficult for them to even reach the other side at all. However, the student who travels the farthest will pass the test. Shirone, realizing his own limitations, expresses his doubt, saying that he cannot participate in the test because of the challenging criteria. Professor Oliver, seeing his reluctance, apologizes, admitting that it was her own ambition that has placed Shirone in such a difficult position. He was meant to be in Class 5, where the challenges would be less daunting. Despite her apology, she tells Shirone that she will be his personal instructor, helping him prepare for the test. This offer, however, is met with resistance from Amy, who feels conflicted because Professor Oliver is one of the judges for the test. If Shirone were to train under her, word would inevitably get out, and the entire point of the test, the element of fair competition, would be lost. Amy, determined not to let that happen, vows to train Shirone herself, stating that she is preparing to advance to a senior class where students are recognized for their semi-professional abilities. These students are expected to contribute to the prestigious Royal Magic School journals and undergo grueling training and fierce competition. Amy's proposal is enticing, and she clearly sees herself as a capable mentor for Shirone. However, this leaves Shirone in a difficult position, torn between his girlfriend's offer of guidance and the professor's professional expertise. He is forced to choose between the two, knowing that either path will have its challenges and sacrifices. After a long pause, Shirone surprises both of them with his decision. He tells them that he will do it himself, realizing that relying on others too much could hold him back. He has to take responsibility for his own growth and face the challenge head-on. Amy is incredibly annoyed with Shirone's decision to teach himself, as she believes he doesn't fully understand the magnitude of what he's up against. She points out that many of his competitors will be hiring the best tutors, ensuring they come out on top, and warns him that many of them already harbor resentment toward him. Shirone, however, calmly explains that he doesn't want to implicate her in his struggles, especially since she is preparing to advance to a senior class. He acknowledges that Class 5 is just part of the process to becoming a mage, and that he's determined to face the challenge on his own terms. To Professor Oliver, Shirone expresses that while he knows the odds are stacked against him, he will give it his best effort with no regrets. His decision is one of self-reliance, and Professor Oliver, though understanding of his resolve, reminds him that he is welcome to reach out for guidance if needed. She also advises Amy to be more careful when visiting the boys' dorm, a reminder that brings a slight smile to Shirone's face. He thanks the professor for her kindness and support, feeling reassured that he has made the right choice, even if it means facing the test without any direct help. As the days pass, Shirone and Amy spend more time together, talking and reminiscing about how they grew close during their time at school. Amy, still a bit resentful of Shirone's decision, can't help but express her concern, but Shirone assures her that he'll manage, just like he's done before when he faced the bullying and challenges at school. Despite their differences, they both enjoy each other's company, laughing and chatting as they navigate their complex feelings for one another. A month later, the day of the test arrives, and the students are busy preparing. Some of them start attending private tutorials in a last-ditch effort to learn how to teleport, as time is running out and the pressure is mounting. The field is set, with 20 students lined up for the test, each one determined to do their best. Among them, Sharon stands firm in his confidence. While many are nervous about the practical aspects of the spell, Sharon believes that learning the teleportation spell on his own is the right path. He understands that the real world, especially for a mage, is unpredictable, and that knowledge of the topography and environment is key to mastering teleportation. It's not just about the formula, it's about adapting to the ever-changing circumstances, adjusting the application of the spell based on the situation at hand. Sharon mentally prepares himself for the challenge ahead, reflecting on the calculations he's made in his head. The value of light, the energy of speed, the 10 raised to the 20th exponent. Sharon sees himself as someone who cannot learn the teleportation spell because he has never used magic before. He believes it should not be difficult for Class 7, who are paying top dollar for tutoring, to master teleportation quickly. Sharon spends time practicing the spell. Master Mark observes him from above and commends him, noting that Sharon has surprisingly perfected the basics of teleportation. He remarks that he had low expectations for the son of the technical advisor to the Mages Association. Master Mark later tells his friend that Sharon may not become a master teleporter within just a month, but with focused practice and preparation he has a good chance of passing the test. Meanwhile, students in Class 9 are closely monitoring Sharon's progress. Mark instructs a colleague to keep an eye on him after learning that Sharon has been teaching himself with books. Mark is surprised, as he assumes Sharon would hire a teacher, believing magic cannot be learned solely through reading. In his leisure time, Sharon invests significant effort into understanding teleportation concepts, memorizing the theories thoroughly, though he still feels unprepared. With little time left, he pushes himself harder. On the exclusive training ground, Sharon practices magic relentlessly, envisioning how it should work based on his theoretical knowledge. He tries to enter the spirit zone and apply protonization theories, thinking it might finally align with what he has envisioned. As Sharon reflects, he considers the nature of magic, believing that humans cannot calculate the value of light when a mage is focused. Instead, their minds become acutely sensitive to everything around them. The greatest mages can even discern the number of leaves on a distant tree. This heightened awareness represents the extreme state of mental sensitivity known as the spirit zone. Once in the spirit zone, a mage perceives the outer world through extrasensory abilities and governs phenomena, not through calculation but by comprehending everything simultaneously. Before the teleportation test, Sharon struggles with his first attempts, each failure ending in him crashing to the ground. Frustrated but determined, he presses on, trying to correct his mistakes. The process is grueling, and his body bears the toll of his relentless practice. Despite his best efforts, he cannot shake the feeling that he hasn't progressed enough. With the test looming, Sharon finds himself consumed by worry. He has tried every technique he knows, but the results remain inconsistent. Each moment of doubt chips away at his confidence, but he resolves to keep pushing forward, knowing he cannot afford to give up now. His practice becomes more intense as he forces himself to refine every movement and memorize every theoretical step to perfection. Finally, he manages to teleport successfully without harm, a small but vital breakthrough. Yet even this accomplishment feels insufficient. Time is running out, and Sharon knows he must push himself beyond his limits if he wants any chance of passing the test. Elsewhere, Master Mark prepares for his own performance. He is focused on a historic milestone, aiming to cross a 700-meter gap in a single second. The day marks an opportunity for him to solidify his standing, but his thoughts also wander to the test participants, particularly Sharon. Known as the son of the Mage Association's technical advisor, Sharon has drawn significant attention from both peers and mentors. Many doubt his capabilities, believing his reliance on self-study through books is inadequate for mastering practical magic. Sharon's methods, however, are a subject of quiet intrigue and skepticism among the students and instructors alike. Maria, one of Sharon's classmates, harbors a particular disdain for him. She views his reliance on books as an affront to traditional magical training. Her frustration with his methods clouds her focus, leaving her unprepared for the upcoming test. Although she watches others on the training ground, her thoughts remain consumed by her dissatisfaction. hindering her progress. Her shortcomings have not gone unnoticed, and her instructors regard her lack of preparation as a significant barrier to her success. Meanwhile, discussions among instructors reveal mixed expectations for Shirone's performance. Some see his efforts as futile, believing he lacks the practical experience necessary to succeed. Others, aware of his determination, suspect he might surprise everyone. His connection to the Mage Association adds a layer of tension, with some instructors privately speculating about the opportunities his success could bring, not only for him, but for those aligned with him. Despite this, Shirone's path is far from guaranteed, and doubts about his abilities remain prevalent. As the day of the test arrives, the grounds are prepared meticulously. Judges take their places at the designated bridge, and students from classes 4 to 6 gather to watch. The test participants from Class 7 stand ready, each feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. Shirone's presence draws considerable attention, with many competitors viewing him as a target. The pressure to perform and the scrutiny from his peers are overwhelming, but Shirone forces himself to focus. He knows that the test will not only measure his magical aptitude, but also his resilience under pressure. The countdown to the test begins. 21 participants stand at the ready, their minds racing with strategies and fears. Shirone, fully aware of the hostility directed at him, feels isolated. The day of the test takes a surprising turn when Shirone is nowhere to be found as the announcement is made for it to begin. Mark, his colleagues, and Amy search for him, wondering if he has abandoned the challenge entirely. Meanwhile, the judges outline the rules for the advancement test. The task is deceptively simple. When the signal is given, participants must run to the edge of the cliff and teleport. The one who travels the farthest distance through teleportation will pass. A tense atmosphere overtakes the group as students from Class 7 whisper nervously among themselves. The stakes are daunting. If a teleportation attempt fails to traverse the abyss, the student will fall with no guarantee of safety. There is no confirmation of precautions in place, further adding to the apprehension. The murmuring grows loud enough to catch the judge's attention. Addressing the group, they remind the students that this school does not shy away from danger. Every course carries inherent risks, including fatality. They make it clear that this is an early advancement exam, not a test for the faint-hearted. Only those certain of their abilities should proceed. With a final reminder that it is not too late to turn back, the judges leave the decision to the participants. As the time for the test nears, Mark remains confident, certain that no one, especially Shirone, can outperform him under such conditions. On the other hand, Shirone is still wrestling with uncertainty. Having arrived late, he finds himself at a crossroads. Professor Oliver advises him to step back if he feels unprepared, but Shirone cannot ignore the persistent voice in his mind, urging him to use everything he has learned. His thoughts swirl with doubt and determination as the headmaster, Professor Romy, prepares to give the starting signal. Some of the faculty discuss whether Shirone should even be allowed to participate, given his tardiness. But the decision is made to proceed as scheduled. Preparation, they argue, is part of the test. When the test begins, the participants line up at the edge of the field, ready to sprint toward the cliff. Exhaustive training has brought them to this moment, but none of them have ever faced anything like the abyss that stretches before them, a yawning void that seems to devour light and sound. The students grapple with the surreal idea of having the sky beneath their feet, the weight of the unknown pressing heavily on them. Timing. The teleportation at the cliff's edge is critical. Even a fraction of a second's hesitation could mean the difference between success and failure. The first group takes off, covering 5 meters in the first 3 seconds. Each participant attempts to lock in their teleportation point as they near the cliff. The challenge is brutal. No matter how many teleportation bouts one performs, the starting point limits the overall distance covered. Shirone finally stepping into the competition is visibly out of sync with the others. When his turn comes, he hesitates, standing still for a moment before sprinting toward the cliff. He jumps 2 meters past the edge, but shockingly, he does so without initiating teleportation. Shirone's leap into the abyss without activating teleportation immediately leaves the spectator stunned. His audacious move catches the judges, classmates, and even the most seasoned mages off guard. What might seem reckless to the crowd is calculated in Shirone's mind. He believes he must stay composed and maintain his focus in the spirit zone. He knows that if he falters for even a moment, it will all be over. His jump, appearing almost effortless, is executed with a precision that belies his lack of formal magic training. The timing is so fine-tuned that to the naked eye, the difference between success and failure comes down to milliseconds. Sharon's feat leaves everyone amazed, especially considering his humble beginnings. He was never formally taught magic, nor did he enjoy the privileges afforded to others in his class. Amy, watching from the sidelines, marvels at his ingenuity and determination. She recognizes that if Sharon can maintain his teleportation bouts throughout the test, he stands a real chance of staying ahead. His improvisational skill, honed through solitary study and self-reflection, sets him apart from his peers. Mark, on the other hand, feels his confidence waver. He had dismissed Sharon as an underdog, certain that the boy's inexperience would lead to failure. Now he is forced to reconsider. Sharon's performance has shattered Mark's expectations, leaving him scrambling to adjust his plans. The gap he assumed would guarantee his victory is now far narrower than anticipated. Sharon's success undermines Mark's carefully laid strategies, and for the first time, genuine worry creeps into his thoughts. Maria Erling, another competitor, reflects on her own position in the class. Normally someone who thrives in friendly competition, she feels the weight of the test pressing down on her. For 6 long years, Maria has been stuck in Class 7, unable to progress due to her inability to overcome key hurdles. Her master's words echo in her mind, questioning whether she has the capability to become a mage at all. The test enters its 3rd bout, and the participants find themselves separated into 3 distinct groups. At the front is Mark with his cronies, hot on Sharon's trail, determined to take him down. A second group of students lags 3 meters behind, trying to catch up, but beginning to falter under the test's grueling pace. The third group consists of those who teleported prematurely out of fear, hoping to secure their safety but ultimately leaving themselves in a vulnerable position. This arrangement creates a tense atmosphere, with fear spreading like wildfire among the participants. Predictably, the first to succumb are the members of the third group, who are eliminated as they fail to meet the test's demands. The second group follows shortly after, collapsing under the strain, prompting mocking laughter from Mark as he jeers at their inability to even reach the halfway point. Meanwhile, Sharon continues to amaze onlookers. Farther ahead of Mark, he moves with a resilience that defies expectations. Though Mark initially dismisses him, assuming Sharon would tire quickly, he notices that the opposite is true. Sharon, who appeared completely out of breath at the start, now seems almost tireless. His pace is steady, his movements precise, and his resolve unwavering. Professor Oliver, observing closely, remarks that Sharon truly has a gift, noting his ability to repeatedly use compulsion, a demanding technique that forces the mind to create inertia as if working like a relentless machine. Compulsion, a skill requiring immense focus and mastery, is no simple feat. It involves crafting an object or action in the mind and generating its inertia manually, a process that drains even experienced mages. Yet Sharon executes it seamlessly, showing no signs of hesitation. His consistency catches the attention of Headmaster Professor Romy, who observes the dynamics from afar. He notes that while Sharon's talent shines brightly, Mark's impatience and frustration are becoming his undoing. Romy can sense Mark's growing agitation, a stark contrast to Sharon's composed demeanor. As the tension builds, Amy's friend marvels at Sharon's seemingly unnatural ability. She notes that Sharon appears to be artificially increasing his inertia, an advanced skill that requires an intimate understanding of the mage's subconscious domain. Most mages rely on conscious control over their subconscious processes, but Sharon's execution suggests something far beyond the norm. Arm, another observer, speculates that Sharon might be directly manipulating his subconsciousness, a feat thought nearly impossible to learn. Such control hints at a depth of talent and intuition that sets him apart even among prodigious students. On the run, Sharon stays focused, pushing his limits to maintain his lead. His thoughts are consumed by the challenge at hand, knowing that defeating Mark will require every ounce of his mental strength. Mark, growing desperate, throws everything he has into closing the gap, but his attacks miss their mark. Sharon moves with uncanny precision, dodging and weaving through the assault as if he anticipates every move. Mark's frustration mounts as he realizes that not only is Sharon ahead, but he also seems untouchable. The exam reaches its critical point as Mark devises a dangerous plan to ensure Sharon's downfall. He deliberately disrupts Sharon's rhythm, breaking his pattern and forcing him off course. Sharon, already physically drained from maintaining his lead, struggles to recover his momentum. The sudden shift causes a chain reaction, and Shirone narrowly avoids colliding with another participant. Observers from Class 5 immediately suspect foul play, recognizing Mark's intentional interference. They note the tactic, a calculated move to force an opponent off course while exploiting teleportation timing, is cunning, but recklessly dangerous. Mark seizes the opportunity, accelerating his pace with a burst of desperate energy, though the strain begins to show. His plan puts him ahead, but his reckless strategy takes a toll. Meanwhile, Shirone, though visibly fatigued, refuses to give in. His sheer determination keeps him in the race, the gap between him and Mark tightening once more. The spectators erupt in awe as the two emerge as the final competitors, their intense rivalry electrifying the atmosphere. Both have reached level 10 of the testing zone, a level no student has ever achieved in the history of the Academy's early advancement exams. Professor Thad, monitoring the situation, grows increasingly alarmed. Level 10 is far beyond what any student is prepared to handle. Recognizing the escalating danger, he hurries to the engine room to halt the test. However, Headmaster Professor Romy intervenes, calculating the broader implications of canceling the exam. Instead, Romy instructs Thad to send a yellow signal, signaling the end of the test without abruptly terminating it. The signal flashes across the testing grounds, but neither competitor slows down. Mark, fueled by ambition, is determined to end the exam on his terms. As Thad returns to his office, he finds the door locked. A familiar voice greets him. It is Maria. Her tone is unsettling, calm but laced with bitterness. She confronts Thad, accusing him of interfering where it doesn't matter. Maria reveals her fear of Mark advancing to Class 5, where his influence will become even more oppressive. She blocks Thad's attempts to intervene further, warning him not to open the door if he values his own position. She suggests that stopping the exam won't change anything, and her presence only heightens the tension in the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, on the testing field, Mark's thoughts race. He knows the signal indicates the test's end, but he refuses to relent. His sole focus is on crushing Shirone and solidifying his dominance. The maze looms ahead, its twisting paths marking the final phase of the challenge. As the crowd watches in stunned silence, news quickly spreads among the faculty that both Mark and Shirone have entered the maze, defying all expectations and the rules. The headmaster, Professor Romy, sits in tense silence, processing the news that Mark and Shirone are still locked in combat on the battlefield despite the yellow signal to end the exam. Concern grips him as he realizes the dangers of Level 10, a stage meant only for professionals, are far beyond what students can handle. He urgently instructs the staff to stop the battle, worried that both competitors are on the brink of serious harm. Professor Oliver, however, challenges Romy's judgment, accusing him of succumbing to greed and impatience and pushing the students too far. Oliver asserts that the headmaster's rash decisions have led to this chaos and questions whether Romy truly values the well-being of his students over the prestige of the academy. The staff's differing views create a tense divide, leaving the resolution uncertain. Meanwhile, Amy and the other students anxiously discuss possible ways to end the battle, knowing that intervening at this level is dangerous and nearly impossible without professional expertise. The maze at level 10 is a labyrinth of deadly traps, far beyond the abilities of even the most talented students. Inside the maze, Shirone battles exhaustion and mental strain. The traps come at him relentlessly, and his ability to dodge one while staying aware of the next is waning. He feels his mental power slipping, knowing it will fail him in mere seconds if he doesn't act decisively. Yet despite the odds, he pushes forward, determined to finish the challenge. Mark, on the other hand, calculates his advantage. He thinks only of staying ahead of Shirone, knowing that if both are eliminated, his higher position will secure him the win. Standing in what he considers a favorable spot, he watches Shirone struggle, a self-satisfied chuckle escaping him. He mocks Shirone, taunting him to stay back where he belongs. Mark believes victory is within his grasp, confident that his rival is no match for him. Back outside the maze, Maria confronts Professor Thad with tearful frustration. She questions the school's philosophy, accusing it of fostering a toxic competition where students resort to deceit and manipulation to succeed. She condemns the system, which celebrates talent above all else, ignoring the struggles of ordinary students like herself. Professor Thad reflects on his past as he listens to Maria's grievances. He understands her frustration all too well, recalling his own struggles during his time as a student. Despite being hailed as a genius by reputation, he spent years stuck in Class 5, failing to progress while his peers advanced with ease. His anger and bitterness consumed him, and his interactions with the headmaster were limited to reprimands for his missteps. Over time, he learned that success as a mage was not about competing with others, but about erasing self-doubt and distractions. He remembers how he shifted his focus inward, recognizing that true growth required self-discipline and clarity of purpose. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Mark realizes too late that he is trapped. The blocked pathway sends him into a panic as fear overwhelms him. Shirone, hearing his distress, abandons his focus on the competition and moves to help. The maze's traps make navigation nearly impossible, their patterns intricate and deceptive. Shirone calculates the movements of the mechanisms, understanding that analyzing their behavior from a distance is the only way to avoid disaster. Class 7 observes Shirone's actions in awe, surprised by his ability to navigate such a high-level course with apparent ease. The students are taken aback by his decision to help Mark, knowing that the rules do not require him to assist an opponent. Some criticize his actions, calling them foolish, while others admire his selflessness. Shirone's approach defies expectations, moving backward through the maze to find the safest route, a counterintuitive strategy that highlights his ingenuity and adaptability. The students whisper among themselves about Shirone's capabilities, marveling at how he manages such feats despite being a newcomer. Many had underestimated him, assuming he had pulled strings to enter the school. However, his performance forces them to reconsider their judgments. Amy reflects on his motivations, recognizing that Shirone's drive is not rooted in competition, but in a desire to excel in magic for its own sake. In the engine room, Professor Thad wrestles with the consequences of the delayed cancellation. Maria's interruption has cost him valuable time, but he remains composed, focusing on the lesson he hopes to impart to her. He sees Maria's struggles as a mirror of his own past and is determined to guide her toward a different path. For her part, Maria begins to question her earlier assumptions, wondering if it is truly too late for her to progress. As the headmaster, Professor Romy, receives updates on the situation, he decides to let the exam continue. Despite the risks, he resolves to take full responsibility for the outcome. The traps in Level 10 seem almost alive, moving with an unpredictability that makes them impossible to fully anticipate. Shirone, already deep in concentration, realizes that the pattern of the traps is far too irregular for him to track each movement with precision. Despite the overwhelming complexity, he focuses on one trap at a time, falling back on the skills he honed during his earlier experiences. It's not the first time he's faced such a challenging situation, and he uses his ability to focus solely on the task at hand, drawing from his past ability to schism his thoughts and actions. The professors watching from the sidelines are stunned by Shirone's capability to remain calm and focused under such pressure. The headmaster, observing the situation, makes a remark about how students, when pushed to their limits, can often perform incredible feats. However, he notes that such actions typically stem from a place of crisis, and that their true potential is often capped by their own self-satisfaction. Yet, as Shirone continues to navigate the maze with an almost effortless grace, the headmaster wonders if Shirone has reached a new level, one beyond the typical limits of the average student. His spirit zone density seems to approach near perfection, close to 99.9%, a sign that Shirone is in a deep trance of calculation, meticulously working out every movement to avoid danger. Shirone's talent is undeniable, yet it doesn't eliminate the danger he's in. Despite his exceptional skill, saving Mark has placed him in a precarious position. He realizes that the space between him and the exit is shrinking, and the narrow gaps, about a meter wide, are nearly impossible to navigate using his usual methods. To succeed, he needs to cut the distance he's working with down to 1/10 of its current size, moving with the speed and precision of a blade cutting through air. His body must twist and turn at unnatural angles, moving left and right simultaneously, each motion faster than the last. A flash of light appears before him, a straight line in the distance, a derivative of a circle as described by a rookie. Using this new insight, Shirone calculates the intervals between teleportation points, breaking them down into millisecond-long gaps. His mind seems to enter a state of pure insight, and it's as if he's tapped into some unworldly potential, understanding the path through the maze in a way that surpasses even his own expectations. This moment, though brief, feels like an instant of genius. Sharon continues moving, his body flowing through the traps, narrowly avoiding their lethal grasps. Eventually, he comes across the maze dragon, a creature of immense size and power designed to keep students from progressing further. Professor Oliver, who has been watching the events unfold, grows increasingly concerned. She knows the situation is escalating, and she decides to take matters into her own hands, seeking out Professor Thad to call an end to the examination. Meanwhile, Sharon remains focused on the task at hand, continuing to memorize and navigate the complex pattern of the maze. His mind races, but he knows that he must loop around, taking the left turn and releasing any hesitation. He can't afford to slow down now. As the situation reaches its peak, Professor Oliver finally tracks down Professor Thad and demands that he stop the maze, sensing the danger posed by the continued challenge. However, Thad, having been alerted to the ongoing struggle of Mark and Sharon, rushes to the engine room, intent on halting the test before anything worse can happen. For Sharon, the time left to make a move is almost non-existent. Just 1 second to stay calm and avoid death. Every moment counts, and the stakes are higher than ever. His mind calculates each fraction of time, 1 decisecond, 1 nanosecond, and 6 crossroads. With the pressure mounting, he knows he has to navigate a series of 9 teleports to safety. It's a mind-bending sequence, but Sharon is used to performing under extreme conditions. He realizes that his current strategy, focused solely on his survival, is pointless if he doesn't also consider Mark's safety. There's no time for reckless plans. With sharp focus, Sharon makes his move and finally reaches the ground level. He can't quite remember the exact sequence of events that led him there, but the disengagement of the pathless devices signals the end of Level 10. Eruki, speaking to his friends, explains that Level 10 is designed for those specializing in their craft. But Sharon manages to escape it unscathed, proving he doesn't need to bluff or deceive to succeed. His dedication is enough. As the exam concludes, Sharon and Mark land safely, with Mark having recklessly pushed through the ordeal. Sharon's peers congratulate him on his performance, acknowledging his advancement to Class 5. Meanwhile, Professor Oliver, though concerned about the outcome, makes her way to Professor Thad. She reprimands him for causing her to miss the final phase of the exam, but he reassures her that he did his best. There will be time for an explanation later. Professor Oliver then approaches the headmaster, noting that since both Sharon and Mark made it to the end, it is necessary to announce a winner. The headmaster, impressed by Sharon's clever strategy and execution, commends him for his brilliance, calling him the Light of House Murthy. His exceptional performance earns him the nickname after redefining the concept of the photon, and even winning the prestigious Golden Circle Award from the Emperor. However, for a brief moment, the headmaster's thoughts become clouded by greed, and he contemplates how to capitalize on Sharon's success. Despite the fleeting moment of desire, Professor Thad remains firm in his belief that the school has discovered a new shining star. Witnessing such brilliance in students like Sharon stirs nostalgic memories in him. With Sharon's pure aspirations for magic, it becomes clear that he does not rely on faith, but on dedication and skill. The judges, standing beside their desks, announce that there can only be one winner. Despite this, they express admiration for everyone who participated, praising the bravery demonstrated by all, which they believe will shape the future of their world. After the ceremony, the head judge officially announces Sharon Aryan as the winner. Mark Slider, realizing his mistake, tries to argue, knowing it was Sharon who saved him from near death and planned the teleport attacks that secured their survival. He acknowledges Sharon's superiority and, in a moment of humility, vows to take full responsibility for his actions as a mage to another mage. Mark's cronies, ashamed of their past actions, beg Sharon for forgiveness. But Sharon, in his usual composed manner, encourages them to do better in the future, offering a hope for their growth rather than revenge. Serial, Amy's friend, advises her to spend more time with Sharon, now that he has been officially recognized as the winner. Amy, however, feels there is no time for anything other than moving forward, believing Sharon has already proven himself. Despite her advice, Serial is envious of Amy's connection with Sharon, admiring him for his exceptional abilities. In a burst of jealousy, she calls out to Amy and the crowd, frustrated by her friend's focus on Sharon. After a restful sleep, Sharon finds himself having trouble remembering the details of the final moments of the exam. His focus is on his advancement to Class 5, a direct result of his remarkable achievements. However, Professor Oliver, ever perceptive, notices something unusual about Sharon. Using her synesthesia to track him, she follows his presence, only to lose him inside the maze of the dragon, sensing that something about him is different from before. At the disciplinary board, Professor Thad presides over a hearing where Maria willingly admits to her misdeeds and asks to be reprimanded for her actions. However, Mark Slider and the engine room conductor, both on the receiving end of the incident, try to argue in Maria's defense, claiming she should not be punished. Their efforts to sway the decision only seem to deepen the guilt that spreads through the room. As tensions rise, several others in the room begin to confess their own wrongdoings, revealing the scheme to stop Sharon during the exam. The situation escalates rapidly, exposing the extent of the misconduct that had occurred within the school. One of Mark's cronies quietly wonders whether Mark will take full responsibility for his actions. In the midst of the chaos, Headmaster Professor Romy takes over the case, acknowledging that Maria was put in an unenviable position. While her actions in the engine room may not have been intended to harm anyone, she still must face disciplinary punishment for breaking the rules. Listening to this, Sharon steps forward and, to everyone's surprise, declares that he, too, should be punished. He admits to ignoring the signal to stop and entering the maze, even though it was dangerous. He also acknowledges that, while he couldn't be helped at the time, he pulled Mark through the danger. Sharon's admission stuns everyone in the room, and the headmaster is left with little choice but to agree with Sharon's decision. Professor Thad, who had never expected to witness such an outcome, observes that the situation is unfolding in the exact way the headmaster had hoped. The students, previously blinded by competition, pride, and jealousy, begin to realize the gravity of their actions. They confess their faults, and through their admissions, they start to understand what it truly means to walk the path of an upstanding mage. This moment becomes a powerful teaching experience, one that Professor Manhwa has long tried to instill in them. Meanwhile, Professor Oliver, witnessing the unprecedented nature of the disciplinary proceedings, reflects on how this is the first time she has seen such widespread punishment since the school's establishment. As the hearing draws to a close, every student present, whether directly or indirectly involved, receives their punishment. Maria and Mark are both suspended for 2 months as a consequence of their actions, while the rest of the students receive a 1-month suspension. During his questioning, Sharon is asked why he continued the maze despite the signal to stop. He responds honestly, stating that he didn't want to lose and felt compelled to solve the puzzle of the maze. He admits that he doesn't remember much of what happened during that time. Professor Oliver, observing Sharon's calm demeanor, realizes that beneath his docile appearance, Sharon does possess a more aggressive side that is not immediately apparent. In the maze, Sharon had found himself lost and struggling to maintain focus. The act of dividing his teleports made him feel as though he was being scattered all over the world, overwhelmed by the experience. The darkness that enveloped him seemed to swallow everything. However, 3 days have passed since the test, and Sharon wakes up to a beautiful morning, unable to recall most of the events. He realizes that he has come out of what felt like a dream, trying to piece together fragments of the experience. As Sharon reflects on the past few days, he remembers the books Amy had lent him. These books had helped him memorize various magic formulas, and he feels a sense of gratitude toward her. To show his appreciation, he decides to return the books, along with a gift, apples, during integrated training. Seriel, excited by the gesture, eagerly collects the apples, and though Amy has already moved up to the advanced class on her first attempt, she still faces challenges that even her cleverness cannot solve. A month later, after the suspensions end, Class 7 resumes their studies. Sharon returns to school, greeted by enthusiastic cheers from his classmates, who have saved a seat for him. He notices this new dynamic and reflects on how, for some reason, the Class 7 students have begun reserving a seat for him at every integrated class session. It almost feels as though he has become some kind of senior figure to them. Sharon finally takes a seat next to Serial, who remarks that he seems much more cheerful without his girlfriend around. She shares that she is also planning to take the advancement class, a decision motivated by her desire for something more than the simple life she had originally envisioned. Serial explains that she once just wanted to graduate and enjoy her time, but now she feels more driven, partly due to Amy's ambition to become a soldier. Sharon is surprised by this and expresses concern for Amy, noting that going to war is far too dangerous, especially when Tormia is currently at peace. He worries about the challenges they might face if war breaks out in the future, a reality that won't be easy to handle. However, Serial dismisses his worries, saying that it doesn't matter if war breaks out because all mages will eventually be conscripted into service. She reminds Shirone that the mages receive funding and various benefits as part of their role in society, which includes being prepared for such eventualities. Amy, in particular, is pursuing a major in long-distance magic with plans to specialize in spy work. Serial continues to explain the expectations of students in Class 5. As part of their academic journey, students are required to choose a career path to focus on as mages. Excelling in a particular field gives them a significant competitive edge in the future, and that's why it is uncommon to belittle anyone based on low grades. Class 5 is different from Class 7, where the students are less focused and more diverse in their interests. In Class 5, they begin to study magic in much greater depth. Students must score at least 60 points on evaluations to be able to use magic in any field. Additionally, in order to advance to the senior class, they must select a major that aligns with their future career aspirations, allowing them to analyze where their true potential lies. Class 5 buzzes with excitement as students gather to discuss which subjects to choose and which professors to study under. Most of the class, including Nade, eagerly chooses Professor Oliver for her intellectual beauty, but Sharon finds himself at a loss. Both professors, Oliver and Romir, are dear to him, and he can't decide between them. Iruki enters the classroom, noticing the heated discussion. With a mischievous smile, Nade jokingly explains that they're debating which teacher is prettier. Iruki moves over to Chiron and greets him, remarking that there's probably no one in the school that he doesn't know. He advises Chiron to focus on what he truly wants to do, as Iruki is keen on becoming a mage himself. Chiron thanks Iruki for his advice and efforts, particularly for helping him figure out his schism skills. He also mentions that Class 5 is full of blockheads and reminds Iruki to be careful moving forward. Shirone, who has been studying in his eccentric way, reflects on Iruki's abilities. He thinks of Iruki as a genius mage, particularly after seeing him use his Schism Spirit Zone, a technique that allows him to move incredibly fast. Nade remarks that there's no one else in the kingdom capable of performing such feats, and it's clear that Iruki's skill set has made quite an impression on everyone. However, not everyone is impressed. Professor Romir, having noticed Iruki's wild display, instructs him to stop, as it's clear that Iruki has just finished his suspension and is pushing his limits again. Romir, after a brief moment of consideration, gives Iruki 3 more days of suspension for his actions, particularly due to his use of the Schism Spirit Zone and his detonation specialty. Iruki, though a talented and unique individual, is known as something of a lone wolf in Class 5. His grades are average, and he has few friends. Shirone, however, recognizes something special in Iruki. He views him as a genius, not just because of his skill, but because Iruki is the textbook definition of a biased person. Shirone sees Iruki's behavior as a classic example of savant syndrome, a phenomenon where someone with a certain mental disability excels in a specific field far beyond what most people could achieve. Iruki is often described as a computational genius, a psychopath in the most impressive sense. His abilities with calculations are almost unfathomable. He can compute things that only exist in extremes, like temperatures at absolute 0 or 100 million degrees, or even calculate the exact date 40,000 years from now in under a minute. If he truly wanted to, he could memorize the entire value of pi effortlessly. His mastery over mathematics, biology, and several other fields of study enhances his growth in ways most cannot comprehend. However, his brilliance comes at a cost. Many have tried to become his head teacher, but they all gave up after realizing they couldn't keep up with his genius, especially when he used advanced mathematics to solve a literature question, only to score nothing for his efforts. Iruki is a force to be reckoned with, but his intellect seems almost unmanageable at times. Amidst this intellectual whirlwind, Chiron is approached by a girl who invites him to join their research club, which focuses on using magic to move physical substances. They believe they could make much more progress if they had someone as skilled with proton magic as Chiron. She further explains that if they submit a research paper, they won't have to wear their vacation on their performance assessment. Chiron, however, explains that he hasn't really done well in any of his grades yet, and is currently focusing on improving in that area. He thanks the girl for her explanation and considers her invitation carefully. The girl tells him that if he changes his mind, he should let her know. Later, Nate chimes in, emphasizing how great the research club SSS is. But Sharon, who is still thinking about his commitment to Amy, expresses hesitation, knowing that he can't be easily tempted away from his current focus. Nate explains that although the club is facing financial difficulties and has been struggling to function well, it's not about business. It's about fun and learning. He reassures Shironi that joining isn't about obligations, but about enjoying magic and studying together. Nate describes the club's headquarters, the magic warehouse, where all the training materials for the school are kept. This state-of-the-art facility is capable of bringing whatever materials they need directly from the blocks where they are stored to the entrance. Generations of students have treated it like a treasure, and Nate promises that it will absolutely blow Sharon's mind if he decides to join. Nate tells Sharon that he has no idea how much other clubs covet the magic warehouse, as there have been countless fights over it. Sharon learns that the members get to use everything in the warehouse as much as they want, and it is considered a rare privilege. He asks if it's against the school rules, but Nate assures him it isn't. He explains that the structure of the warehouse changes every time someone looks for something, meaning no one can ever find the same spot twice. It's a hideout no one can find, a secret space that holds endless possibilities. Eventually, Sharon and Nate arrive at the Paranormal Science Club. Sharon can't help but think how strange it is that people are studying ghosts at a magic school. Nate elaborates that the club studies far more than just ghosts, including spirits, the afterlife, aliens, and other phenomena. It's a broad and, for Sharon, somewhat overwhelming field of study. Despite his curiosity, Sharon feels a bit uneasy about what he's about to witness. His doubts start to fade when they enter the club room, and he sees Haruki at the blackboard, furiously writing down theories and calculations. Sharon is shocked to find Haruki there, but Nate explains that the club is infamous around the school, so they keep their membership secret. This explains why Nate hadn't mentioned Haruki's involvement before. Sharon is even more surprised to learn that Haruki didn't join the club because he believes in paranormal phenomena, but rather to prove it's all a lie. Haruki is a genius who believes everything can be explained by logic, and the paranormal provides him with a new puzzle to solve. For him, it's an opportunity to apply his scientific thinking to a subject most would dismiss as impossible. Haruki explains that, according to the headmaster, a mage must always consider the impact their magic will have on the world. The true purpose of a mage isn't simply to follow instructions, but to understand how their powers can shape the future. Magic isn't a gift to be squandered, and it's the few brilliant minds that lead the masses of ordinary people. He believes that magic should not be treated as an automatic response to commands, but as a tool for intellectual curiosity and growth. In his view, geniuses are meant to rise above the ordinary, using their talents to change the world. Haruki ends his explanation with a sharp statement. The world is driven by idealism, and historically those who have pushed boundaries have always been the ones to overcome defeatism with logic and vision. After his lecture, Haruki takes a moment to rest with the group before excusing himself to leave. Sharon, unfamiliar with the way out of the club, is told by Haruki that he will need to follow Nade. Haruki then tells Nade that Sharon is his rival. Nade, curious, asks why Haruki said such a thing. Haruki admits that his earlier question to Sharon was intentional, a way of measuring his potential. He doesn't care about anything but numbers, and he sees Sharon as someone who could challenge him, especially in the upcoming speed gun test. Haruki is also keen to know how Sharon is progressing with teleportation magic, particularly in the context of teleporting to level 10. He is impressed by Sharon's quick thinking and the possibility of navigating the dragon maze alone. However, Haruki notes that it would be nearly impossible to do so without segmenting time into staggering fractions, roughly 1/1000th of a second in his estimate. For Haruki, this speaks to the core of intuition. Faster than action, truer than knowledge. Even the most precise conscious calculations can't keep up with the speed of the mind's intuition. Haruki considers Sharon a worthy rival, and he wants to test him further in the upcoming speed gun test. The next day, with only 2 weeks until the test, Haruki tells Nade that if Sharon doesn't pass, his advancement will be in jeopardy. The speed gun test involves using active magic to hit targets and earn points. While attacking isn't required, the key is to hit targets quickly and accurately, and the test can be completed using support or healing magic. However, the targets are divided into different stages, each progressively more difficult. Sharon is hesitant to participate in the test since he doesn't have active magic. But Professor Oliver, his head teacher, insists that he take part, recognizing his improvements in his studies. She reminds him that his specialization in photonization theory is a key asset. Photonization theory is the foundation of teleportation magic. It's a passive magic that turns one's body into photons, allowing instantaneous movement. Professor Oliver gives Sharon a book on photonization theory, encouraging him to study it and deepen his understanding of the concepts. The book is self-explanatory, and Oliver explains that the ivory tower predicts that photon-based technologies will revolutionize communication. While the application of this theory is still under active research, Oliver believes that with enough study, this field could flourish by the time Sharon graduates. She tells him that it's a fun and exciting area to explore, but admits that Sharon still isn't fully proficient in it yet. The Class 5 students are gathered at Practical Training Ground 3, engaging in the essential motions of magic action. These series of movements are meant to channel the magic from the spirit zone, not directly from the hands. The visible manifestation of photons coming from their hands helps guide the spell, a concept that Sharon reflects on, remarking that practicing with photons is far from easy. As the students continue their training, Professor Romy, dressed in her distinctive bishop clothes, approaches. She has just finished her own training and is now about to address the class to ensure their practice session is both productive and effective. One of the students quietly mentions that Professor Romy is a bishop of the esteemed Karsus Order, a religious group known for guarding the 12 holy relics of the world. Being one of the 12 bishops gives Romy a high status, and her great intellect earned her the title of Jonah, granted by the king. With her remarkable reputation and authority, the students show great respect as the training begins in earnest. The practical training is designed to help each class prepare for their upcoming tests, with a focus on strengthening their omnipotence. Miss Samuel, a senior class instructor, will guide them through this crucial preparation. She begins by teaching the students incantations, magical words used to amplify one's magic. The first incantation demonstrated is the tornado spell, and she instructs them to master both the spell and the art of enchanting it. As she recites the incantation, she speaks of the profound connection between the heavens, eternity, and the spirit, explaining that the power of the conjurer is contained in their words. The students follow her, absorbing the lesson on how words give strength to magic. Samuel emphasizes the importance of understanding the will behind the words, as this principle is fundamental to incantations. She demonstrates the ultrasonic spell and then concludes the class. Sharon, deep in thought, reflects on the seniors who have reached level 10, unofficially recognized as mages. He wonders about Professor Romy's power, given that she is at level 6, and imagines how formidable her magic must be. Afterward, Professor Romy takes over the lesson, introducing the technique of sequencing. This method involves counting numbers in order to focus and strengthen one's omnipotence. She explains that numbers are symbols representing various phases of thought, making them ideal for aligning with the spirit zone. To demonstrate, Romy begins counting from 1 to 100. As she counts, the students can see her spirit zone grow larger and more potent. The technique works by meditating on the numbers, increasing the size and strength of the spirit zone as the counting accelerates. The faster they count, the more powerful and precise their spirit zone becomes, enhancing their magical abilities across the board. However, Sharon remains skeptical. He feels that sequencing is limited by willpower and doubts its effectiveness in the long run. He wonders if this technique alone will truly help him advance. Romy, noticing the students' uncertainty, reminds them that the foundation for strengthening their spirit zone lies in discipline and maintaining a sober, focused mentality. With that, she encourages them to practice with the fire proton technique, urging them to apply both their physical and mental efforts to enhance their magic. The students are surprised as they watch Sharon perform the fire proton with incredible speed and precision. His proficiency in defense magic is already well known, but now, using active magic at such a rapid pace, he demonstrates remarkable improvement. Professor Romy, observing his performance, notes that the sequencing spell is clearly benefiting him. She asks if he can try using the technique in the image zone and encourages him to call up the target once he's ready to continue. Focused and determined, Shirone decides to integrate sequencing into his practice. As he begins, the first proton breaks through the target with ease, and his classmates are in awe as they witness the targets explode upon his aim. Each strike seems almost like a direct invocation, with Shirone launching a series of proton shots in rapid succession. The power and speed remind Professor Romy of the modularity techniques used in information magic, where things are broken down and executed with precision. It's clear that Shirone has learned much from the Pathless Bridge and has made substantial progress in his abilities. As Shirone continues his practice, he reflects on how far he's come. He struggled to perform certain types of magic in the past, but now, after learning the sequencing technique, he has earned an impressive score of 342 points. His first attempt had been a low score, but with continued practice, he grows more confident. Iruki, observing Shirone's progress, remarks that Shirone had earned a low score initially, but with time and dedication, he will surpass his own expectations. Seeing Shirone's performance, Iruki also asks Professor Romy if he can try out the technique himself. Romy, knowing his capabilities, agrees but warns him not to break anything. Iruki begins using the schism technique, a method for speed gun practice, which requires him to move swiftly and hit targets based only on visual cues, not by feeling. As Iruki moves faster and faster, it's clear that he will easily surpass his previous score without issue. In his mind, he considers Shirone to be in trouble, especially as he watches Iruki's movements grow increasingly faster and more fluid. Shirone, watching closely, is impressed by Iruki's speed. He can see the calculation and precision in Iruki's eyes as he tracks each target, mentally calculating their equations of motion. Shirone can hardly believe that Iruki is able to perform such feats with a schismed spirit zone. Intrigued, Shirone turns to Nade and asks if Iruki is really using the sequencing skill. Nod replies that while Shirone counts in hundreds or thousands, Iruki is counting in the millions, which is a completely different level of skill. Professor Romy and the other students are equally impressed by Iruki's performance. They hadn't realized how powerful he is with his schismed spirit zone, and they commend him for his skill. Shirone, still in awe, adds that the way Iruki uses modularity in his technique is impressive, a level of thought that goes beyond what most students would attempt. Iruki, sensing Shirone's curiosity, asks if he wants to learn how he's able to count in the millions to achieve such remarkable results. Shirone, however, responds that since Iruki considers him a rival, there's no need to ask. Iruki then shares his method. He uses logarithms to decrease the units in his count. This allows him to sense incredibly high units of numbers, making the sequencing process much more complex and precise. Iruki explains that while sequencing is useful for simple counting, applying logarithms makes the technique far more sophisticated. Finally, Iruki warns Shirone not to try to compete with him in the upcoming test. Despite Shirone's impressive insight and abilities, Iruki confidently declares that no matter how hard Shirone tries, he will fail to keep up with the complex calculations that Iruki can perform with ease. The students are eagerly watching the speed gun test, where the rules are clear. Participants must hit as many targets as possible within a 1-minute time limit. The number of targets increases with each level, and the speed at which they move also escalates. However, there's a crucial condition. If a participant fails to hit a target, no further targets will appear, and this will harm their score. As the levels advance, it becomes more difficult to keep up with the pace, and the pressure mounts. Shirone, having practiced tirelessly, is focused on his performance. He calculates that to score well, he'll need to complete level 30 in 1 minute, meaning he must hit each target within 2 seconds. His classmates can see how determined he is. Shirone is firing rapidly, his concentration unwavering. Within a week of practice, he manages to raise his score by 200 points, achieving 567 points at level 25. His shots are quick and precise, and he's now better at linking his shots together. His spirit zone, which has grown smaller and faster, gives him the agility he needs to maintain this incredible pace. As it's now Iruki's turn, he steps up to the challenge with the same focused determination. Iruki's performance is similarly impressive. He hits every target with precision and finishes with 568 points, just 1 point higher than Shirone's score. The students begin discussing the two competitors. While Shirone's score is remarkable, they note that the 1-point difference between the two seems like more than just coincidence. Shirone's steady improvement suggests he's on the verge of surpassing Iruki. It's clear that Iruki and Shirone are closely matched, and the competition between them is heating up. Over the following days, the 1-point difference remains constant. For 3 consecutive days, Iruki scores just 1 point higher than Shirone, indicating a pattern. The students start to realize that the 1-point difference isn't random. It's a signal that Shirone is catching up to Iruki's level of mastery. It takes precise calculations and an immense amount of focus for Shirone to edge just 1 point ahead of Iruki. Iruki, confident in his own abilities, tells Shirone that he doesn't need to try his best to beat him. It's practically a walk in the park for him. Iruki is aware that he'll likely win the next test, but even so, he can't help but be impressed by how quickly Shirone managed to score 600 points in just 1 week. It's a feat that's left many of their classmates in awe. Nate, who's torn between supporting both Shirone and Iruki, watches the competition with great interest. He's excited to see who will break the record score. However, Shirone remains unaware that his girlfriend, Amy, holds the highest score of 9 to 87 points, a score that he couldn't even imagine achieving. Meanwhile, Serial, noticing her friend Amy's appearance, expresses concern over how Amy has become nothing but skin and bones. She questions if the senior class is that difficult, but Amy assures her that it's not the difficulty of the class that wears her down. It's the constant pressure and scrutiny. She explains that just achieving a good score doesn't guarantee success, and it feels as though every single action she takes is being graded. When Amy brings up Shirone, Serial becomes frustrated, wondering why Amy doesn't understand what Shirone is going through. Amy explains that she can relate to Shirone's struggles, because she went through the same thing when she was in Class 5. She reveals that Iruki is probably trying to provoke Shirone in the same way he did to her. Iruki pretends not to understand people's emotions. He knows exactly how to use them to his advantage. And Amy tells Serial that Shirone doesn't need Iruki's help. He'll figure things out on his own. Despite the tension between the students, Shirone continues to impress. In one of the tests, he scores 700 points, leaving everyone shocked. The students are left wondering if they're in Class 5 or if something extraordinary is happening. They didn't believe it was possible to achieve such a score without reaching level 11, yet Shirone has done the unthinkable. His classmates can't help but marvel at his improvement. Iruki congratulates Shirone, acknowledging that 700 points is nothing to sneeze at. However, Serial is worried that Amy is not taking any action regarding Shirone's growing skill. Amy, who holds the speed record herself, seems to be observing quietly, knowing that Shirone's abilities are developing at an astonishing rate. She can predict whether Shirone will win or not based on his growth. Despite this, Iruki maintains his 1-point lead, scoring 701 points, which leaves the students wondering how far Iruki can go with his secure position. As the competition intensifies, Shirone knows in his heart that beating Iruki in this particular test will be a challenge. He realizes he might not win this time. With only 3 days left before the Class 5 students' speed gun test, Shirone feels the pressure mounting. The short amount of time seems insufficient to figure out how to surpass Iruki's score, and he briefly considers giving up. However, Shirone recalls Iruki's earlier words. Don't lecture about the value of life if he does not have the skills to back it up. Those theories are meaningless if he has nothing to show for them. This reminder strikes a chord within him. Shirone realizes that in the school of nobility, without skill to back his convictions, no one will take him seriously. Iruki's harsh truth that no one listens to the weak resonates deeply, and Shirone knows that if he wants to stand a chance against Iruki, he must find a way to surpass his score. As Shirone reflects on his past practice sessions, he realizes that numbers are not just for counting. Each step of progress means something deeper. With renewed determination, he throws himself into his practice, honing his skills with each passing day, understanding the importance of focus and precision. He finally begins to see progress, a shift in his approach that he hadn't fully grasped before. On the day of the test, the integrated training grounds are filled with spectators eager to witness the competition. Whispers fill the air as everyone debates who will win between Shirone and Iruki. Group 20, which includes both of them, steps up to perform. They are each given 1 minute to show their abilities, and Professor Romy reminds them that many eyes are watching and hopes for fair competition. The test begins, and both Shirone and Iruki are impressive, hitting targets with precision. Iruki's spirit zone becomes even smaller, intensifying the competition. But Shirone's performance stands out. His score rises steadily, surpassing Iruki's by a significant margin. The audience is surprised by Shirone's sudden increase in performance. They begin to wonder if Iruki is pretending to lose, possibly planning a dramatic comeback. But Shirone leads, showing no signs of slowing down. As the test progresses, the gap between their scores continues to widen. Iruki watches, clearly surprised by Shirone's unexpected surge in performance. Shirone, focused and determined, keeps his attention on the task at hand, trusting in the practice and insight he gained over the past few days. The new approach he adopted had become second nature, and his confidence grows with each target he hits. Iruki, although skilled, is left to ponder what has caused Shirone's remarkable improvement. Shirone, however, knows that the progress he's made is the result of focused effort and a deeper understanding of his abilities. As the game progresses, Shirone's strategy becomes clearer to the onlookers. He begins to bundle the numbers as they appear, calculating each target's trajectory with a sharp focus. This action does not go unnoticed by Professor Romy, who observes that Shirone's concentration has been pushed to its limits. She realizes that he is consciously counting to the maximum possible within the short span of the test, and this intense concentration is key to his strategy. Shirone himself knows that if he loses track of even a single number, the whole sequence could collapse. Every second counts, and he cannot afford even the slightest lapse in focus. The gap between Iruki and Shirone grows wider, and Shirone's classmates cheer him on, adding to the atmosphere of pressure. It feels like psychological doping as Shirone's mind and calculations push him to the extreme. He knows it's all or nothing now. Meanwhile, Iruki, aware of the immense pressure mounting on Shirone, acknowledges in his mind that both of them are pushing their limits. But Shirone's approach feels like an entirely different kind of gamble, one that could change everything. Iruki's rhythm explodes, his concentration sharpening to match Shirone's, but it's evident that Shirone's score is skyrocketing faster than anyone anticipated. Nade, watching the competition closely, comments that Shirone hasn't slowed down at all, while Iruki's pace seems to have taken a different turn. As Iruki's score rises, something remarkable happens. His spirit zone splits, creating two distinct zones of concentration. Professor Romy is astonished, as she's never witnessed a student display such an ability in the mental division of the schism. The double spirit zone is an extraordinary and extremely rare ability, even for a savant. Iruki, still maintaining his calm, begins to calculate within each of the two spirit zones, using logarithms to break down the complex equations in real time. Romy is stunned, realizing that Iruki has been hiding this potential the entire time. The ability to split his focus into two independent zones, each performing calculations simultaneously, is a feat beyond what most students in the School of Magic could even dream of. Watching their performance, it becomes clear who the winners are. However, Shirone, despite his incredible effort, knows deep down that he's simply outmatched on this day. He's given everything he has, yet he can't match the power that Iruki brings to the table. As his score begins to falter, Shirone, feeling the weight of his limits, thinks to himself that it's over. Despite transcending the numbers in his mind, pushing himself beyond what he thought possible, he still falls short of Iruki's calculations. As Shirone's light begins to flicker, growing dimmer, Iruki's thoughts shift. He recognizes that Shirone has pushed himself faster than he ever imagined, yet Iruki knows that his calculating power will always win. With just a second remaining in the test, Iruki calculates the final sequence of numbers, a move that feels slow to him but is lightning fast to everyone else. As the test comes to a close, Shirone feels an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. His body is drained, but as Serial approaches him, she notices something surprising. Shirone has actually won the test. His final score is higher than Iruki's, setting a new record. His classmates gather around him, congratulating him for breaking the record and surpassing even Iruki's performance. Iruki, however, stands up from his position and walks toward Shirone, a slight smirk on his face. He points out that Shirone's use of his magic might have broken the rules. Specifically, he claims that Shirone's area of effect, which involves firing photons, is not allowed in the speed gun test. Shirone, still trying to process the weight of his victory, thinks that his light display at the end of the test is the cause of Iruki's comment, brushing it off as a boring reaction to his success. Iruki, however, chuckles and clarifies that he is merely kidding. He reassures Shirone that firing photons isn't considered area of effect magic, a move that surprises Shirone. Despite the tension, Iruki extends his hand, congratulating Shirone for winning the test. The students who have gathered around are taken aback, as it is rare for Iruki to accept defeat so gracefully. Feeling the weight of the moment, Shirone, still processing the recent events, asks Iruki if he remembers what he had said about the value of life being more important than research. Iruki acknowledges the point, admitting that Shirone has been correct in his observation. However, Shirone misunderstands Iruki's philosophy. Iruki explains that an explosion, such as the energy Shirone used, wasn't inherently violent. He clarifies that for an explosion to be harmful, it would need to be driven by the intent to cause destruction. Shirone, however, maintains his belief that it is the people who manipulate the energy and that any kind of explosion, regardless of intent, is dangerous. Iruki nods thoughtfully and responds, acknowledging Shirone's perspective. He goes further, stating that those who wield such power have a responsibility, and from this moment on, he needs Shirone to take responsibility for him. An explosion is more than just an uncontrollable burst of energy. If one could master it, a single blast could provide enough energy for 10,000 people to live off of. Iruki believes that such power would mark the dawn of a new era. In this new world, there would be no more fighting over limited resources, a concept that doesn't seem to affect him deeply, yet he is determined to see it happen. Shirone, still trying to make sense of the situation, wonders if there has been a misunderstanding. However, Iruki reveals that his words were merely a test to see how Shirone would react. He wanted to determine if Shirone would be the type to exploit such power, or if he would understand its dangers and fear it. Shirone begins to realize that Iruki is not as confident as he appears. The fear he sees in Iruki's eyes is not fabricated. It is genuine, reflecting a deeper anxiety about becoming an uncontrollable force. Through their confrontation, Iruki acknowledges that Shirone's victory proves his will to be true. He admits that Shirone is now the only one capable of stopping him. Shirone, however, asserts that unless Iruki takes responsibility for his actions, he won't leave the training ground. This statement surprises their colleagues, who had suspected that Shirone had been holding back all along, afraid of his own power. Shirone, though, is unsure of his own stance. He questions whether he is a realist or an idealist, feeling uncertain about his role in this situation. Despite this inner conflict, he realizes something crucial from his interaction with Iruki. The fear in Iruki's eyes is not part of some strategy or ploy, it is real. Later, Professor Romi approaches Shirone, urgently calling him away. She is concerned, questioning whether Shirone understands the gravity of what he has done. She warns him that entering the realm of power he has touched could lead to him losing himself. Shirone agrees with Professor Romi, acknowledging that he didn't fully understand the dangers of the path he has walked. She explains that the realm he has entered is beyond comprehension. It is the realm of infinity, a space where numbers do not apply. Mages call it the immortal function, while monks refer to it as nirvana. It is a state that a human can reach, but once they venture into infinity, they risk becoming nothing nil. This void, which Professor Romi refers to as the Great Void, is pulling Shirone in, threatening to swallow him. That night, Shirone wakes up from the same unsettling dream he has been experiencing every night. The dream is a stark, pure black emptiness, and each time it feels as though he is being drawn into it until he sees a string of light. The sensations he has been feeling are becoming increasingly strange, as though something beyond his control is affecting him. Seeking answers, Shirone approaches Professor Romi, who reassures him that there is nothing physically wrong with his body. However, Shirone can't shake the feeling that something is happening to him on a deeper, more mysterious level. He feels as though a ghost has possessed him. Despite Romi's reassurances, the experience leaves him deeply unsettled. Sharon soon gathers Nade and Iruki to discuss the strange occurrences. With a serious expression, he recounts the details of his recurring dream, the sense of being pulled into a vast black void, and the faint glimmer of a string of light at the end. Iruki, ever the skeptic, explains that the scale, speed, and form of the place Sharon describes are beyond anything that can be observed in their world. He suggests that such a phenomenon is more in line with outer space, as he has read about it in books. Nade, as an investigator for the Paranormal Science Club, shares a chilling historical account. About 200 years ago, a spiritual electrolysis experiment had been conducted on a criminal who had been sentenced to death. The experiment aimed to test if the human soul could be manipulated using electricity. The criminal was placed in a metal box, and electricity was continuously run through it. The experiment, though inhumane, was halted quickly, but the man in the box survived and regained consciousness a month later. He began speaking of places he had never visited or even heard of, describing foreign lands outside their world in detail, places that were later verified to be true. Intrigued, Sharon begins to piece together the possibility that, if his soul has indeed been broken down and ionized during the experiment, it could have turned into an electromagnetic force, attracting information from the world into his soul. The strange sensation he has experienced, Nade explains, could be a form of supersight, a heightened awareness that allows someone to perceive things beyond the normal limits of human senses. Iruki tells Nade that if the soul is electrically ionized, it could lead to a quantum phenomenon, enabling transcendence of time and space. This phenomenon operates at a scale smaller than electrons, a world that cannot be measured and observed at the same time, one defined purely by probability. They hypothesize that if the soul is lighter than an electron, the correlation between time and space would break down, creating an entirely new realm of existence. Sharon, taking in their analysis, acknowledges their hard work, but also realizes that their ideas are still just a hypothesis. For this theory to go any further, they need more concrete information. Iruki then mentions something peculiar about Sharon's protons during the speed gun test. He notes that Sharon's nightmares started immediately after that test, suggesting that the event may have triggered something in his body. Iruki explains that the immortal function, a concept revered by mathematicians, is akin to a holy grail. It holds the key to everything they are discussing, and Sharon's experiences might be connected to it. After his conversation with Iruki and Nade, Sharon decides to formally join the Paranormal Science Club, intrigued by the potential of discovering more about the immortal function and its implications. Nade is thrilled by Sharon's decision, eager to explore this new frontier with him. They officially reinstate the club, ready to delve into the mysteries of the universe. However, Iruki expresses concern that the professors may not approve of Sharon joining the club. Their club has a notorious reputation within the school, and the professors are wary of its activities. Despite these concerns, they decide to celebrate Sharon's membership. Against Nade's wishes, Sharon's application is discovered by the professor they most hope to avoid. The professor sees the potential for further research into the immortal function, or nirvana, a mystical concept that lies beyond the understanding of humanity's finite experience. Only those who have encountered it firsthand can truly sense its presence. Professor Thad reviews the club membership lists, knowing it's that time of year again when students flock to form clubs, only to dissolve them after a performance assessment. As he skims through the new admissions, his eyes land on Sharon Arian's name in the Paranormal Science Club. The club, notorious for its unpredictable nature, catches his attention. Meanwhile, Professor Oliver confides in Professor Romy about Sharon's decision to join the club. She's well aware of the club's troubled history, with past incidents that left a lasting impression on the school. The constant influx of complaints from concerned parents continues to weigh heavily on her, making her nervous about Sharon's involvement. Oliver worries that Sharon, a rising star in the school, should focus on his studies and not get entangled in the chaos the Paranormal Science Club might bring. Professor Romy, however, reassures her colleague. She acknowledges the club's tumultuous past, but believes it will be different this time. Nade West, the club's president, is a harmless and well-liked student with a strong, dependable circle of friends. Moreover, the most problematic members have already graduated, leaving the club in capable hands. Romy points out that Gald Mikea, the current head of the Mages Association of Tormia, was once a member of the club, which further solidifies her confidence in its future. With these experienced students at the helm, Romy believes the club will steer itself in the right direction and operate on mutual respect and merit. At the Paranormal Science Club, Nade and Aruki are seen playing chess, ignoring their classwork. Shirone, clearly focused, urges them to go to class and continue researching how to make the club more effective. However, Nade and Aruki offer flimsy excuses, with Aruki admitting that he skipped classes. Despite their lightheartedness, Professor Oliver continues to worry about Shirone being in Aruki's class. She finds Aruki's awkwardness in Class 5 concerning, though she can't deny his abilities, especially after seeing how Shirone outperformed Aruki in the speed gun test. Professor Oliver remains deeply concerned about the influence of Shirone and Aruki, especially once the senior class graduates. She fears that if Shirone becomes entangled with a troublemaker like Aruki, he might follow a similar path, dragging the entire school into chaos. She envisions the school being swept away by their disruptive influence, with the Paranormal Science Club becoming a ticking time bomb. Nade West's magical experiments with electromagnetic energy impress Shirone, but Oliver's worries deepen when Nade shows him a book circulating among the shadier clubs. This book, filled with gossip and half-baked ideas, is passed around by students with too much free time and nothing better to do. The fact that the school does nothing to intervene only adds to her concern. Oliver considers the Paranormal Science Club a dangerous force, an immortal club with ties to dark magicians and students with far too much talent for their own good. She believes that when the brightest students in the school go astray, the consequences could be catastrophic, and with the club's ability to evade school monitoring, their mischief could spiral out of control. Despite these concerns, the Paranormal Science Club hasn't been dissolved, as it had lost its official status long ago. Now, with the brightest students pushing to bring it back, Oliver contemplates disbanding the club entirely before it's too late. Professor Romy listens patiently to Oliver's worries, but argues that the school's policy of non-interference in student clubs is crucial. These clubs, she says, are meant to cultivate student autonomy and responsibility. By allowing students to choose their paths, they learn the consequences of their decisions. Romy insists that if the adults take away the students' power to choose, they will forever fear making decisions for themselves. Oliver listens but remains unconvinced, explaining that her goal is to help gifted students like Shirone develop their talents without straying from the right path. Romy acknowledges Oliver's concerns and recognizes how much she cares for Shirone's future. She also realizes that Oliver's passion for guiding her students is something difficult to assess. In a moment of clarity, Romy apologizes for not sharing something important sooner. During the speed gun test, Shirone reached Nirvana. Oliver, shocked by this revelation, decides to take matters into her own hands and heads to the Paranormal Science Club with the intent to disband it before it's too late. Professor Oliver enters the Paranormal Science Club room where the students do not greet her, a behavior she's not surprised by. She is well aware that the clubs are autonomous organizations run entirely by the students, and it is customary for them to deliver their opinions through proper processes, even when faced with professors. As the students continue their debate, Nate addresses Oliver, apologizing for not greeting her formally. He explains that if she had given them prior notice of her visit, they would have welcomed her accordingly. She requests tea as a guest, but quickly moves to the point of her visit. She informs them that she wants them to return the club room to the school. Upon reviewing the club's documentation, she finds it difficult to justify allowing the club to continue. The Paranormal Science Club has failed to produce any significant work for over 4 years, and despite running for a semester without sufficient members, it still lacks proper funding. Oliver explains that according to school regulations, they must produce something within the next month or face disbandment. Nate pleads with her not to disband the club, arguing that it would be impossible for them to prove anything about paranormal science, as it is an inherently unverifiable field. He expresses that their club, the one which opposes the Society of Magic and embraces science and logic, is something they are not willing to give up. In response, Professor Oliver proposes an alternative solution. She suggests kicking Sarone out of the club. She points out that the concept of the immortal function is far too dangerous, particularly for young students like Sarone, as it goes beyond the scope of their school and could have catastrophic consequences if mishandled. She explains the concept of overflow, a dangerous phenomenon where the mind cannot handle the sudden awakening of extraordinary abilities. Overflow is like a dam breaking under too much pressure, leading to a mental breakdown. This condition is widely known as the genius disease, and those who suffer from it miss the critical time for intervention, ultimately living lives of pain and madness. Sarone, though not present at the moment, listens intently as Oliver explains. He realizes that the nightmares he's been having might be a result of the overflow, a symptom of his growing abilities. Professor Oliver stresses that the safest course of action for Sarone is to take the minimum number of classes while undergoing intensive psychological treatment. Professor Oliver, determined to ensure Sarone's safety, declares that she will personally oversee the process to prevent any lingering effects from the overflow. Nade, the club president, vehemently disagrees with her approach, arguing that Sarone should be allowed to make his own decisions. He and Haruki expressed their concerns that Oliver's pressure on Sarone is too much, and Nade even suggests that Oliver might have some personal attachment to Sarone. Oliver, however, dismisses this suggestion, asserting that it's not an issue. The argument intensifies as Oliver tells them that black and white logic won't work with her and demands that they accept the reality of the situation. Haruki, however, tries to counter her by arguing that if Sarone cannot withstand the overflow, he won't die, prompting Oliver to respond with an icy remark, implying that Haruki, who has experienced overflow himself, should understand the severity of the situation. Haruki, undeterred, tells Oliver to trust Sarone's own process, claiming that her concerns are overreaching and perhaps even obsessive. At that moment, Sarone himself intervenes, saying that it is something he needs to decide for himself. He confesses that he too is scared of losing his mind, but even more afraid that the nightmares will end. If they do, he worries he won't be able to uncover the hidden secrets within himself. For him, it has become a challenge to discover the truth, and he feels that overcoming the overflow might be the key to unlocking his potential. His words calm the situation, and after a moment's thought, Professor Oliver acknowledges Sarone's decision. Respecting his wish, she decides not to force him out of the club and agrees to revert to Plan A. They must come up with some concrete results within the month to avoid the club's disbandment. The pressure is on, and Nade expresses his concern about the club's lack of tangible output. The Paranormal Science Club has never done a proper presentation, and the challenge now is how they can prove the existence of a soul or any paranormal phenomena in such a short time. As the tension eases slightly, Nade, Haruki, and Sarone observe Professor Oliver leaving the club room, impeccably dressed. Nade, suspicious of her intentions, decides to follow her and dig up something about her, hoping to find leverage that could help them stop her from shutting down their club. Haruki, however, stops him, pointing out that trying to confront or undermine a level 6 mage is impossible without the proper tools, such as their invisibility cloak. Haruki then instructs Sarone to stay with Nade, retrieve the cloak, and stay low while tailing Professor Oliver. He warns Sarone to keep his distance and avoid drawing attention. The goal is to gather information that could potentially save their club. Sarone, however, is irritated by this course of action, feeling frustrated by the lack of passion for studying that his friends seem to have. Haruki reassures him that they are simply trying to protect their club, adding that they have been close to getting caught multiple times already. Professor Oliver is later seen entering the commoners area, prompting Nade and Haruki to follow her, now hidden beneath their invisibility cloak. The cloak, a creation of Nade's magic engineering, uses electromagnetic magic to render its wearer invisible. While it is less effective and durable than the cloaks available on the market, it performs just as well in terms of its core function: invisibility. As the Paranormal Science Club members continue to follow Professor Oliver, they grow increasingly suspicious of her actions. They believe something is definitely amiss. Her behavior appears overly cautious, and they start suspecting she might be involved in something illicit, possibly even selling goods on the black market. Their suspicions are further fueled when they see her hugging someone from behind, leading them to think that it could be her secret commoner boyfriend. The idea of a forbidden love story, one that goes against family expectations, captures their imagination, and they grow more determined to uncover the truth. The group stealthily makes its way through the building, descending into the basement, then ascending to the first and second floors, all while using their schism magic to check the hallway and ensure they aren't caught. Tironi, frustrated by the entire situation, wonders why his friends use their extraordinary abilities and intellect for everything except studying. He suggests that they should head back, but his friends are relentless, and they overhear a conversation between Professor Oliver and the man they now believe is her lover. As the conversation progresses, they realize that the man is married, which only deepens their suspicion. Haruki, always ready to act impulsively, insists that they now have enough information to blackmail Professor Oliver. However, Nade, feeling the weight of what they are doing, decides to stop the scheme. Against his better judgment, he forces open the door to the room where Oliver is conversing with the man, only to discover that Professor Oliver is alone. Caught red-handed, Professor Oliver screams at them, demanding to know why they've intruded on her privacy and what they were doing in her room. The club members immediately kneel in submission, embarrassed and uncertain of how to explain their actions. They awkwardly blurt out that they thought she was having an affair. Haruki, not wanting to take all the blame, points at Nade, claiming that the whole situation was Nade's idea. He also sarcastically adds that the invisible cloak, which they used to follow her, belongs to Nade. Meanwhile, Shironi looks on in frustration, recognizing that none of this is about the pursuit of knowledge or studying, but rather just more foolishness. As the tension builds, Armin, who seems to have appeared out of nowhere, steps in to fix the broken door and speaks up. He tells Professor Oliver that it seems like the students followed her out of concern, not malice. Professor Oliver, still visibly upset, acknowledges that while she may be to blame for being followed, they cannot just barge into another person's house uninvited. Armin, with a calm demeanor, suggests that perhaps they felt justified in doing so because Oliver was there to welcome them. Shirone, curious and somewhat bewildered by the situation, asks who Armin is and why Professor Oliver is so secretive about meeting him. Oliver, her demeanor softening slightly, reveals that Armin is someone she went to the same magical school with when they were younger. Haruki, ever inquisitive, asks if Armin is a mage and inquires about what happened to his eyes. The atmosphere shifts as Professor Oliver reveals a painful and personal story. She explains that Armin lost his eyes because of her. She also admits that she herself experienced overflow when she was young. And in that moment of crisis, she was trapped within her own will, feeling utterly powerless. All she could do was run. As Armin and Professor Oliver's conversation deepens, Armin recounts a pivotal moment from their past. He tells the group not to focus on the overflow, but instead to move forward, emphasizing that sometimes it's not about avoiding danger, but enduring it. He recalls a time when he and Oliver were in a perilous situation, with too much water rushing downstream. In that life-threatening moment, Oliver had jumped, and Armin had followed, determined to hold on and ensure they both survived. He reassures them that if they make it to the river's end, they'll live. This memory seems to weigh heavily on both of them, a shared experience that shaped their bond. Armin, once a brilliant student on track to become a mage, had to give up his dream after he lost his sight at that moment. The tragedy led him to abandon his magical studies, but recently, he heard that Armin had found a new path as an artist, something Oliver is surprised to learn. It's clear that the impact of that moment has haunted Oliver for years, especially given how it tied into the overflow and Armin's loss. Haruki, understanding the implications of the overflow, asks if that's why Oliver has been so worried about it happening to Shironi. Her concern appears deeply rooted in the memory of Armin's own struggle. As the conversation continues, Armin serves them all tea and speaks with warmth about Sienna, Oliver's name in his eyes. He tells the students that Oliver cares for them more than anyone else, always talking about her students with a kind, protective affection. Nade, somewhat surprised, agrees, and adds that they too have a great respect for her, especially for the way she's always looking out for them. Meanwhile, Shironi is utterly fascinated by Armin's ability to paint despite being blind. Shirone is curious to understand how Armin can create such detailed works of art without his vision. Eruki, equally intrigued, speculates that Armin must be using his spirit zone, a heightened sense that allows a person to navigate the world through their magical and spiritual awareness, compensating for a loss of physical senses. Shirone, eager to learn more, asks Armin if he can truly see his paintings. Armin, with a calm smile, answers that he had been waiting for Shirone to ask that very question. Armin is waiting for Shirone to notice his abilities, especially the unique way he sees the world. As Shirone observes Armin's actions, he quickly recognizes that Armin is using a time magic called pause, a technique that allows him to stop or alter his perception of time. The students are in awe as they realize they are standing in front of a time mage who has mastered the art to such a degree that he can move at the speed of light. This revelation shakes them, making it clear that Armin is no ordinary mage. Armin admits that he has been nervous, fearing that no one would notice his powers or understand what he has become. He explains that Shirone's eyes, like his own, are not just normal eyes, they are attuned to the light itself. While Shirone's eyes might normally take in light and process it as visual information, Armin's eyes allow him to perceive the light in its raw form. When Armin first sees Shirone, he knows they share an extraordinary experience. They have both opened the door to infinity, a concept known only to a few. Armin goes on to explain that those who open this door are called unlockers. The moment the door is opened, the mind begins to leak out into the infinite expanse of space and time, creating an overwhelming sense of power and liberation. However, the experience also comes with immense danger. The mind of an unlocker is at risk of disintegrating if they push beyond their limits. Armin reassures Shirone that as long as he doesn't push himself too hard, his mind won't be lost to the vastness. Shirone, troubled by the continuous visions he experiences through his supersight, expresses his fear. He is terrified of losing his mind due to the overwhelming power of the universe he sees in his dreams. Armin smiles slightly and tells Shirone that this is a natural consequence of reaching the realm of infinity. He explains that magic has begun to love Shirone. His condition is not unusual for someone who has reached the infinite and is now seeing the universe itself. Most who come into contact with such boundless space feel an overwhelming fear. However, Armin explains that this fear is not something to avoid. It is a necessary catalyst that can lead to enlightenment. Armin then shares the deeper implications of being an unlocker. Most unlockers gain omnipotence of space, the power to manipulate scale magic on an unimaginable level, an ability to control and shape space itself. However, it seems that Shirone's fear is not about the infinite space, but something completely different, something that has yet to be fully revealed. He reassures Shirone not to be afraid because the magic is already within him. It will take time, maybe even a lifetime, to fully understand it. But that is part of the journey. Armin speculates that the visions Shirone experiences, particularly the string of light he has seen in his dreams, could be linked to the gauge symmetry, a concept in physics that represents the perfect symmetry of the universe. A symmetry scholars believe is woven into the very fabric of existence. They believe the universe is mathematically perfect, governed by immutable laws and the constant speed of light. But Armin's words take a dark turn as he reveals that further research has shown the symmetry is not perfect after all. It has been broken, and that broken symmetry reminds Shirone of a conversation he had with Eruki about the micro-world, the world of probabilities and quantum mechanics. In this broken symmetry, the universe they inhabit is no longer perfect or calculable by traditional means. The laws of physics are not absolute, and the boundaries of what can be understood are continuously shifting. Armin tells Shirone that his condition is still an unharmed being, and while it remains a mystery, he believes Shirone will eventually discover what it truly is. Shirone, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanks Armin deeply, expressing how fortunate he feels to have met him, especially after following Professor Oliver for so long. Armin's face softens slightly before he asks Shirone to look after Sienna. He mentions that she is more tender than she lets on, and that despite her strong exterior, she carries guilt over what happened to him. Armin explains that he doesn't want Sienna to feel as if she owes him anything. He feels that keeping his magical abilities a secret from her is the best way to ensure she can live her own life. free from the burden of his past. After all, he is married and he doesn't want her to feel any sense of responsibility for him. Sharone, curious, asks why Armin keeps his magic a secret. Armin's response is gentle but firm. Sienna worries about him because of the accident that caused him to lose his sight. However, Armin insists that nothing will bring his sight back, and it's better for her not to feel indebted to him. He pleads with Sharone to keep this secret, reinforcing the importance of protecting Sienna's sense of independence. As Armin finishes his painting, he hands it over to Sienna and then steps out for some shopping. When he returns, he invites her to stay for dinner, an invitation that feels both warm and bittersweet in the quiet of the evening. Later, Armin's wife approaches him with an urgent report. They need to leave Kreis for Kelvoka in 15 days, as trouble is likely to arise on the journey. However, she assures him that it won't be a problem for him, calling him the Bright Eyes, a title that seems to carry both respect and an underlying understanding of his abilities. Armin nods, acknowledging the weight of the contract he must fulfill, though he remains focused and unmoved by the situation. He tells her not to waste any more time discussing it. But before he can leave, his wife warns him not to tell Sienna about their plans. Her safety and the lives of those he cares about are at stake. Meanwhile, back at Professor Oliver's place, she's decided to let Sarone, Nade, and Aruki stay for a meal, acknowledging the mess they caused earlier in the day. The trio, eager to avoid any punishment for their actions, hopes to cheer up their professor. As the night goes on, Professor Oliver drinks and drinks, ordering more as the hours pass. 2 hours earlier, before Professor Oliver gets drunk, she's eating and drinking, and the students are worried, though they recognize that it's typical for her. They've come up with a solid plan to find her weakness when she's intoxicated, hoping it will help them get out of the mess they've created. Professor Oliver is so drunk that she starts talking nonsense, telling Aruki and Sarone that they have great talent, but wondering why they slack off on their schoolwork. She points out that there are people with talent who still can't fulfill their dreams. After saying this, she falls asleep, exhausted at the table. Sarone and the others decide to wake her up, since they haven't yet paid for the food they ordered. Some people suggest to Sarone that they should take Professor Oliver home in a carriage, clearly thinking she's too drunk to be left alone. Sarone doesn't allow the man to touch their professor, and the man yells at him, telling him to go home since students shouldn't be out so late. He also threatens to get them all expelled, claiming he can easily make it happen. Sarone, however, doesn't back down and gives the man 2 choices. He then reveals that he's from Althea's School of Magic, which shocks everyone. Aruki discreetly steals the man's wallet, revealing that he is a civil servant in Douglas Silvercreas's administrative office. Aruki then tells the man that if he wants to get them expelled, he should go talk to Aruki Mercadine. After all, Aruki will hear him out. The name Mercadine holds weight, as it belongs to a first-class noble family that has been in charge of Dragonbolt, the king's advisory body for 3 generations. The 3 men, realizing who they're dealing with, flee from the scene. Nade, curious, asks Aruki why he mentioned his noble family. Since Aruki usually avoids talking about it, Aruki shrugs, explaining that he made an exception for these men who were trying to pull his strings. They then take a picture of Professor Oliver, hoping it will help prevent their club from getting shut down. Sarone, being the strongest, carries the professor on his back, while Aruki and Nade struggle to lift her. Aruki attempts to carry her but fails. Aruki then tells Sarone to use his schema and spirit zone if he can. He's sure that Sarone has the talent to do it. Aruki explains that Sarone will need to focus on himself, lose his eyes, and listen carefully to his instructions. Aruki leads Sarone into the process, guiding him to sense himself, take deep, slow breaths, and answer. But Sarone can't follow through, and Aruki stops him. He suggests that they stop the whole blackmail attempt, as Professor Oliver must have had a difficult and depressing day. Aruki adds that Professor Oliver didn't want them to go through the same pain she experienced. He explains that the club was passed on to him by its founder, and if it stops with him, it would somehow fall to Nade, the president. After much deliberation, they agree to stop their actions and let go of the mess they've caused. Just then, Professor Oliver wakes up in the middle of their argument. She listens to their conversation, then calmly concludes that she won't report to the school about what happened that day. She assures them that she won't have them punished. Professor Oliver decides to give the students 1 extra month to prove themselves. She emphasizes that if they truly care about the club, they must find a way to convince the school and achieve their goals. She suggests that perhaps they need to uncover a ghost or something similar to make their case. Nade, with unwavering confidence, states that they will prove the worth of their club, while Haruki points out that they'll have to use their brains for once. On their way back to the school, Shirone reflects on the professor's surprising ability to remain sharp despite being drunk. He wonders how she manages it, and the professor implies that a few drops of liquor are hardly enough to cloud the mind of a mage. Several days later, the day of the club presentation arrives. The students are shocked to see Shirone in the Paranormal Science Club, and the school's long-kept secret is on the verge of being exposed. The club, now consisting of Nade West, Haruki Mercadine, and Shirone Ariane, is set to reveal itself to the school. The students are deeply concerned when the Paranormal Science Club announces its intention to hold a presentation at school. With Shirone and Haruki in the group, rumors start circulating about whether the club is truly an academic one. 10 days earlier, Shirone, Nade, and Haruki spend all night brainstorming, trying to come up with a topic that will work for their presentation. Despite the effort, Shirone voices his concern that they can't reenact the incidents they want to present, as they are based on events that can't be easily replicated. 3 days have passed since making their deal with Professor Oliver, and Nade expresses his relief at having a proper chance to give a presentation and keep the club alive. However, they are still struggling with the dilemma of presenting something from the paranormal, an area that is difficult to demonstrate tangibly. This causes frustration within the group, especially Nade, who realizes that they can't simply fool the mages. Desperate for a breakthrough, Nade decides to seek out Professor Oliver again for help. Meanwhile, Shirone has an idea. Instead of trying to show evidence to make people believe, they can focus on drawing out the belief from the audience itself. Haruki supports this notion, advising Shirone not to prove the existence of the paranormal to others, but rather to make them believe in it, and then prove it afterward. Thinking outside the box is Shirone's forte, but the problem is if they present something that seems too unrealistic, even believers will become skeptical. Shirone's idea is to use lightning shadow in quick succession, creating a visual effect that will resemble a moving picture if done correctly, 24 times per second. This will give the illusion of smooth movement, but there is still the issue of how to make it believable. As the group works on the problem, Nade, the president, hasn't slept for 3 days, consumed by the challenge. They begin brainstorming ways to create a compelling presentation, including using a machine to produce a moving hologram. However, they realize that a machine-based approach won't be convincing unless it can react to the viewer. Shirone points out that the real key to convincing the audience is to make eye contact with the ghost they are trying to present. Haruki proposes a solution based on complex systems theory. By predicting people's reactions and analyzing behavioral patterns, they can design a program using Shirone's daily routines to generate an illusion. The idea is to place a ghost on the left side of the viewer's line of sight, where they will naturally turn to the right most of the time. While Haruki believes this approach is possible, he also acknowledges that it will require vast amounts of data and storage to pull off. Shirone isn't sure if his electric energy can handle the immense data transfer required for the project, but Nade suggests using fire photons, a cutting-edge technology that the Ivory Tower has been researching. These fire photons, Nade believes, will revolutionize communication, and they can use them to create multiple ghosts. However, Haruki isn't convinced that a few ghosts will be enough to convince the audience. In a stroke of inspiration, Shirone thinks of using mind tricks to enhance their presentation. This idea seems like a great solution to the problem they are facing. As the group prepares for the presentation, Haruki works on developing the hologram program, while Shirone focuses on preparing the fire photons. Haruki calculates that the amount of photons needed for data transfer will cost 3 times the amount of his current projections, and he will need to maintain the program for at least 10 minutes to make it effective. 10 days later, Haruki spends the entire day writing behavior pattern equations, while Shirone dedicates his time to practicing with fire photons. As the presentation day approaches, anticipation grows across the school, especially since half of the student body is expected to attend. There's a sense of intrigue surrounding the Paranormal Science Club's presentation, as many believe it won't be boring due to the involvement of Eruki and Shirone. Professor Oliver reports to Thad that if the presentation is successful, the club will be allowed to continue. However, if it fails, the club room will be returned to the school as originally planned. Despite the pressure, Eruki, being a savant, and Shirone, with his experience in defeating park magicians, are confident. Nade, though just a lower-grade student, is equally determined. They all know that success in the presentation is just the beginning, as the true battle lies ahead. After the presentation, it will be a war to determine who controls Ista, with the Shadow Club set to compete for dominance. As they practice, Shirone pushes himself to the limit, using the mental rebound technique, a method that sharply increases magical output after exhausting his mental strength. The process, though effective, leaves him vulnerable, and it takes about 20 minutes to recover. However, it's a reckless method, one that could easily put his life in danger, and he knows that if Professor Oliver finds out, she'll be furious. Despite the danger, Shirone continues to push himself. He can only sustain his photon firing for 5 minutes at the moment, but with only 7 days left until the presentation, he must push beyond his limits to make the 10-minute target. Each attempt brings him closer to the point where his consciousness might collapse. Eruki is nearing the completion of the program, with the last step being a trial of firing photons. He tests the fiber optic cable sent by Eruki's father, which must work seamlessly for the presentation to succeed. Shirone, despite the toll on his body, manages to fire photons for the full 10 minutes, just in time for Eruki to finalize the program. Everything is set, and they feel ready for the big day. When the day of the presentation arrives, a large crowd of students gathers to witness the Paranormal Science Club's display. Among them are Mark Slider and Maria Erlung, who have returned from a 2-month suspension. Mark, still skeptical, finds the presentation to be a joke, while Maria, having received special teaching from Professor Thad during her suspension, is curious to see how it unfolds. The senior class is also in attendance, with Amy and Serial wondering why they are watching a lower-grade club's presentation. They walk around the field and notice several first-year students, including Fermi, Hersey of Sonar, and Rykon, the electric monster, along with Richard the Alchemist and Kaiden. The seniors, unfamiliar with the significance, find it odd to see first-year students involved in what appears to be an advanced class presentation, especially since many of them are rumored to be part of the Shadow Club, a secretive group known as the Golden Circle. In the auditorium, the headmaster is present, curious about how the 3 boys have prepared for the day. The long-awaited presentation of the Paranormal Science Club begins, and after 30 minutes, the audience is left questioning whether they've been tricked, unsure of what to make of the spectacle before them. As the presentation of the Paranormal Science Club begins, Nade West, the club president, steps forward and introduces himself, thanking the students in the auditorium for their attendance. He warns them that the topic they are about to explore, the realm of spirits, might shock them. He asks if they've ever heard of the land that existed before the school was built, setting the stage for a dark and mysterious tale. Nade explains that 520 years ago, the area was home to a small town, one that fell victim to the infamous conquest. People, including soldiers and townsfolk, fled the war and sought refuge in the mountains and forests. But these weren't just ordinary refugees. Among them were inhuman entities, people who had been possessed by ravenous spirits. The students, unsure of what to expect, begin to wonder if the entire presentation is a joke, especially when they see Cerrone dressed in a girl's costume. His performance, however, takes a darker turn as he does something unsettling that begins to worry the audience. Nade, undeterred, continues with the story. He explains that the club's research into the school's history uncovered an old journal from 6 months ago. This journal revealed shocking truths. The ravenous spirits feast on souls, turning their victims into spirits themselves, and they wander in search of new hosts. According to the journal, the spirits only appear at midnight, when the school bell rings, marking the hour they are most active. The students, now intrigued but skeptical, are told that if they've never seen a spirit at midnight, it's because spirits only reveal themselves to those who are truly willing to see them. Nade's cryptic words set a tone of eerie anticipation as the students' curiosity is piqued. even though many of them doubt the validity of the claims. Nade goes further, encouraging them to pay attention the next time they hear the midnight bell, suggesting that they might just catch a glimpse of a wandering spirit. As the presentation reaches its conclusion, Nade finishes with a cliffhanger, promising shocking revelations yet to come. However, the students, frustrated by the lack of a concrete conclusion, begin to express their disappointment. They quickly gather their things, muttering among themselves, and exit the auditorium in frustration. Professor Oliver, dismayed by the students' reaction, rushes to the headmaster to express her disappointment in the club's performance. She insists on punishing them for ending the presentation so abruptly. But the headmaster, though critical of the presentation, tells her not to. He understands that it's part of the Paranormal Science Club's approach to leave their audience with a sense of mystery. The headmaster believes that if the presentation had ended without generating such curiosity, it would have been a failure from the start. Meanwhile, Shirone, Nade, and Aruki gather in the background, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The seed of intrigue has been planted. Shirone nods to Nade and Aruki, confirming that step one of their plan has been successful. Now they're ready to move on to the next phase, revealing the spirits. As the clock ticks down to midnight, the Paranormal Science Club prepares to reveal the spirits. Nade West checks in with Shirone, asking if his sequencing meditation is complete. On the night before, Nade had meticulously installed hundreds of hologram projectors all over the school, each running Aruki's behavior prediction program. Now, with only minutes to spare, Nade reminds Aruki to keep track of the time. They can't afford to start too early or too late. Their plan depends on the ghosts showing up exactly on time. Shirone, preparing to output the hologram projections, uses his fire protons, but he's uncertain. Aruki, watching him work, is amazed at how Shirone has progressed in just a month. But Shirone is frustrated. It feels as though he's pouring water into a bottomless bowl. The output just doesn't seem to rise, and he can't tell if his calculations are even correct. Despite their hard work, their efforts to make the magic function seem to fail. Nade, feeling responsible, lashes out in frustration. He blames himself for the failure, calling himself stupid and incompetent for not even being able to build the machine properly. He apologizes to both Aruki and Shirone for dragging them into this and making them look foolish. He promises to take full responsibility for their failures. However, Shirone isn't ready to give up. They've spent all night working on this, giving their all, and Shirone refuses to let their hard work end in defeat. As he tries again, Shirone considers using the immortal function, a last-ditch effort to make the magic work. Aruki and Nade panic, trying to stop him. They fear that if Shirone uses it, he could disappear forever, leaving them behind. They don't want to lose him, especially not over something like this. But Shirone, recalling the words Armin had once told him, realizes he doesn't have to disappear. He doesn't need to run away. He needs to remember who he truly is. With renewed focus and determination, Shirone pushes forward, and this time, the magic works. Aruki and Nade, overwhelmed with excitement and relief, watch as the hologram projections come to life just in time. Meanwhile, across the school at the girls' dormitory, Maria Erlang from Class 7 is about to turn in for the night. She has an early class the next day, and almost forgets about the ghost story Nade had told during the presentation. She dismisses the whole thing as nonsense, not believing Shirone's claims about spirits appearing at midnight. But just as Maria settles into bed, she freezes. A ghost appears before her, its expression twisted into a barely perceptible smile. Terrified, she runs out of her room, and as she rushes down the hall, she sees a flood of other students emerging from their rooms, each one displaying the same fear as they, too, encounter the spirits. The ghosts, now haunting every corner of the school, are seen drifting through the air and following students relentlessly. Panic spreads as students shout in terror, urging Shirone and Aruki to stop the apparitions from pursuing them. Amidst the chaos, the ghostly figures suddenly vanish, leaving the students to wonder if they have ascended to heaven. As the fear subsides, they spot Shirone, Aruki, and Nade standing atop the school building, observing the scene below. Nade addresses the crowd of students gathered beneath the rooftop, acknowledging their presence and thanking them for staying for the night's presentation. Their voices mix with the lingering cries of students still reeling from the frightening experience. Soon, Professor Oliver arrives at the scene, followed by the headmaster, who insists that the presentation is not over. He urges the students to stay and listen as Nade continues his explanation. Nade reveals that the ghostly apparitions were nothing more than advanced holograms. He then asks the students if they now believe in the paranormal. The students are shocked by the revelation and begin to discuss how the holograms were able to move independently throughout the school. They are baffled by how it could have been done. One student suggests that the holograms must have been programmed, but the sheer scale of the operation, hundreds of holograms scattered across the school, raises more questions. How could they have gathered the immense amount of data and energy needed to pull it off? As the students continue to process what they've seen, Sharon reflects on the nature of human curiosity and intellect. He understands that the thirst for knowledge often leads people to challenge their own understanding of reality. While some students express frustration at being tricked, others are awed by the sheer ingenuity behind the stunt. They can't fathom how Shironi and his friends managed to execute such a complex plan. Professor Oliver, still upset, argues that despite the complexity of the trick, the Paranormal Science Club cannot be credited with it. The headmaster, however, points out that the value of the presentation lies not in the trick itself, but in what the students learned from it. He challenges them to think about why they were so terrified when they thought they saw ghosts, even though they had been certain that ghosts aren't real. Sharon then asks the students why they had gathered outside the school when they thought the ghosts were fake, and why they had fled in fear when they believed the apparitions to be real. He highlights the fact that despite their skepticism, they still harbor a deep-seated fear that ghosts might exist. Nade adds that this is the essence of paranormal science, the exploration of doubt. They use the doubts and fears of the students as clues, questioning and investigating them regardless of whether the ghosts were real or not. In doing so, they prove the value of their research and the worth of their club. As the students slowly begin to grasp the point of the presentation, they fall silent in contemplation. Nade thanks them for their involvement, acknowledging that their willingness to engage with the unknown and to question their own beliefs was essential to the success of the research. With that, the presentation concludes, and the headmaster gives his approval. While the students may have been tricked, they have learned something important about the nature of doubt and skepticism. As Shirone, Iruki, and Nade share a moment of excitement, celebrating the success of their plan, there is a sense of relief and accomplishment. They've managed to pull off a brilliant presentation and prove the value of their club. However, in the background, there are whispers of concern. Amy and Cyril marvel at Sharon's ability to balance his academic responsibilities with his dedication to the club. Despite the pressure he faces, Shirone has managed to create something that has captured the attention of the school. Meanwhile, the other clubs, including Istus and the Ant Language Club, begin to take notice of the Paranormal Science Club's success. The Shadow Clubs, in particular, are wary of the Class 5 students advancing to the senior level and are already making plans to graduate early to avoid competing with them. They fear the growing influence of the Paranormal Science Club and are strategizing their own moves. Professor Oliver overhears their conversation and grows angry at the notion of her students being undermined. The headmaster, deeply impressed by the Paranormal Science Club's presentation, commends Shirone for his exceptional performance. Even with his high status, he can't help but admire the club's ingenuity and application of their research. He especially praises Shirone for his ability to bring his ambitions to life, believing the boy has proven his capabilities. The members of the Paranormal Science Club, still riding the high of their success, reflect on the challenges they've faced. They're grateful to Shirone for risking his life with his immortality function, ensuring that their efforts don't go to waste. Iruki expresses amazement at how Shirone is able to withstand the strain, especially with the defensive spirit zone in place. Shirone, in turn, praises both Iruki and Nade. He lauds Iruki for his impressive ability to calculate the behavior patterns of the entire school, and Nade for his work in creating the massive network of machines that made their plan possible. The group shares a moment of camaraderie as Sharon expresses his desire to climb even higher, to shine the brightest and reach greater heights. He believes that Nade and Iruki will have many more adventures in the real world, and they'll continue to support each other as they move forward together. The trio makes a pact to graduate as a team, all aspiring to become the greatest mages together. However, the next day, despite their success, the Paranormal Science Club finds itself facing consequences for their actions. Professor Oliver has suspended them from school for 3 days. Shirone, despite the setback, is eager to make the most of his time during the suspension. But as he tries to move and think of what to do, he feels as though he is trapped in a nightmare. His body is paralyzed, unable to move, and he finds himself once again drawn into a strange and unsettling dream. In this dream, a massive pulsing light awaits him, a familiar presence that has appeared countless times before. Sharon is accustomed to waking up just before reaching it, and this time is no different. Yet the experience feels different, as if something within him has changed after the events of the previous day. He wonders if the unusual events have altered him in some way, leaving him to deliberate on what to do with his newfound suspension. After a moment of reflection, Sharon decides that he will spend the next few days studying. He feels he has earned the right to indulge himself in something enjoyable, like reading. He makes his way to John Bookshop, a place he has always wanted to visit. The owner of the shop welcomes him warmly and encourages him to explore the books. Sharon picks out a novel titled The Dragon Tamer Who Slayed the Demon King, excited to finally purchase a book with the money he has saved from House Oyent. As Sharon is about to leave the shop, he is greeted by two familiar faces, Altor and Rumina, childhood friends he hasn't seen in years. Altor then asks why Sharon has disappeared from their lives for so long and what he has been up to. Despite Altor's questions, Sharon has never shared his reasons with him before, and even his father has been secretive about Sharon's whereabouts. Sharon hesitates for a moment, wondering whether to keep his secret or tell the truth. He knows they will eventually find out about his time at the School of Magic, and he doesn't want to hurt their feelings by lying. In the end, he chooses honesty, confessing that he has been attending the prestigious School of Magic. Sharon doesn't want to lie to his childhood friends, especially Altor. He knows that sooner or later, they will find out the truth, so he decides to tell them. With a sense of honesty, he admits that he has been attending the magic school. At 10 years old, Altor had already been brawny and big-hearted, a natural leader with a somewhat large ego. Growing up, Altor always had a clear vision for their future, to become stronger so they could protect their small country town from the many threats that loomed outside. As the self-proclaimed leader of their group, he had always been the one to set the rules. One of those unwritten rules was that everyone followed the leader, and the leader protected the town. That was the way the town survived, and Altor made sure his friends understood that. He had never encouraged Sharon to focus on reading or studying since Sharon wasn't even in school at the time, so Altor had always thought of it as a waste. But now, hearing that Sharon is attending the magic school, Altor is surprised. Rumina and the others ask Sharon if he can perform magic for them, but Sharon hesitates. He hasn't been learning for long, so he's not very skilled yet. Besides, it's against the rules to use magic outside the school. Altor, ever the critic, tells Sharon that he hasn't changed. He still walks around with a book in his arms, just like before. It's clear that Altor doesn't understand Sharon's desire to learn magic and pursue his education, but Sharon feels it's important to stand his ground. Eventually, Sharon uses a bit of magic to stop a book from falling, which was forced out of him by his friend's playful teasing. The group then invites Sharon to Rumina's party to celebrate selling out their stock for the day. They ask him to come and catch up with them. Altor, having grown even stronger since the last time they saw each other, lifts Sharon onto the top seat as a show of affection. Sharon realizes that Altor is likely running a business now, and his ambitions may be steering him toward becoming the next leader of their town. It's clear that Altor is determined, and Sharon can't help but think about his own place in the world. When they arrive at Rumina's house, the party is already in full swing. As they sit down to eat, Altor asks Sharon to tell them more about the magic school, betting that Sharon will be the smartest student there. The others are curious too. Only nobles typically attend the magic school, and they want to know if Sharon studies with powerful mages. They also ask if Sharon is dating anyone or has any plans for the future. Sharon thinks about their questions for a moment. His father is taking care of the family, and Sharon knows that one day he will have to take on that responsibility himself. They press him on whether he plans to get married before he graduates. Sharon wonders to himself if he'll even graduate at all, given the challenges he faces. It's hard to know what the future holds. As the conversation shifts to his family, Sharon realizes he's been so focused on keeping up with his studies that he hasn't thought much about the pressures on his father. His father struggles alone while Sharon has been preoccupied with school. He wonders when he will be able to help him, especially now that he has more responsibilities. The group lightens the mood with a game of arm wrestling. Altor challenges Sharon, recalling the many matches they had as children. They decide to make it interesting by setting a rule. The loser will pay for the food they're eating, Sharon, in an effort to make Altor happy and maintain the peace, decides to intentionally lose the match. True to his word, Sharon pays for the meal with 5 shiny gold coins he's saved from his monthly earnings. As the group opens the old purse, a 5 gold coin spills out, capturing everyone's attention. The unexpected sight of such a significant amount stirs surprise among them. They exchange glances, their thoughts racing as they process what this discovery means. Sharon offers a brief explanation, his demeanor calm, but the glimmer of wealth shifts the energy among his friends, who begin to wonder how this changes his circumstances. Altor, however, remains focused on their earlier conversation. He redirects the group's attention to the report circulating in the village about a beast terrorizing the local wildlife. The creature has been hunting relentlessly, leaving the town concerned about the impact on their resources. Altor suggests they take on the challenge of hunting it down together, presenting the opportunity as a way to both help the community and claim some glory for themselves. The group reacts with mixed emotions. One of the girls hesitates, questioning the necessity of their involvement, but Altor's confidence is unshaken. Drawing on his past experience injuring a red bear, he believes that they can handle a cow bear with less difficulty, especially with teamwork. His conviction slowly persuades the others, and they agree to the plan, their enthusiasm growing as they picture the success and recognition awaiting them. They finalize their preparations, deciding to meet early the next morning at Rumina's house. Though this sudden hunting venture wasn't part of Sharon's plans, he decides to join them, thinking it could be an interesting diversion and a chance to test himself in a new way. At dawn, the group assembles at the designated spot. Altor arrives well-prepared, carrying the bulk of the hunting gear, while the others bring additional supplies and tools to aid their efforts. As they walk deeper into the bush, the group teases Sharon, reminding him that it has been a long time since he joined them for a hunt. They jokingly warn him to keep up, cautioning that if he falls behind, they might leave him behind and proceed without him. When they finally enter the dense forest, they begin setting traps strategically, planning for the wild animal to run into them. Sharon is impressed by their preparation and realizes that hunting wild animals is not new to them. They've clearly done this before. Rumina explains to him that their plan is for the traps to weaken the beast, leaving the hard work, like chasing it down or shooting arrows, to Altor. Altor leads the group further into the forest, instructing them not to panic if they spot the cowbear, but to call for him immediately so he can take charge. Sharon watches, surprised at the group's coordination and teamwork. Altor's ability to detect the cowbear's path by observing claw marks on trees impresses him further. They push on, following the subtle signs left behind by the beast. Wanting to assist, Sharon decides to use his spirit zone to sense the creature's location more efficiently. Closing his eyes, he enters the spirit realm, but what he sees is unsettling. The vision reveals something far worse than a wild animal preying on other creatures, though he struggles to find the words to explain it to the group. Before he can speak, Altor taps him on the shoulder, snapping him back to reality. Altor points ahead, and when they all look, they see a horrifying sight. The forest floor and the trees are littered with the corpses of various wild animals, with flies buzzing around in swarms. The group's perspective shifts. This can't be the work of a cowbear. Rumina, shaken by this gruesome scene, suggests they retreat and report their findings to the town leaders. She argues that it would be safer to seal off the forest for now to prevent others from wandering into danger. Sharon agrees, convinced that this is not the work of any ordinary predator. However, Altor's pride won't let him back down. Frustrated by their reluctance, he insists that they stay and face whatever lies ahead, declaring that he is the leader and will see this through. His determination sparks an argument, but before it can escalate further, a deafening roar echoes from deeper in the forest. The sound freezes them all in place. They instinctively huddle together, readying their weapons as fear grips them. They know from the sheer volume and ferocity of the roar that whatever is approaching is far worse than a cowbear. Moments later, the monster emerges, a towering figure twice their height with massive muscles and the face of a bear. It walks on 2 feet, exuding an air of intelligence and menace as it strides toward them. Without hesitation, the group releases a volley of arrows, but the creature moves with alarming speed and agility, dodging every shot. Panic sets in as they realize they are facing an enemy far beyond their expectations. Sharon recognizes the monster from a book he once read, a Uwolk, a rare and deadly creature known for its intelligence and combat prowess. He knows how dangerous it is, but the group's lack of preparation for such a foe leaves them vulnerable. As the group stands frozen in fear, most of them drop their arrows and flee. Panic consumes them as they scatter, shouting to Altor, who claimed to be their leader, to guide them. Knowing the terrain better than anyone, Altor yells for them to run toward the mountaintop, believing the steep incline would slow the monster. Despite his bravado earlier, he is running as fast as the others, fear etched across his face. As Altor glances back, he notices Sharon still standing his ground. At first he assumes Sharon is acting as bait, buying them time to escape. But then he sees Shirane pick up a crossbow from the ground and fire bolt after bolt at the monster. The creature blocks the projectiles effortlessly, using its thick, muscular arms to shield its face as it advances steadily toward him. Sharon dodges the monster's swings, observing its patterns and learning its strengths. The beast is fast, its skin seemingly impenetrable, shrugging off even the few arrows that strike true. Altor hesitates. Fear tells him to keep running, but guilt gnaws at him. He slows and turns back to the others, telling them he must go back to help Shirone. His companions are stunned, reminding him that Shirone made his choice to stay behind. But Altor cannot ignore the possibility that Shirone might die because of their decision to flee. Torn between fear and guilt, he stops in his tracks, watching the others disappear up the hill. As Altor steels himself to return, a chilling silence descends. He no longer hears the roars of the monster or Shirone's movements. Fear grips him. Has the beast already killed Sharon? Just as despair sets in, Sharon appears beside him in a flash of light, grabbing his arm and urging him to run. Their relief is short-lived. A deafening crash reverberates through the forest as the monster bursts through the trees, pursuing them with terrifying speed. Altor freezes, paralyzed by fear as his friends scream at him to move. His legs refuse to obey, tears welling in his eyes as he realizes the monster is closing in. At the same time, Rumina trips while glancing over her shoulder, falling hard onto the ground. Seeing his companions in danger, Sharon acts without hesitation. Using his teleportation magic, he vanishes and reappears behind the monster, then engages Photonize, an advanced form of teleportation that allows him to shift himself and the creature into a massless state. Together they are lifted into the air, weightless and suspended above the forest. In the Photonize state, Shirone's mind races. He analyzes the situation, recalling everything he has learned from books and his magical training. He understands the principles of inertia and gravity and realizes that by manipulating their positions carefully, he can release the monster in a way that spares his friends. However, the monster fights back ferociously, slashing at him with its claws. Sharon remains focused. He shifts his position strategically, maneuvering the creature above a ravine far from his companions. With precise control, he releases the Photonize state, allowing the monster to plummet toward the earth while he continues to glide to safety. As he succeeds, his mind fills with thoughts about the universe, its existence, the nature of mass, and the meaning of the void he saw in his dream. His understanding of the world expands greatly, touching on concepts that align with the work of theoretical physicists. He makes a profound realization. Although photons have no mass, he can manipulate them to give them mass. As he lands back on the ground, the monster falls simultaneously. Breathing heavily, he mutters to himself that he has unlocked knowledge from the universe, knowledge born from shattered symmetry. This mechanism imparts mass to matter, a discovery that fills him with pride. Clenching his fists with a mix of joy and determination, he embraces his newfound ability to alter the essence of matter itself. Returning his focus to the real world, he looks toward the spot where the monster fell, ensuring it is no longer moving. Observing it closely, he recognizes it as a Volk. Recalling what he has read, he remembers that Volks always travel in packs. The thought of his friends strikes him with urgency. Scanning the area, he spots them standing on a cliff, facing the rest of the Volk pack. His friends are cornered, with Altor positioned at the front. The group has been backing away for some time and now stands at the cliff's edge. Tears streaking his face, Altor declares that he will act as a distraction so the others can climb down and warn the townspeople. He resolves to sacrifice himself, assuming that Shirone has already perished. Before they can act, a sudden flash of light streaks across their vision. Sharon appears, landing firmly in front of them. Shocked and overwhelmed with relief, they rush to him and embrace him tightly, convinced they had lost him. Through their tears, they urge him to escape, given the danger. But Shirone reassures them, instructing Altor to leave the situation to him. With resolute steps, Chiron moves forward, placing himself between his friends and the advancing pack of Wolks. Ready to face them alone, even though his friends know he has magic, they urge him to avoid fighting and instead run away because of the sheer number of Wolks. However, he assures them, and himself, that he can handle the situation without breaking any school rules. Moving forward cautiously, he commands light to emerge from his hand. His friends stare in surprise as the light takes the form of a focused beam, its photon fire enhanced with weight, a new ability he has mastered. He tested on the lead Wolk, watching as the creature is struck down. Seeing the success, he presses on, summoning a bolt of lightning that strikes directly in the midst of the Wolk pack. The spell is effective, but the sheer number of enemies overwhelms him. He quickly realizes that this magic comes at a cost. Each attack drains his mental energy, and the faster his mental reserves deplete, the weaker his magic becomes. Minutes pass as he continues to battle the Wolks, exhaustion creeping over him. Despite his fatigue, he refuses to stop. He knows that if he falters, the remaining Wolks will kill not only him, but also his friends, who are standing helplessly behind him, relying entirely on his strength. Sweat drips from his face as he pushes himself to keep fighting. The endless onslaught of Wolks wears him down, and he can feel his body nearing its limit. Still, he knows he cannot give in. Desperate, he thinks of a final option, one that might save them all. It's risky, and could be their last chance, but he believes it's the only way to end this battle before it's too late. With the Wolks charging toward them, their speed increasing as they prepare to devour his friends, he gathers the last of his strength. Though fatigue is setting in, he knows that after this final strike, if it doesn't defeat the Wolks or drive them away, it could lead to serious consequences for them all. Closing his eyes, he stretches out his hand, feeling the wind swirl around his fingers, and the light begins to shine brightly toward his palm. His friends shout at him from behind, urging him to act quickly, reminding him to retreat if he can't handle the situation. When the right amount of energy finally gathers, he commands it and throws it toward the oncoming Wolks. As soon as he releases the energy, a brilliant light erupts, and his friends know instantly that this is the magic of a powerful mage. The energy is so intense that the ground beneath it is scorched, leaving a trail marked with the immense power it carries. The moment the energy strikes the Wolks, almost all of them are obliterated on the spot. Only 2 Wolks remain standing, weakened and disoriented, unsure of what to do next. He commands them with a fierce light emanating from his eyes, warning them to never return to the town. He tells them that if they do, the fate of those already dead will be nothing compared to what he will do next. Terrified, the 2 remaining Wolks flee. As the last of the Wolks falls, he finally relaxes, his body exhausted. The moment the threat is over, he collapses, unable to stay conscious any longer. Alter rushes to him, catching him before he hits the ground. His friends frantic call his name, but he remains unresponsive. After a moment, they notice his heartbeat and breathing are still steady. They realize that it's not a serious injury. He's just drained, both physically and mentally, from the immense energy he expended. They look down at him with mixed feelings of gratitude and pity. Despite not planning to join them in the hunt, he had been convinced to come at the last minute. Finally back in town, night has fallen. Chiron sits outside, alone, gazing at the sky as if he's seeing it for the first time. Alter approaches and sits next to him, asking when he left the house. Chiron replies that it was only a few moments ago. He can't believe he's finally able to sleep so deeply again, without the nightmares that used to wake him in terror. It's been a long time since he's slept like this, feeling at peace. Altor asks about the others, and Chiron is told that everyone is inside, preparing an enormous feast to celebrate their survival. All are in good health, with no injuries, except for Rumina, who fell while running from the Wolks. Altor also mentions their plans to head out again tomorrow to gather the Wolk corpses. Chiron is surprised they can go so soon, but Altor assures him they're only going because the elders of the town will accompany them. The elders are organizing a gathering of the Volk remains to collect valuable materials, like teeth and hides, which could bring in a good amount of money. Chiron tells Altor that the creatures they fought are called Wolks. Altor seems to have trouble remembering their name, but when Chiron mentions the value of the Wolk fangs in the market, Altor smiles, clearly pleased. He then confesses that he's always envied Chiron. When they were little, while the others played, Chiron would sit alone, reading as many books as he liked. Altor admits that Shirone has been chasing his dream ever since then. Altor now begs him to reach his full potential so that he can achieve his dream. Shirone thanks him for the support, feeling grateful for the encouragement. He can't believe that after all this time his friends are still standing beside him. He finally feels at peace, knowing that they have his back, especially after sleeping so deeply through the entire day and night. As Shirone prepares to leave, his friends see him off. After walking a little distance from the house, they continue to urge him to stay another day. But Shirone tells them that while he would love to spend more time with them, he has some things to take care of at school. As he walks away, Altor shouts loudly, reminding him to become a mage, while Rumina adds that when he becomes one, he must remember them. Shirone promises he will always remember them, and that he will surely come back to visit whenever he has the chance. As Shirone walks off, Rumina begins to cry like a child whose mother is leaving. Altor teases her, suggesting that if she misses him so much, she could chase after him and drag him back. But Rumina replies that she believes Shirone will keep his promise to return, and she knows he's only gone to continue chasing his dream. She has faith that he'll make it, as he is the most hardworking person she knows. When Shirone joins the Paranormal Science Club, he quickly notices that their meetings are full of lively debates about drawing skills, with students critiquing each other's work. He smiles as he opens the door, hearing the voices of his friends and realizing how much he's missed them. They ask why he's laughing, unaware of everything he's been through during the past few breaks. At Training Ground 48, Shirone calls his two male friends outside to show them something he's discovered. He begins gathering energy in his hand, and his friends wonder what he's planning to do. Photon energy starts emitting from his hand, and while some students can do similar things, suddenly they hear a blast as the energy strikes a rock, leaving a massive hole. His friends rush over, stunned, bombarding him with questions about what just happened. Shirone explains that the magic he discovers is his own, calling it the photon cannon. When his friends' questions become overwhelming, he decides to take them to a nearby restaurant to explain further. As they listen, they argue that what he's saying seems impossible, both in theory and practice. Shirone patiently explains that all one needs to do is add mass to a massless object, and that's the core of his discovery. Among other details, he also mentions that he has learned how to use what they often refer to as knowledge without a name, even at the cost of his supersight. He confesses that in doing so, he finally understands the meaning behind the dream that has always haunted him. Nade, one of his friends, is skeptical at first, but suggests that if Shirone can learn to seriously develop this magic and form a theoretical basis for it, not just the magical society, but the entire world will appreciate his work. Shirone immediately tells them that this is the very reason he called them out. He needs their help. Since they're suspended and unable to use the school library, he asks for their assistance in accessing the Noble Library, which has books just as valuable as those at the school. His friends are surprised by his request, questioning why a fellow noble like him wouldn't simply go to the Noble Library alone. After a moment of silence, Shirone decides to tell them the truth about his background. He explains that he is an orphan, abandoned to a lumberjack family in a small village. He tells them how he managed to enter the school, and as he speaks, there is a heavy silence among the three of them. They are stunned, struggling to find words in response. Finally, Iruki, the third person in their group, laughs it off, saying it won't be a big deal since they're close enough to help someone like him. Nade, however, is more taken aback by Shirone's revelation. He can't believe that someone who has entered the school only this year is already preparing to conduct research on magical studies after achieving feats like becoming a Year 5 student in just 3 months, defeating him in front of the entire school, and dating the most beautiful and brilliant girl in the school. Before Nade can finish his thought, Iruki playfully blocks his mouth and tells Shirone that they will gladly help him, no matter whether he is a noble or not. Shirone's heart leaps with joy at their support. As they are about to leave, they ask if Amy knows that Shirone isn't a noble. Shirone replies that yes, she knows, and his friends are once again shocked that someone like Amy could date a non-noble. They beg him to share more about their love story, how they met, and other details. But Shirone just laughs and changes the subject. Meanwhile, in Bashuka, the capital city of Tormia, the streets are brightly lit, almost as if it were still daytime. People bustle around, going about their daily routines to make ends meet. 5 years ago, 2 orphans struggled to survive, stealing food from the streets just to get by. They have been doing this for a while, but things take a turn when the younger of the 2 falls gravely ill. As he lies on the ground, the older sibling goes out to steal food for him, hoping to bring him some nourishment and help him recover. However, this day turns out to be a terrible one for them. While trying to steal food, the older sibling encounters 3 tall, burly thugs who begin chasing him. Even though he thinks he has escaped, they eventually track him down to the place where he and his sibling Aaron are living, under a bridge. The thugs find them, and despite the older sibling pleading for mercy, explaining that he is only trying to care for his sick sister, the thugs show no sympathy. They lift Aaron and order one of the thugs to kill the older sibling. He lies helpless, begging the universe for any kind of power to defeat the thugs. His prayer is answered as a man, fire in his eyes and a rod in his hand, appears and kills them all. He can't believe what's happening, unsure if his prayer was answered or if something else is at play, but he is just relieved that his sister is saved. He immediately picks up his sister and glances at the man. The only thing the old man says is, "Isn't magic fun?" Still in Bashuka, with many lights shining brightly from tall buildings and numerous offices, the male child saved years ago has now grown and matured. He operates at night, more like a thief, but he follows his master's orders. This time, as he walks through one of the tall buildings, he inspects the security surrounding what he needs to steal: the dragon's heart. It is known for its ability to restrict magic, sometimes called the core of the magic restriction device. The dragon's heart is located in a building full of other artifact archaeology, but it is heavily guarded, with 15 security personnel watching over it. It is locked inside a steel case, making it nearly impossible for anyone to just walk in. Canis is given the mission to retrieve the dragon's heart. After carefully calculating the security details, he jumps into the building through a glass window using a magic spell. However, as soon as he enters, his magic is rendered useless. He quickly adapts, relying on his martial arts skills to defeat the guards. For those too far away, he uses darts to incapacitate them. He manages to take down all of them before they can trigger the security alarm. With the door to the room containing the dragon's heart now open, he finally gets his hands on it. Just as he celebrates, his sister Erin arrives asking if he killed anyone. He assures her that he only knocked them out. Before they can escape, the police call in one of the city's mages to help capture them. As the mage enters the building, he realizes that, like the others, he cannot use magic near the dragon's heart. He watches the children, surprised to see them in the building, but before he can speak to them, they are already gone. He goes back to tell the police that by the time he reaches the building, the children are already gone. What baffles him is how they managed to use dark magic to enter the building, knowing that there was only one mage capable of using that type of magic. It is famously known as the darkness that devours the light. The mage who wielded this power was notorious for causing chaos across the entire kingdom. What made him difficult to catch was that he operated in the shadows, known simply as the Archmage Arcane Vilter. He was believed to have died in an accident about 40 years ago. The mage is surprised to learn that there are still people using this type of dark magic. He tries to convince himself that it can't possibly be Vilter still alive, though a bead of sweat forms on his forehead. Elsewhere, in the Geyser Mountain in Bashuka, lies a lab where the Archmage has been kept all this time inside a glass box, his body connected to various machines. Canis and Erin finally arrive, placing the dragon's heart they stole into a machine. Canis says that this is the last of the materials needed to wake the master. As the machine activates, the Archmage begins to stir, emerging from the water-filled box with pipes still attached to his body. The first words that come from his mouth are about how he will take his revenge on Alpheus Miri, the headmaster of Alpheus Magical School, who stripped him of his magic powers over 40 years ago. Canis and Erin bow at his feet, overjoyed that their master has returned. The Archmage is thin, his ribs clearly visible, and his long white beard flows down to his chest. His green eyes, matching the color of the lab, glow with fury as he repeatedly curses Alpheus. He and Alpheus had been researching a new set of magic 40 years ago. However, Vilter suddenly decides that he will no longer join Alpheus in the research. As if that wasn't enough, he burns all their research and sets Alpheus on fire, leaving him there to die. It takes Vilter a full 40 years to heal. Now, dressed in clothes, he sits on a chair which resembles a throne as he examines his body. He assures himself that Alpheus will pay for what he has done. As Vilter contemplates ways to get back at Alpheus, his servants, Canis and Erin, enter and bow from a distance. They tell him they are willing to offer their lives to carry out his will and purpose, because he gave them tremendous power when they were at their lowest, with no one to help them. Vilter smiles and warns them to be careful. He says that while Alpheus may appear kind, he is truly wicked. As they bow down, only Canis is pleased, while Aaron, standing behind him, trembles in fear. At the same time, in Alpheus's magical school, it is a stormy night. Alpheus stares at the picture of Viltor on the wall, saying he cannot forgive him. As thunder rumbles outside, Alpheus remembers that fateful day. In Bashuka City, a Royal Professor Association conference is being held, where academics debate across all fields. Thad, representing the Alpheus School of Magic, is frustrated with the discussions, knowing that when one of their teachers is nominated for something, no one seems happy about it until it's his turn. He sits, sipping juice, while the professors continue their debates, eager to return home. Finally, the debate ends, but a mandatory party follows. What surprises Thad is that the debates continue even during the party. He sits in a corner, waiting for Lena Ogent, the eldest daughter of the Ogent family. She is stunning in her dress, and everyone around her is trying to approach her. Lena is an artist in the elite club of artists. Thad sits there watching her, wondering if he will ever have a chance with someone like her. Suddenly, their eyes meet and he quickly looks away, assuming she hasn't noticed him. Then someone calls him from behind. It's Lena. Thad is surprised and asks if she knows him. She answers yes, mentioning that she has a family who attends their school. Instantly, Thad recalls Sharon's admission form, where the Ogent family was listed as guests. He responds that the school is grateful for their family's support, and Sharon is the current pride of the school. Thad talks about his lifestyle, which includes both ladies and guys. Lena is pleased to hear this, and as she prepares to leave, Thad quickly asks if, since the conference is over, they could travel to Creus, their town, tomorrow. He says he would like to take her out. Lena is glad to hear this, but tells him that she has another concern tomorrow. She would have liked to travel back with him if not for that. Instantly, he changes his mind and asks if he can come with her to her concert. She tells him she will be glad to see him there. He is very happy to hear this, so much so that even though he has been planning to rush home, back to school, after the conference, he changes his mind all because of Lena Ogent. Still happy that he has secured a date with her, she tells him she was worried before that not many people would attend the concert, because the Inferno was attacked by a dark magic mage. As he hears dark magic, a tear rolls down his cheek, and he begs her to tell him everything she knows about what happened. She says she only knows a little, but remembers that the man had a white beard and was an old man. He doesn't even listen to the rest of what she has to say, rushing away from her even as she calls after him. The previous day, what really happened was the work of Archmage Arcane Viltor and his servant. Leading the way, they killed both security and inmates who tried to attack them at the Inferno Correctional Center. Right after the Archmage takes both of them in, he teaches them the two basics of all darkness magic: absorption and assimilation. Within a few days, Canis is able to understand what darkness magic is all about. He is grateful for his master saving them, so he is eager to learn everything Viltor teaches him. Although after many years of practice, he discovers that no matter how strong darkness is, it can never defeat the light. But his master, Viltor, always assures him that with time, darkness will rule the magical world, and that in time they will boldly declare that their darkness has defeated the light. Canis is happy to hear this. Back in the present, as they enter the correctional center, they kill so many people that blood flows from the cells. However, as they kill everything in their path, Erin does not kill anyone. She is just following behind them. When she sees that the ground is full of the dead, she whispers to Canis, asking why Master is killing all these innocent people, since this is not where he said he wanted to take his revenge. Canis assures her that all she needs to do is trust the Master, saying that he is sure Viltor must have a reason for devouring this place like this, laughing as though he is enjoying everything happening. As they move to the second row of cells where they use magic to break all the iron bars, all the prisoners come out, thanking them, but also making jokes about Viltor bringing 2 children along, like they are on an excursion. This makes Archmage Viltor angry, and he tells them they are all minnows, killing them on the spot. There is still one person who does not come out when the others do. He is chained by his hands and legs, and is a very muscular man. When he sees the amount of people they have killed, he throws the iron ball attached to his hand at Archmage Viltor in an attack. He is surprised to see that despite the force he used, Viltor is able to absorb it. And when the iron ball finally reaches his face, it just drops to the floor. Viltor tells the man that he has passed. The man is confused and says he doesn't remember auditioning for anything. Viltor then strikes the chains off of him, telling him he has a job for him that will pay him a huge amount of money. The prisoner smiles at the mention of money, signaling that he will do anything for it. They all walk away from the prison together. That same night, Professor Thad finds himself a chariot and is hurrying the driver to go faster from the back seat. He has given the man all the money he has so that the driver can speed up, but the man keeps telling him that no matter how fast they travel, they won't reach Creuss until the morning. Thad is in the back seat, connecting the dots of what happened, from Archmage Arcane to the city correctional center. And thinking about where Viltor will head next, he is sure that it is Viltor who is the cause of all this, which is why he is rushing back to the school to warn them, knowing Viltor might attack all other places. But the main point of his revenge is the school. Meanwhile, that same night, Lucas, the muscular prisoner who was saved, stands in the rain with Canis and Aaron, waiting for their master signal. Lucas is still complaining that if he had known they would be attacking a magical school in the rain, he would have asked for a bigger amount of money, or maybe wouldn't have followed them at all. He already has 2 swords strapped to his back. Still complaining, Lucas is convinced that he won't have to do anything special, just be present, and he will be rewarded handsomely. From everything he says, it's clear he has started to lose interest in their plan right from the beginning. He then faces Aaron and says that she is too pretty to be a criminal, that everything they are about to do is like revolting against the kingdom as a whole. But Canis shuts him up, telling him that his job is to handle the hostages. Canis has also started to feel mistrust toward Lucas, questioning what his master sees in someone like him. However, Canis ends those thoughts by saying he trusts his master's plans more. Lucas is surprised when he hears about hostages and asks where they are. Canis replies that he will surely see them tomorrow. Meanwhile, Archmage Arcane is flying high in the air, able to see all of Alpheus Academy as he casts a spell, forming a circle intended to cover the entire school area. The heavy rain and loud thunder make it hard for anyone to understand what is happening at that moment. In the beginning, there was mass. It shattered the symmetry of the universe, creating an event that caused countless interactions, leading to the creation of the world they live in. These are the points and facts that the 3 friends came up with after several hours of devouring books in the Noble Library, all related to mass, inertia, and gravity, areas they are most concerned with. Nate is very excited by the knowledge he has gained, and shouts that if there were no mass, there wouldn't be the world they live in. He asks his friends, who are also buried in their books, that if that's the case, what brought about mass in the first place? Haruki replies that he's been curious about that too, and he thinks it's likely God. Nade is not happy with this answer, and sarcastically says that maybe Haruki's blood level is low, and he needs a cake. They've all been spending their suspension period in the school ever since Shirone brought up the idea for his research. Haruki says he's sure they've read everything the library has about mass. Finally, they ask Chiron what he thinks about mass and omnipotence. He lifts his head from the book he's reading, saying he knows the answer, but it's hard to explain. However, he manages to give them just one answer: existence. He explains that existence connects both omnipotence and mass together. The group is amazed by his simple answer, indicating how knowledgeable he must be to give such a response to a question like that. He continues further, explaining that a will to exist, as if an existence must happen somewhere, is what is known as the proof of existence. This makes all of them think for a while, as they now behave like professors debating a theory. Nade suggests that they should separate it, calling it a particle of God, something that sparks imagination. He continues, saying that the clearer the image, the stronger omnipotence becomes, which leads them to their next study topic: the particle of God. They all promise to continue their studies on it. The 3 of them walk down the street after reading. Nade expresses his disappointment, saying their vacation will be over soon. Haruki and Chiron look toward him to hear what he says. Haruki asks how their suspension is a vacation, and Chirone remembers the promise they made to each other, that when they return to school, they must focus on their studies to graduate to the next class this semester. They suggest that Chiron should wait behind so they can spend another year together. Chiron replies that they are more brilliant than him, and it's he who risks the promise. He assures them they will graduate together in the same class. At a T-junction, they part ways. Haruki and Nade head in the same direction, while Chiron takes another route. As he walks alone, he reflects on how, less than a year ago, he was a new student. Now he has discovered the particle of God and made good friends, including his girlfriend, who has helped make everything easier. He is grateful for everything in his life. At the senior class building, Known as the Iron Bastille, the door opens as Amy and Sariel finish their lecture with their classmates. Shironi steps from the side holding 2 cups of coffee, joking that he didn't mean to scare them, but they ignore him, walking past without taking the coffee. He starts to wonder what's going on between him and them, thinking maybe it's because he's been gone for so long. When he tries to follow them, they both look back and shout at him, accusing him of stalking them. Embarrassed, Shironi quickly walks away, but as he rushes, he bumps into someone he recognizes. Mark, seeing the Class 5 on Sharon's shirt, apologizes, even though it's Sharon who bumped into him. Sharon takes the chance to ask if Mark knows him, but to his surprise, Mark says he doesn't. Shironi tries to explain they did the teleportation test together, but Mark doesn't remember. They're still talking when one of the teachers, a woman, calls from a distance asking what's going on. As she approaches, she asks Sharon who he is. Sharon realizes something is wrong with the school. Nearby students start saying he might be a thief, claiming they've never seen him before. He runs away in shame, wondering what went wrong. He rushes back to find Aruki and Nady, asking if they know who he is, but it's the same response. They too ask him who he is. Something strange happens. There's a greenish hue in their eyes, as if they're under a spell. Sharon stands there, not knowing what to do. His life flashes before him, and he begins to wonder if everything he's been doing has been a lie. Maybe he never got admission to Alpheus Magical School. The 3 friends, Shirone, Aruki, and Nady, stand there in confusion. Sharon feels a sense of disappointment as Aruki and Nady ask him how he knows the key to where they are. His heart sinks as they continue to act as if they don't recognize him. Sharon doesn't know what to do, but then Aruki and Nady burst into laughter. Aruki asks Nady how long they are supposed to keep up the joke. Sharon soon realizes that they've been playing with him the whole time. The realization hits him hard, and his emotions overwhelm him. He kneels down and begins to cry. Aruki and Nady rush to his side, apologizing and explaining that it was just a joke. They assure him that they had known what he had been going through. Shironi, still crying, tells them everything that has happened, explaining how even Professor Oliver didn't recognize him. Nady grows serious and acknowledges that something is terribly wrong. Both Aruki and Nady agree that they need to leave and verify Shironi's story. Despite his fears of being left behind, Sharon follows them. As they make a secret gesture to remind each other not to forget him, they leave the Ista room. Sharon, anxious, follows behind. Outside, they are shocked to see students from all classes walking in the same direction, heading somewhere unknown. The 3 friends grow even more afraid, realizing that Shironi's story may be true. Aruki suggests joining the crowd to find out where they are going, but Nady expresses concern about what might happen if they join them and end up like the others. In a rush, Sharon approaches one of the students, Gabe, and asks him what's going on. Gabe, looking like a mindless zombie, mutters that he hears a sound and continues to follow it. Sharon and his friends don't understand what's happening. Unbeknownst to them, the whole situation is the work of Archmage Arcane and his servant. The Archmage has used a powerful spell to lure the students outside and into a nearby area in the woods, turning them into mindless beings while keeping their bodies functioning. When they arrive at their destination, Aaron announces the arrival of the group as the students stand motionless in front of them. Lucas, another leader of the group, is astonished at how much power it took to turn 500 students into mindless beings who can no longer think for themselves. He sees Amy among the students and feels happy to see someone as beautiful as her. As he reaches out to touch her, Canis, another servant, yells at him, warning him not to touch any of the prisoners. Canis makes it clear that Amy is his master's sacred possession, and he won't hesitate to kill Lucas if he touches her. This sparks an argument between Lucas and Canis, but they eventually stop bickering and continue to lead the students away on their journey. Meanwhile, Shirone, Aruki, and Nade, who are not under the spell, have been trailing the group from the school. They finally spot Lucas, Aaron, and Canis leading the brainwashed students. Nade suggests confronting them immediately, but Aruki insists on making a plan. For a group to perform such a powerful spell, one that can strip a person of their mental faculties while keeping their body alive, it's clear that the magicians behind it are far from novice. The 3 friends realize they need a solid strategy if they are to face such formidable enemies. He emphasizes that the 500 students are not just ordinary students. Among them are the school's most dedicated, the pride of the institution, who have trained their minds all their lives. On top of that, some professors have been captured, and even a level 6 official certification professor is among the brainwashed students. This means that the threat is not limited to the 3 of them following the crowd. There must be a stronger mage involved, someone who may not be the one casting the spell, but is certainly backing up the ones who are causing this chaos. As they observe the crowd more closely, they notice that neither the headmaster nor Professor Romy is among the students. This realization leads them to conclude that the only course of action is to follow the group and find out where they are being taken. Back at the school, a female professor, who has been meditating since the previous night, remains unaware of the disturbance. When she meditates for an extended period, it's usually a student who comes to fetch her for her next class. But today, something feels off. While meditating, she senses a significant amount of unusual energy building up over the course of the night. She can feel it even before she finishes her meditation and prepares to leave her mat. When she finally steps out of her room, she is shocked by the absence of students. The campus, which is usually bustling in the mornings, is eerily quiet. She walks further into the school, heading toward the area that is typically the busiest during this time. But there is no sign of life. Just as she is beginning to process what is happening, she hears footsteps running toward her. Turning around, she sees Professor Thad, who shouldn't even be around at this time, running toward her with sweat dripping down his face. As he gets closer, she struggles to understand his words, but he finally speaks clearly enough for her to grasp the gravity of the situation. "The school is under attack!" He continues to call Professor Romy's name, urging her to understand the gravity of the situation. When he finally reaches her, he explains what has happened, revealing that the person behind the chaos is an archmage. Professor Romy is taken aback by this revelation, realizing that an archmage, someone even greater than the headmaster, is involved. The archmage is also a practitioner of dark magic, which has been causing the disturbances. Professor Romy is struck by the implications, reflecting on how someone could achieve such a title. Mages rise in level based on achievements and renown, and becoming an archmage, a level 3 mage, requires an astounding 280 million points. The mage responsible, Archmage Arcane Viltor, has accomplished this. Professor Romy becomes frustrated and fearful as she processes this information. He presses for more details about the Archmage, and although the professor hesitates at first, he eventually reveals that the individual in question is the headmaster's teacher. This revelation shocks her, and she grows even more agitated, understanding the danger posed by such a powerful figure. She decides they must act immediately to save the students. Using her magical abilities, she locates the students and confirms they are heading toward the mountain. Although she cannot see their faces, she detects 3 people following them, identifying only their gender. Meanwhile, the 3 friends, still tracing the students under the spell, reach the pathless bridge. They are puzzled by the destination, but quickly realize the danger. The bridge is infamous for its sheer cliff, and it becomes clear that the intention is to throw the students off. This realization fuels their anger as they consider the potential consequences. As they look over the crowd again, they notice that Professor Romy and Professor Thad are missing, along with the headmaster. Iruki suspects that by now, they must have figured out something is wrong and are preparing to take action. Nade responds, acknowledging that while they have not yet seen any signs of the hostages being thrown off the cliff, the situation remains dangerous. The concern is how they will protect themselves and the hostages if the worst happens. Sharon reflects on the odds, agreeing that even though they could fight to protect the hostages, it would not be a feasible option. With 500 people against just 3 of them, the outcome is all too predictable. On the mountain, Canis and Aaron stand atop the cliff, overseeing the hostages. Meanwhile, Lucas grows increasingly agitated as time passes without any word from the Archmage. His anger reaches a boiling point, and he snaps at Canis, voicing his frustration about the lack of action. He expresses that he is tired of waiting and is ready to kill the hostages to pass the time. Canis, however, dismisses Lucas's outburst, reminding him that their job is to guide the hostages and wait for orders from their master, the Archmage. Aaron, understanding Lucas's impatience, also comments that while she knows the Archmage might be replenishing his strength, he should have shown up by now. Canis, however, reassures her, emphasizing his belief in the Master's plan. He expresses his unwavering faith in the Archmage, stating that he has waited for this moment for years and would never want it to be jeopardized. He has a feeling the Archmage is coming soon. Despite their conversation, Lucas remains unfazed and continues to voice his dissatisfaction. He asks once again if he can have some fun, suggesting he could entertain himself with the Academy's women. This comment pushes Canis to the edge. Enraged, Canis snaps at Lucas, expressing disbelief that someone like him was brought along for this mission. Lucas, now equally furious, retorts loudly, accusing Canis of thinking he is superior to him. He admits to disliking Canis, and his words reveal a deep resentment. As their argument escalates, Aaron watches them intently. Using her magical power to read Lucas's true nature, she sees through his facade, uncovering the depth of his past actions. Through her magic, she can see the countless terrible deeds Lucas has committed before his arrival at the prison, realizing just how dangerous he truly is. Canis responds to Lucas's anger with a sharp retort, saying that no matter how much Lucas rages, there are people just like him back in Radom. He refers to them as trash, implying that Lucas is no different from those he despises. Lucas, infuriated by Canis's words, retaliates by defending his actions. He expresses his belief that he is distinguished, unlike the trash Canis described, and claims that turning people into zombies is just as slow a form of death. He proposes they kill the hostages and reduce their numbers, making the situation easier to manage. Canis immediately disagrees, asserting that the hostages are captives and that nothing should happen to them. Suddenly, to prove his point, Lucas acts impulsively and throws one of the students off the cliff. As the student plummets, Iruki and Nade appear, launching a lightning strike at Lucas to scare him off. Nade, determined to injure Lucas, expresses a desire to blow off his leg, though Lucas manages to retreat momentarily, realizing the danger. He demands to know who they are, but as he recognizes their school uniforms, his attention is drawn to the top of the cliff. Shirone appears holding the student Lucas had thrown off. Just before hitting the rocks below, Shirone had managed to catch her and prevent her from falling to her death. Furious, Shirone shouts loudly that he will not forgive what they have done to the student. Canis, visibly surprised, questions who they are and how they managed to avoid his mind control. Meanwhile, within the mountain, the Archmage is delayed by Professor Romy, who is ready to fight him. Both are furious, with Romy challenging the Archmage, demanding to know if she is the only one who has come to stop him. At the school, both Professor Romy and Professor Thad agree on a plan, trusting the smarter students to hold their ground against the attackers. They discuss the trio of Shirone, Iruki, and Nade, believing that while the students may not be able to defeat them outright, they can at least delay them long enough to buy some time. Romy, using her magic skills, has been tracking the students' movements, while Thad believes that finding the headmaster is crucial. He is convinced that only the headmaster can bring an end to the situation and restore order to the academy. Meanwhile, Professor Romy stands before the Archmage, Arcane Viltor, and reveals her identity as a bishop from the Karsus Order. She explains that her true passion lies in teaching the young ones, and she bows her head, expressing how honored she is to meet someone of his stature. Arcane, initially incredulous, quickly realizes that Romy is not just an ordinary teacher. He observes the signs of a seeker of truth within her, something he hadn't expected from someone so young. He reflects that all the bishops he's known have been elderly figures, and seeing a young woman like Romy as a bishop indicates that she has transcended the 8 worldly concerns, a remarkable achievement for someone of her age. Archmage Arcane Viltor, in response to Romy's offer, comments that the world is full of amusing surprises. He asks her where this headmaster is, calling him a bantling. Romy, undeterred, explains that while she came to negotiate for a meeting with the headmaster, she offers him a deal. If he undoes the spell he placed on the students, she will make sure the headmaster meets with him. She notes that since Arcane used up most of his mental energy the previous day, he likely cannot summon his dark energy again until the night. However, Arcane bursts into laughter, revealing that he already knew Romy's plan. He mocks her, acknowledging that her only purpose is to buy time for the headmaster and his friends. With an evil laugh, Arcane commands the roots from the bushes to spring up and pin Romy down as he revels in his power. Meanwhile, at the pathless bridge, students remain unaware of the gravity of the situation. Lucas, amused, laughs at Canis and suggests he has a backup plan in the form of more reinforcements. Canis, unfazed, silences Lucas, stating that he will deal with the situation himself. He tells his sister to stay behind and monitor the hostages while he confronts the 3 students, Shirone, Iruki, and Nade, along with the rescued professor. Lucas, now sitting on a rock, watches the situation unfold and taunts Canis, calling him a punk as he heads toward the trio. As Canis stands before them, he questions how they managed to break free from the spell. Iruki responds with a laugh, admitting they broke themselves free. Canis, skeptical, dismisses their claim, pointing out that there were no professors among the hostages. He tells them to come at him together, activating his spirit zone. Nade, sensing the murderous energy emanating from Canis's zone, warns the others that it is filled with the dark energy of someone who has likely killed many. Canis continues to advance, urging the group to leave him to deal with Canis while they focus on Lucas, the swordsman. Nade believes that Canis's use of darkness magic could be countered by his own magic, but the trio remains cautious. Though the situation is tense, the group decides to fight together against Canis. Sharon warns the others not to underestimate him, noting that Canis has proven his ruthlessness by throwing someone off the cliff. In the midst of the conversation, Sharon's quick thinking becomes apparent, as he starts to tap into his own spirit zone, revealing a shift in his demeanor. The battle intensifies as Sharon notices something troubling. He can't read Canis's eyes or sense his emotions. Normally, he uses this to predict his opponent's movements or to gauge whether they are calm or angry. But now he can't rely on that ability. Canis, with a wicked grin, begins gathering dark energy, preparing for an attack. Sharon reacts quickly by summoning his lightning photon energy and hurling it at Canis's shadow. However, to Sharon's surprise, the lightning doesn't vanish into the shadows. Instead, it simply strikes the dark energy with no effect. After trying twice and seeing no results, Sharon begins to question whether the difference in their energy is so vast that his lightning can't penetrate Canis's darkness. He wonders if this fight will be tougher than he initially expected. Canis moves closer, his confidence growing with each step. Sharon, feeling increasingly frustrated, decides to push himself further. He summons a much larger bolt of lightning surrounded by particles of energy and launches it with greater speed. Canis attempts to shield himself with his dark energy, but the lightning hits him before he can fully react. The force of the strike sends him flying, crashing to the ground. Everyone watching, including Canis's sister, is stunned. Canis, lying on the ground, is in disbelief, unable to understand how the lightning managed to break through his darkness. Meanwhile, Lucas, who had been observing from a distance, becomes even more enraged. He stands up, narrowing his eyes at Sharon, now realizing that Sharon may be far stronger than he initially thought. In the dense bushes, Romy struggles to escape the roots that have trapped her. She attempts to teleport away, but the magical binds keep her from succeeding. After several failed attempts, Arcane begins speaking, trying to break her spirit. He tells her that she could have been a great and formidable person, a true bishop, if not for Alpheus, who had taken credit for all her achievements. Arcane insinuates that Alpheus stripped her of her accomplishments to place her under his control. His words are meant to sow doubt, trying to turn her against the headmaster, but Romy remains focused on finding a way out. Meanwhile, Thad is searching the school for the headmaster. He looks through the library and his office, but finds no trace of him. After some time, he notices a peculiar book on the shelf and remembers hearing rumors of a secret room hidden within the headmaster's office. He pushes the book back, revealing a secret door. Excited, Thad rushes into the dark room and finds the headmaster sitting alone, illuminated by a faint light. Thad is relieved to finally find him and tries to tell the headmaster everything that has happened, but the headmaster interrupts. He asks Thad if he knows who he truly is, hinting at his own memory loss. Thad realizes that the headmaster has forgotten his past, that he used to be known as the notorious Alpheus when he was 18 years old. The headmaster asks Thad who he is to him, and Thad answers as best as he can. The headmaster then asks about his current work, and Thad explains that he is the headmaster of one of the 5 prestigious magic schools in the kingdom. The headmaster laughs bitterly, mocking himself for having worked so hard in his youth only to become a useless headmaster. The headmaster's frustration grows as he questions why, despite his hard work, he has only reached level 4 in magic. He stands up, furious, and smashes the door, lamenting that he should have been at level 1 by now, the level people expected of him. In his anger, he starts tearing down the photographs on the wall, revealing his bitterness about the past. He accuses himself of not being serious enough with his magical life, pointing to the pictures of women on the wall as evidence of his neglect. Thad, silent and unsure of how to respond, watches helplessly as the headmaster vents his anger. Alpheus turns to Thad and asks if he can help restore his lost memories from the past 40 years using Thad's photonization skills. Thad hesitates, advising against trying to bring back memories that might be better left forgotten. Alpheus, confused and angered by Thad's response, accuses him of not doing his duty as his subordinate. He questions Thad's loyalty and doubts his worth, calling himself the mighty Alpheus. He insists that he's strong enough to handle the truth of his past and won't be hurt by. As Alpheus sits down, Thad, though still uncertain, feels more convinced that he can help him restore his memories. He stands behind Alpheus, carefully placing his hands on the temples of his head, where the memories are locked away. Thad promises himself that once he has restored Alpheus's memories, he will also use his photonization skills to clear away the darkness that has sealed off his mind. He knows the process will reveal painful memories, but he is determined to help. The first memory that surfaces is from 40 years ago, when Alpheus was just 18. He's inside a bar, drinking beer, surrounded by women who are fawning over him. They admire his intellect and ask how he became so wise at such a young age. Alpheus enjoys the attention, raising his cup in a toast to the women and telling them that life is long and they should make the most of it. At this age, he has long white hair with a yellowish tint, making him strikingly handsome, and his presence attracts all the ladies. At the cliff, Aaron watches in disbelief as her brother, Canis, is knocked down by a single strike from Saran, a student who seems to have mastered a powerful form of magic. Tears roll down her face as she recalls how, throughout their lives, they were taught by their master that the magic they were trained in would always be superior. They had been warned that their power was unmatched, and that they must always remain alert because life was like a battlefield. One wrong move, one slip-up, and they could lose everything. Their master had emphasized that they would never be defeated, that their magic was invincible. But now, as she watches her brother struggle to stand after being struck, doubt begins to creep into her mind. She starts to wonder if their master had lied to them, if the idea that no one could defeat them was just an illusion. Canis slowly gets back on his feet, his body aching from the powerful blow. He feels disoriented and confused, asking himself how he was struck by something that was light, but somehow seemed to have mass. He has never encountered anything like this before. The idea that light could have mass is beyond his understanding, and he starts to question everything he knows about magic. Despite the confusion and the pain, Canis pushes forward, moving toward Saran with determination. Saran, however, stands unfazed, his expression calm and ready for more. Canis wonders again how a boy like Saran could have discovered such an extraordinary ability to convert light into mass. The more he thinks about it, the more questions flood his mind. At this moment, Canis turns inward, speaking to the entity within him known as the Shadow, a presence he often consults when facing opponents stronger than himself. He asks the Shadow if Saran can be defeated. The Shadow responds with a chilling observation. Saran's ability is rare, possibly unique, and it is unlikely that anyone in Canis's group or in the school possesses such power. If Canis can defeat him, his friends will surely be terrorized by the sheer power that Saran wields. His Shadow tells him that Saran can only be beaten if they work together as a team. Canis appears back in front of Saran with his sister shouting his name in relief. Saran's two friends watch in disbelief, wondering how Canis survived the attack. Canis taunts Saroni, asking if that's all he can do, expressing his satisfaction at finally finding a worthy opponent. Saran responds with anger, annoyed by Canis's words, and questions how he can call this a match when he's holding hundreds of students hostage. Canis, undeterred, grows more confident. He knows that this time he will not be defeated. He launches another lightning attack, but Saran dodges it with ease. Before Canis knows what's happening, Saran appears behind him, attempting to land a blow. They both teleport, fighting mid-air as they try to defeat each other. Nade grows frustrated, thinking it's unfair that Canis is using teleportation through his shadow, making him nearly impossible to catch. Iruki reassures him, saying that Saran has already analyzed the situation and figured out where Canis's shadow is located. Saran launches an attack at the shadow, believing he's finally struck Canis. But to his surprise, it's not Canis who responds. Instead, a massive beast emerges from the shadows, much larger than a normal human, about 3 times the size. It snarls and licks its lips, praising the lightning that Sauron had thrown. 40 years ago in Bashuka, a lively bar is filled with people from all walks of life. A group of mages is gathered around, praising one of their own, Sarov, for his recently published paper on lightning. He talks excitedly to his friends, promising them a treat if his book gets published. Meanwhile, across the bar, Alpheus watches from a distance. Upon hearing Sarov boast about his paper, Alpheus approaches him, telling him that his paper has been rejected and that all his efforts were wasted. Sarov storms off in anger, declaring that he never wants to speak to Alpheus again. Alpheus can't help but notice that Clump, a 23-year-old in military uniform, is watching him. Clump angrily shouts at Alpheus, accusing him of humiliating Sarov, and tells him that he's heard people call Alpheus the arrogant one. Clump can't believe what he's seeing and calls out Alpheus for his behavior. Back at the cliff, the fight intensifies as a massive bio-creature formed from shadow stands behind Canis. The sight of the creature stuns everyone. None of them have seen anything like it before. With a voice full of pride, Canis speaks, noting the fear in their faces. He explains that this creature is the pinnacle of dark magic. Sauron's two friends, standing at the back, whisper to each other. They recall having read about bio-creatures before, but what surprises them most is that they never knew one could possess intelligence, let alone be able to speak. Sauron, meanwhile, watches the creature closely, his mind racing as he recalls the books he's read on the subject. He refers to it as magic biology, explaining that the creation of this life is unexplainable and very little research has gone into it. As Sauron's friends continue to express their shock, the bio-creature, as Canis calls it, responds proudly. It not only has intelligence, but also boasts a beautiful form. Canis names the creature Harvest, explaining that it is the work of their master and holds the master's memories. With the creature now an active participant in the battle, the fight continues with increasing intensity. Sauron, however, grows frustrated, knowing that this battle cannot continue much longer without them being overrun. If the fight drags on, they risk being defeated, and the hostages will remain in danger. Sauron is now getting injured from the constant strikes Canis is landing on him. His friends shout his name, rushing to his aid. Suddenly, an instinctive response hits him, much like when he first discovered photonization while fighting the Wolks. This time, it's the same kind of reaction, his body responding to the realization that it's called a magic bio-creature for a reason. He launches himself into the air, flying high, and then strikes down with a lightning bolt as vibrant as a rainbow. Canis can sense the change in Sauron, the joy on his face replacing the fear he had seen just moments ago. Sauron has just realized that since the creature is called a magic bio-creature, it must rely on an energy source to move or act. Using his mental energy, he asks the creature if it wants to keep fighting. The bio-creature laughs, curious about where the conversation is going. Sauron tells it that it will soon tire of his mental energy, and Canis laughs, saying that he and Harvest, the bio-creature, are the same, and that nothing will happen to them. Sauron then focuses, intensifying his lightning strike with the aim of depleting the bio-creature's energy source, knowing that if the energy runs out, the creature will be unable to act. Canis quickly realizes what Sauron is trying to do, and the bio-creature warns him, calling Sauron a lunatic for thinking a mere student could possess such special knowledge. The bio-creature suggests a plan. Canis should lure Sauron into the nearby bush, where there will be more shadows to help defeat him. The bio-creature believes Sauron will follow, eager to save his friends. Canis agrees, reassured that with Harvest's knowledge of the master, they will be fine. He follows the bio-creature into the bush, showing his trust in the creature and his master's guidance. Meanwhile, as expected, Sauron follows them into the bush, ignoring his friends' warnings. They shout for him to be careful, but Sauron does not respond. His friends left behind decide to deal with what's left. Lucas, now back on his feet, draws his sword from his back, bouncing on his heels with a devilish smile, ready to fight. At the bar, Clump is trying hard to enjoy himself, hoping to impress a woman or maybe even find a girlfriend. He dresses well, sporting a neat, low haircut, something Alpheus had suggested to him years ago. Back then, Alpheus had recommended that Clump grow his hair long, as that was the style most appreciated by women in their youth. At that time, both Clump and Alpheus were close friends who often attended royal balls together. On one such occasion, they were having a pleasant conversation when they noticed the host of the ball, the oldest daughter of the House of Bastad. Clump admits that he's never seen her before and doesn't know who she is. She is being avoided by all the men who she tries to dance with. Alpheus, curious, asks Clump why this is happening, as he doesn't think she looks that bad for a lady. Clump explains that rumors about her mental state have circulated. People say she has the mental capacity of a 10-year-old due to an accident she had when she was younger. Her family doesn't let her leave her room much because of their reputation. But tonight it seems she managed to escape, and Clump can see that her presence at the ball is causing discomfort among the other guests. As they watch her, Clump's father is seen standing in a corner, sweating and visibly distressed by the situation. He is considering sending a servant to escort her back to her room. Meanwhile, her mother begs him to allow her to stay a little longer, since she rarely gets the chance to enjoy such an event. Alpheus, observing the situation, grows angry as he recalls how his own parents used to limit what he could do, just as Erica's parents are doing now. Alpheus, feeling empathy for Erica, decides he won't let her feel stranded at her own ball. He tells Clump that he won't stand by and let her be left out, and he makes his way toward her. Clump tries to warn him, telling him that approaching her will only make things worse, but Alpheus is resolute. He reaches Erica and, with a polite gesture, stretches out his hand, asking her to join him on the dance floor. To his surprise, Erica bursts into tears, even after he has complimented her beauty and invited her to dance. The whole ballroom falls silent, eyes on them as they wonder what Alpheus has done to upset the daughter of the noble family hosting the event. Back at the cliff edge, Iruki and Nade face Lucas, both determined to fight him. But Iruki can't shake the memories from 3 years ago, when they had first encountered him. He warns Nade to be cautious this time around, knowing Lucas is a formidable opponent. Lucas holds 2 swords in his hands, his posture confident and aggressive. As he charges toward them, Iruki and Nade spring into action, running toward him with synchronized precision. But as they get closer, they split, attacking from different directions to throw off Lucas's focus. Lucas is quick to respond, using his schema technique in battle. He's highly skilled and adaptable, but Iruki and Nade have trained together for years, knowing every possible move Lucas might make. Lucas, however, counters with a unique technique of his own, called the mitochondrial build, also known as the body powerhouse build. This method accelerates his body's metabolism, significantly boosting his stamina and energy levels. Lucas becomes faster and more resilient. The fight intensifies. Despite this, Iruki and Nade continue to press forward with a mix of lightning-fast attacks, both in the front and from behind. Before Lucas realizes what's happening, he finds himself on the ground, cursing them out and calling them little brats. But he quickly recovers, now more determined than ever. He notices how well the two of them fight together, their movements completely synchronized, and he decides to double his mitochondrial build. Now Lucas is faster, stronger, and more agile, dodging their attacks with ease. He begins to appear behind them in an instant, landing strikes of his own. Meanwhile, in the bush, Professor Romy is bound by both hands and legs in a cross-like position. Arcane stands before her, watching with a slight grin on his face as he comments on how surprised he is that she's lasted this long. He says she's taken enough of his time and prepares to end her life. A green, poisonous light flows toward her, and Romy recognizes it immediately as poison. Her only chance now is to use her rare ability, Prama Roar. She activates it, breaking free from the roots that had bound her. As Romy ascends into the air, knowing she cannot defeat Arcane with magic alone, she shifts to her schema technique. Arcane, seeing her do this, quickly adapts and uses his own schema to counter her movements. The battle between them escalates in the sky, each trying to outmaneuver the other. At the same time, at the royal ball, Alpheus remains frozen, unsure of what to do as all eyes are on him. The once beautiful lady, the eldest daughter of the House of Bastad, is crying in front of him. She behaves like a 10-year-old girl, upset and unable to control her emotions, calling out for her mother. Her tears only seem to make the situation more tense. She stands up from her seat, ready to leave, insisting that her mother told her not to speak to strangers. Alpheus, seeing her distress, grabs her hand, trying to calm her down. He gently insists that he only needs 1 minute of her time, telling her that if she could just look him in the eye, she wouldn't have any trouble speaking to anyone ever again. The atmosphere in the ballroom shifts as all the other guests stop dancing to watch the unfolding scene. Even Seraph, who had never liked Alpheus, tries to stir up trouble. He loudly declares that everyone must stop Alpheus from harassing the eldest daughter of the Bastard family. But Alpheus ignores him, focusing solely on the crying girl in front of him. Despite his calm demeanor, she continues to resist, insisting that it was her mother's rule not to speak to strangers. Alpheus, ever the smooth talker when it came to women his age, immediately recognizes what he's been doing wrong. He realizes that approaching her in the same way others have would only make her more upset and disorganized. She isn't refusing to dance with him because of him or the party. She's scared. Scared not of him, but of her mother, who she fears will scold her if she does anything improper. She keeps repeating her name, perhaps as if trying to remind herself of her place, of the expectations her family has set for her. Clump, standing off to the side, is beginning to panic. He knows that Alpheus has unintentionally made things worse. The whispers from behind him only add to his anxiety. People are gossiping. Some saying that if they were in Alpheus' shoes, they would have just left the girl alone, apologized for causing a scene, and walked away. Yet the more Clump hears these whispers, the more determined he is to support his friend. He can't help but feel that Alpheus's persistence might be the only thing that can make a difference now. Alpheus, hearing the whispers, realizes this might be his last chance. He takes a deep breath and, with his calm and reassuring demeanor, speaks again. His voice is cool, masculine, and steady, carrying an assurance that seems to reach the girl in ways words alone could not. He tells her softly but firmly that she shouldn't be afraid of anyone, not him, not the people at the party, and especially not her mother. He assures her that no one will ever scold her for dancing with him on the ballroom floor. It's not a crime to dance, he adds, his tone full of conviction. His words reach her and something shifts in her expression. She finally looks up, meeting his gaze. The weight of her fears seems to lighten for a moment, and she sees not just a stranger asking her to dance, but a man who genuinely understands her struggle. His calming voice and sincere smile are enough to put her at ease. After a few moments of hesitation, she extends her hand to him. Alpheus takes it gently, and together they walk toward the dance floor. As they begin to dance, the music swells around them, and for the first time that night, she allows herself to enjoy the moment. In the dense bush, the battle between Romy and the Archmage rages on. Romy is using all her skill to keep up with the Archmage, who is not only relying on his formidable schema, but also unleashing his bio-creature, a massive, terrifying entity much larger than his servants. Despite her strength and relentless strikes, Romy faces the harsh reality of her opponent's overwhelming power. He is a level 3 Archmage, and the fight is far from over. As the minutes drag on, Romy knows that her usual tactics won't be enough. She needs to do something drastic. Drawing on her immense power, she unleashes a devastating shockwave, a technique capable of targeting both the internal and external structure of her opponent. If used correctly, it can amplify the damage 100-fold, shattering even the strongest defenses. The bio-creature shrieks in agony as the shockwave connects, visibly faltering. Romy presses on, believing she has finally found an opening. But the Archmage, though clearly in pain, does not falter. Instead, he draws on his own strength, and despite the shockwave's effects, he recovers quickly. With renewed determination, he retaliates with his own wave of sound, striking Romy with such force that it knocks her out of the air, sending her crashing to the ground. As she struggles to rise, she realizes that her power is waning. Every second is critical now, and she knows the fight is reaching its peak. Meanwhile, at the edge of the cliff, Iruki and Nade continue to fight Lucas. Iruki has already been struck, blood staining his clothes, but he refuses to give up. Despite the overwhelming odds, he presses on, determined to win. Together with Nade, they manage to corner Lucas, pushing him to the brink of defeat. But just as they begin to feel the tide turning in their favor, Iruki notices something that fills him with dread. Eren, who had been watching from the sidelines, steps into the fray. His sudden involvement shifts the balance of the fight. With Eren now aiding Lucas, Iruki and Nade are left reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Nade's fate seems sealed as Lucas raises his sword, aiming directly for his heart. Nade, feeling the weight of his defeat, closes his eyes. knowing there's no way to defend himself against the impending strike. The dark magic binding him leaves him vulnerable, unable to move. But just as the sword begins to descend, a powerful burst of ice suddenly blocks it, freezing the blade in midair. Both Lucas and Nade freeze in shock, their eyes turning to the source of the magic. They immediately recognize the power behind it, Professor Sienna. She steps forward, her aura radiating immense, unrestrained magic. Each movement she makes causes the surroundings to respond to her power, and every step she takes leaves a trail of ice on the ground. Her hair flows in the air, and the very air around her crackles with energy. Lucas's confidence falters, and for the first time, he feels fear. He's never encountered this level of power before, and it's clear to him that he's outmatched. He hesitates, uncertain of how to react to the overwhelming force of Professor Sienna's magic. Iruki and Nade, though injured and exhausted, feel a rush of hope as they watch their professor in action. With her arrival, the battle shifts in their favor, and they know they have a chance to turn the tide. At the ball, Althea successfully convinces Erica to dance. The entire room watches in awe as they glide across the floor. The guests are captivated by the sight of Erica, once so hesitant and fearful, now smiling and enjoying the moment. Her father, standing nearby, beams with pride. For the first time, his daughter is dancing without fear, and it fills him with joy to see her finally free of the constraints her family has placed on her. As they continue to dance, the crowd is impressed by Althea's charm and skill, and even Clump, standing in the corner, can't help but smile. Sharon quietly follows Canis and his bio-creature, Harvey. The atmosphere is tense as Canis notices the unusual silence from Harvey, the usual roar that echoes through the air now absent. He speaks, asking Harvey about it, and the creature responds in a low, vibrating tone. Harvey explains that he's picking up a strange vibration from the mountains, where a significant battle seems to be unfolding. It's the clash between Archmage Arcane and Professor Romy. Harvey, sensing the power behind Arcane's strikes, urges Canis to wrap things up quickly with Sharon as their master. Arcane is drawing closer, and the battle will soon come their way. Meanwhile, at the edge of the cliff, Lucas seethes in anger as he sees Professor Sienna's presence interrupting his battle. His anger deepens when he realizes that she has somehow broken free from a powerful spell, one of the most formidable magic known in the magical world, the Abyss Nova. This spell, often used to seal memories, is something most people cannot escape, and seeing her do so infuriates him. For a brief moment, the battlefield becomes quiet, as all eyes are on Sienna. Iruki and Nade, relieved to see their professor awake, share a look of hope. They knew if anyone could turn the tide, it would be Sienna. However, Aine, still grappling with disbelief, cannot fathom how this mere schoolteacher could break free from such a powerful spell. She recalls her master's teachings, where he had stated that those who attend school are often weak in magic, ignorant of its deeper powers. This makes Sienna's escape even more perplexing and frustrating to Aine, but then, things take a dark turn. Sienna, thought to be freed, reveals that she has been playing a much darker game. The truth becomes clear when she uses her ice magic to immobilize Lucas, pinning him down by his legs and arms with ice. She summons a massive glacier bombing aimed at Lucas, and with a powerful wave of her hand, the ice explodes, sending a chilling force through the air. Lucas, realizing his impending death, regrets taking the job for the mere promise of 1,000,000 gold coins from Archmage Arcane. His thoughts are filled with panic and the bitter realization of his failure. The glacier bombing doesn't stop at Lucas. It threatens everyone in its path, including Aaron. But Nade, quick thinking, grabs Aaron and pulls her away from the blast, narrowly escaping the strike. Nade, in a desperate move, pleads with Sienna, urging her to release the spell she has cast on all of them. He warns her that if she doesn't, not only will they all die, but she too will be doomed. He stresses just how dangerous and powerful Sienna's magic is, knowing full well the potential consequences if she continues down this path. As the glacier continues its descent, Aaron realizes the gravity of the situation. She turns to Nade, urgency and resignation in her voice. She explains that even if she wants to release them from the spell, it will take time, especially with the glacier rapidly approaching. The situation is dire, and there is little hope unless something drastic happens. Iruki, ever the fighter, steps forward without hesitation. He knows what needs to be done. Determined, he squares his shoulders and focuses on the massive glacier, which weighs at least 15 to 20 tons. With sheer strength and skill, he begins to break the glacier apart, reducing it into smaller particles before it can hit the ground. His magic and focus are the only things standing between the students and certain death. He knows that if the glacier hits the ground as a solid mass, it will obliterate everyone in its path. Meanwhile, Nade, trying to shield Eren from the incoming danger, lies on top of her, his body an additional layer of protection. Eren, however, is distracted by the overwhelming power she has witnessed that day. Magic and power beyond anything she has ever seen in the academy. It is both terrifying and awe-inspiring to her, making her wonder just how deep the magic world runs. Despite his efforts, Nade's protective stance doesn't go unnoticed. Eren, irritated and conflicted, throws him off her, questioning why he would be saving her when they are clearly enemies. She can't understand his actions, but Nade silences her with a firm command. He tells her to focus on the situation at hand, urging her to release the spell or face the consequences. His words are sharp, reminding her of the lives at risk, including the students. Eren's heart clenches with conflict, but she stubbornly insists that she doesn't care about anyone else's fate. Only Canis matters to her. She remembers all the times Canis protected her when they were younger, and the thought of him in danger fills her with resolve. Before Eren can say more, a loud noise echoes behind them. They turn to see Canis, injured and bleeding from his mouth, stumbling out of the shadows of the bush. His condition is grave, but he has made it to them, despite the pain. The sight of him, wounded but still standing, shifts the atmosphere. Eren's heart pounds as she realizes her protective instincts are now focused on him, the one she has always depended on. Meanwhile, at the ball, Alpheus and Erika stand outside in the quiet of the night, talking about life and magic. Alpheus, with his usual enthusiasm, speaks about his studies as a mage, explaining how light can exist as both a particle and a wave. He is used to explaining his interests to others, but Erika's attentiveness feels different. As he speaks, he notices her smile, a genuine and warm expression that makes him feel appreciated. She calls him a nice person, something he has rarely heard from anyone, especially from a noble lady like her. For Alpheus, it is a moment that makes him feel seen, a feeling he has not experienced before. As the conversation continues, Alpheus confides in Erika about his struggles with writing his thesis, unsure whether to argue that light is a particle or a wave. He has no expectations from her, knowing she isn't a mage, but to his surprise, Erika's answer is one he will remember forever. She simply says, "Light is beautiful," as they sit together in the library reading. Nade's eyes widen in surprise as he discovers something remarkable in one of the old texts. The book explains how energy can be converted into mass. He quickly turns the pages, his excitement growing as he reads further. To his astonishment, it also explains the reverse process, how mass can be converted back into energy using a specific formula. Shocked by the complexity and implications of what he's reading, Nade eagerly shows the book to his friends. But what leaves them even more stunned is the revelation that the formula was created by none other than their headmaster. Meanwhile, in the dense forest where Canis and Chironi are fighting, the battle has escalated. Canis is running for his life, his mind racing as he struggles to defend himself against Chiron's increasingly powerful attacks. He starts to question whether Chironi's strength is growing with every strike, making it harder for him to keep up. Canis bio-creature Harvey notices this too. After seeing Chironi's photonized power increase with each attack, Harvey reluctantly tells Canis that it might be time to escape. He admits that they are no longer strong enough to fight Chiron, even after Canis gave him the willpower to fight back. Harvey, sensing the danger, urges Canis to retreat before it's too late. As Canis retreats, injured and bleeding, he finds himself back at the edge of the forest where they had started. Chiron emerges from the shadows, still intent on the battle. Nei, standing nearby, is the first to spot the photon cannon Chiron is wielding. He turns to Iruki, telling him to look at what their friend has done, clearly shocked by the intensity of the attack. Iruki, too, is surprised, especially since they had just seen the energy mass conversion formula yesterday. The connection between the formula and Chironi's weapon is immediate, and they both realize the magnitude of what they are dealing with. Before they can speak further, Canis stumbles forward, barely able to stand. Despite his injuries, he manages to speak, his voice weak. He tells them that he is getting weaker, and that he didn't think he would survive the fight with Chiron. Even though he is still standing, Canis admits that Chirone, who seemed so powerful earlier, is now the weaker of the two. The boys quickly decide that they must protect him. Iruki steps forward, facing Canis and Eren, who have now joined him. He insists that the best course of action is for everyone to release the students and avoid the wrath of the boys. He warns that they won't be able to defeat them, and that it's better to accept defeat and leave since no students have been harmed yet. Canis, however, responds angrily. He says that while they may not be able to defeat them now, his master Vilter will surely defeat them in time. He reveals that Vilter has already defeated Alpheus, and he promises that his master will rise again, taking back the glory that Alpheus stole from him. The boys are stunned by his words, having never heard such a story before. Nade steps forward, questioning what Canis means. He insists that Canis is just making false accusations, pointing out that there is no evidence to support any of it. Iruki, sensing Canis's unwavering resolve, throws another question at him, asking why. If the issue is between his master and Alpheus, he is attacking students who weren't even born during that time. Canis's eyes flash with anger as he replies that as a loyal servant of his master, it is his duty to fight for whatever his master demands, and he brushes off Iruki's question as irrelevant. Nade, not willing to let it go, asks another pointed question. He suggests that since the issue is between Canis's master and Alpheus, perhaps they should end their conflict here. Canis responds with a laugh, signaling that there will be no peaceful resolution. His commitment to his master is unshakable, and he will not stop until he has fulfilled his duty. Chirone steps forward, his presence commanding. He begins to charge up another photon cannon, one that is even more powerful and brilliant than the previous one. Harvey, sensing the overwhelming force of the attack, warns Canis that it won't be able to defend against this one. The bio-creature is frightened, knowing that trying to defend them both would likely lead to serious injury or even death, but Canis doesn't waver. With steely determination, he affirms that as a true servant of his master, he would rather die obeying his master's command than surrender or back down from the fight. Chiron, with a hint of hesitation, tells Canis that he is willing to let him go, alongside his sister, if he agrees to leave peacefully. However, Chirone makes it clear that if Canis dares to bring harm to any of the students, he will have to take him down. Canis looks at him coldly, unwilling to back down. Meanwhile, in Alpheus's memory, he recalls a quiet moment sitting with Erica under the stars. He had asked her why she thought light was beautiful, and her answer astonished him. Light is beautiful because it allows them to see the darkness, to see beyond what they expected. Her words stay with him, and he realizes that she is the light he has been searching for. Overcome with emotion, he asks her to be his light, asking her to marry him in that serene moment. Even now, with his memory sealed, he can still recall her words and the love they shared in that fleeting moment. Back in the present, Canis's master, Viltor, finally appears atop the mountain. His expression is filled with rage as he watches his servants being attacked by the three boys. The Archmage stands atop the tall mountain, his presence imposing and fierce, with darkness swirling around him. His white hair, resembling Alpheus's own, blows in the wind as his gaze pierces through the scene below. The boys do not immediately recognize him, but the sheer power he radiates makes it clear that he is no ordinary mage. His eyes fall on Lucas, lying motionless on the ground. For a moment, he doesn't understand the full gravity of the situation, but his focus shifts to his injured servants, who apologize to him. They speak with regret, but their words fall on deaf ears as the Archmage surveys the battlefield. His attention then moves to Chiron, still wielding the photon cannon. The Archmage immediately understands that it is this young mage who is causing the trouble. Chirone, noticing the Archmage, demands to know if he is responsible for everything happening. The Archmage, with disdain, simply asks for Chiron's name. Chiron refuses to reveal it, deeming the Archmage unworthy of such knowledge. Instead, he demands the release of the spell the Archmage has cast on the students and teachers of the school. The Archmage denies him without hesitation, asserting that he will not comply. Without warning, Shirone launches another photon cannon at the Archmage. The attack is easily deflected, as the Archmage barely acknowledges it. He comments on the size of Shirone's spirit radius, impressed by the boy's strength but uninterested in the threat. Shirone prepares another strike, but before he can unleash it, Professor Othella appears, struggling to remain upright. Her injuries are evident as she holds her side, but she pushes through the pain to intervene, urging Shirone to stop. The Archmage sneers at her, calling her a loser and questioning her decision to show up. Despite this, Othella remains undeterred. She insists that she is not concerned with winning or losing. Her only priority is to protect the students. Iruki, confused by the turn of events, asks who the Archmage is. Othella reveals the truth. He is an Archmage of level 3. The revelation sends a wave of fear through the boys, who now realize the severity of their situation. Othella adds that the Archmage harbors a deep grudge against their headmaster, Alpheus. The Archmage laughs mockingly, dismissing her concern and implying that she doesn't understand the magnitude of the situation. Meanwhile, Harvey whispers to Canis, informing him that the Archmage's willpower has diminished significantly. Only about 10% remains. Canis is surprised to hear this, as it is the first time he has witnessed such a dramatic loss of power. However, Harvey reassures him that even with only 10% of his strength, the Archmage is still more than capable of destroying them all. Before Cain, the Archmage steps forward, ignoring his servant's reassurances. He declares that he does not need to worry about the boys and will take matters into his own hands. His gaze turns back to Shirone, and he questions whether Shirone is truly Alpheus's student. Shirone's response is filled with anger, warning the Archmage not to disrespect their headmaster's name. The Archmage laughs bitterly, as if the entire situation is some twisted joke. He then orders Canis to fight Shirone again. Canis, despite Harvey's departure, accepts the challenge, seeing it as another opportunity to prove his loyalty. He takes to the air, embracing the darkness within him. He prepares to use the shadows as his weapon, determined to strike. Shirone, focused and resolute, targets Canis's entire spirit zone, unleashing a barrage of lightning. Canis struggles to comprehend what is happening as Shirone launches hundreds of balls of lightning toward him. The sheer volume of attacks is overwhelming, too numerous to dodge or avoid. His eyes widen in disbelief, but before he can react, he realizes that the lightning is not targeting him directly. Instead, Shirone is aiming at his shadow, restricting his movements and making it difficult for him to escape. As the realization dawns, Canis tries to reach out to Harvey for help, but the response he receives is silence. At this moment, Canis is hit with the full weight of the battle. The immense power Shirone wields is far beyond anything he anticipated, and he finds himself unable to defend. The desperation builds, and just when it seems like he is on the brink of death, Harvey finally responds. In a split second, Harvey drops Canis to the ground, but this action only results in a near-fatal strike for Harvey himself. Shirone adjusts his strategy, switching from photon magic to a more devastating photon output, which attacks with even greater precision and force. The blast strikes Harvey, causing him to release a pained cry. Canis, still reeling from the earlier attacks, watches in horror as his servant, his link to survival, suffers. As Shirone grows more confident in his power, he intensifies the assault. He gathers all his lightning energy and condenses it into a devastating lightning laser. The attack is a hellish display of raw energy, and it tears into Harvey, causing immense pain. Canis, connected to Harvey through their shared willpower, feels every ounce of the agony Harvey experiences. The pain is overwhelming. Canis falls to his knees, coughing up blood as his body reacts to the barrage of torment. His sister, watching helplessly from the side, fears for his life. Professor Romy and the other students, witnessing the destructive force of the battle, desperately try to intervene, calling out to Shirone, urging him to stop the attack before Canis is killed. But Shirone cannot halt his assault in time. The lightning laser continues to devastate the battlefield until Harvey's body finally explodes in a violent release of energy. In the chaos, Canis lies on the ground, nearly lifeless, and the connection between the two is severed. Shirone, realizing that his attack has taken a deadly toll, feels the weight of what he has done, but it is too late. Canis's suffering, once shared between them, has escalated to a point beyond return. Meanwhile, far away, Canis's master, Viltor, watches the scene unfold. From his vantage point, he observes his servant being beaten and tormented in the air, powerless to intervene. Despite his position, Viltor does nothing to aid Canis, even as the boy struggles for his life. Harvey, taking the fight upon himself, seems to be abandoned by his master in his most critical moment. Auron, standing nearby, notices the lack of concern from Professor Romy and the others, particularly regarding Canis's deteriorating condition. He turns to Arcane and demands that he order Canis and Harvey to stop their fight, but Arcane remains unfazed. At the mountaintop, just 1 minute before Harvey's explosion, he recalls his first encounter with Arcane, Canis, and Auron. Both of them were taken from the streets by Arcane, who brought them in front of Harvey, who was inside a glass tube. Arcane ordered them to choose one between the two siblings, but Harvey remembers that Arcane insisted it must be Canis. Harvey knew that Arcane had chosen the siblings because of Auron's innate ability to sense people's true intentions, which would be valuable in the future. Auron had the power to see the real meaning behind people and their actions. Arcane asked Canis why he wanted to be with him, to which Canis answered that he wanted to be with Harvey as a companion, to gain enough power to save his sister from the world. Harvey smiled at Canis's determination and called him an amusing guy. That was the moment Canis was chosen to be with Harvey. Now, as Harvey is about to explode, he tells Canis to live on and not worry about him. The explosion rips through the air and Canis screams in anguish, tears streaming down his face, his sorrow raw and heart-wrenching. His cries only intensify the fury in Auron, who turns toward Arcane, anger burning in his eyes. He confronts Arcane, accusing him of planning to kill everyone in his path with his stupid revenge. Arcane, however, responds with a cold, distant tone, revealing that Chironi looks exactly like his student, Alpheus, from 40 years ago. Arcane explains that Alpheus caused all of this with his greed. He threw Arcane into a fire and burned all his life's work. Professor Romy and the others, their voices echoing in unison, demand to know the full story. Arcane begins to explain, recounting the events that happened 40 years ago when he won the award as the best accomplished mage of the year. Recognized by the Golden Circle, he was celebrated for his groundbreaking theory about light as both a particle and a wave, a discovery that had everyone talking. Even Clump was present at the award ceremony. That night, after the award ceremony, Arcane returned home, where he was already married to Erica. He proudly showed her the award, but despite his newfound fame, there was one major problem. Both their families disapproved of their marriage. Arcane believed that as he built more fame, his parents would eventually accept their relationship. One day, members of the Sarah family came to his house to greet him, but he found only his wife there. They entertained her until one of them got drunk, and the conversation turned sour. Arcane overheard them talking badly about him, calling him successful only because he married into the bastard family and accusing him of not even writing his own thesis. When Arcane entered and heard their conversation, he was enraged. He punched one of them so hard that they immediately begged for mercy, promising never to return. After they left, Arcane lashed out at his wife, furious that she had let them in. He scolded her, saying that these people had claimed to be her friends, yet they spoke so cruelly about him. He told her she was foolish for allowing such disrespect, but as the words left his mouth, he immediately realized the weight of what he had said. Seeing his wife in tears, Arcane turned away, filled with regret. Arcane begs his wife for the hurtful things he said, his heart filled with regret. She too apologizes, promising not to act like a child again. Yet Arcane feels too embarrassed to accept her apology right away. He tells her he needs some air and steps outside. Seeking solace, he heads to the bar with his best friend Clump. There, he opens up about the tension between him and Erica, confessing how he feels unsure of what to do next. Clump tries to ease his mind, reminding him that every married couple has their disagreements. Then, Clump suggests that they consider having a child to help stabilize their relationship, as they clearly love each other. Arcane, however, replies that the doctor had told him Erica wouldn't be able to handle pregnancy, given her emotional maturity, which he compares to that of a 10-year-old. Clump disagrees strongly, urging his friend to trust his own instincts, not the doctor's assessment. Clump insists that Arcane should be the one to decide, and Arcane, moved by his friend's advice, agrees to do what Clump suggested. 2 days pass, and Arcane assumes control of the school. Amidst the chaos, he finally meets Alpheus. The young man stumbles into Arcane's office, bleeding, and collapses on the floor. He weakly tells Arcane that he needs his help, having read about Arcane's theory on memory storage. He wants to transfer his memories to his wife, but before he can explain fully, he loses consciousness. Arcane helps him regain his strength, and upon waking, Alpheus explains more about his request. He shares that he wants to use light magic combined with dark magic to restore his wife's memory. Arcane realizes that, with this information, Alpheus now knows that he is a dark mage, a title that could ruin his reputation if the knowledge spreads. Arcane, while pondering the moral dilemma, asks if Alpheus's wife knows about the plan. Back at his home, Arcane discusses his plan with Erica. He tells Clump about the decision he's made, despite the risks. Clump urges him to reconsider, pointing out that associating with Arcane could destroy everything he's built. There is no mage who should trust a dark mage, Clump warns. But Arcane, firm in his decision, tells Clump that he's willing to sacrifice everything for his wife's happiness. Soon, Arcane's lab becomes the setting for their plan. Erica lies on one of the tables, while Alpheus and his wife are connected to wires that link their memories. Clump stands by Arcane, visibly concerned, but Arcane reassures him, claiming that although this is an experimental procedure, he has done it successfully before. As the transfer begins, everything seems to go smoothly at first, but then something goes wrong. Erica's nerves begin to reject the memory transfer, and despite the procedure's initial success, it's clear that the magic isn't taking in the way it should. She speaks her final words before she dies, telling Alpheus that she can see the love he has for her is pure and genuine. She surprises everyone, including Clump, by speaking in scientific terms that no one has ever heard her use before. Her last words are filled with sorrow as she apologizes to him for being foolish, admitting that in the brief moments they shared, his intelligence was the best thing she had. With that, she passes away. Alpheus cries out in agony, unable to contain his grief. Clump stands by, tears streaming down his face, witnessing the devastating outcome of their love. Erica's death causes immense pain to everyone who knew her. On the day she dies, Alpheus, overcome with grief, hits his head repeatedly against the wall. It's only when Clump intervenes that he is stopped. At her burial, her family arrives, keeping everyone else, including Alpheus and his family, from attending. In that moment, Alpheus remembers what Erica had said, that light is beautiful, that everything in the world is beautiful. He blames himself for changing her, for altering her perception of the world. This guilt drives him to change his mind. He returns to Arcane's house, determined to put an end to the experiment. Without hesitation, Alpheus starts pouring gasoline on the floor, declaring that an experiment that could kill a person and alter another's view of the world should never exist. Arcane tries to convince him otherwise, arguing that if they continue the project, they could save others with brain or intelligence issues, just like Erica, and prevent her death from being in vain. But Alpheus has made up his mind. He throws fire onto the gasoline, setting the entire lab and all of his life's work ablaze. Everything, including Arcane's legacy, burns to the ground. Now, back at the cliff where Arcane is standing, recounting the story, he declares that Alpheus abandoned him. He claims that Alpheus's failure to take responsibility for his wife's death makes it meaningless, and he is here not just for revenge, but to eliminate anyone like him, those who have learned from him. Arcane calls Alpheus arrogant, selfish, and ungrateful, accusing him of never understanding how to thank someone who has helped him. At this point, Sharon steps forward and addresses Arcane. He admits that while he knows what the headmaster Alpheus did was wrong, his own judgment has been clouded by the past. He reveals that, like Arcane, he is also still tied to something that happened 40 years ago. Sharon raises his voice, asserting that even if what Arcane is saying is true, the real reason for his anger isn't just the past, it's because Arcane misses Erica too. There is a brief silence between Sharon and Arcane, and it's clear to everyone present that Sharon's words have struck a chord. Arcane suddenly remembers the first time he saw Erica with Alpheus. What stands out to him is the innocence and purity in her face, purity so bright that it both awed and terrified him. He realizes that her innocence had the potential to light up the world, something he feared. A sinister laugh escapes Arcane as he dismisses emotions like empathy and sympathy as weaknesses. He believes that humanity can transcend itself either to great evil or great good. Then he turns to face Sharon, mocking him. He says that he will never align himself with Alpheus's students. Suddenly, Arcane casts dark magic in a final attempt to destroy them, even as it seems he is growing weary. But Sharon isn't done yet. He asks how Arcane was able to bypass the law of equivalent exchange, learning from his enemy's actions. Arcane laughs, pleased with the question, revealing that he has used dark energy to command an asteroid, which, if it falls, will destroy the entire mountain and everyone on it. Now the real problem is how to stop an Archmage. Just as the situation seems hopeless, a blinding light appears in the distance. Alpheus, walking toward Arcane with an aura of power surrounding him, approaches with eyes full of light. Everyone present knows that this is a side of Alpheus they've never seen before, a level of anger rivaling Arcane's own. The students can only see Alpheus when he gets closer to them, and they all call out Headmaster in unison. Alpheus strikes Arcane with a bolt of lightning, hitting him directly on the mountaintop. He observes how Arcane has aged, and comments on how he never expected to fall victim to the memory sealing Arcane had performed on the entire school. Alpheus expresses that he is glad he can still remember his love life despite the memory seal. He then turns to the students and thanks them for protecting the others who were under the spell. He acknowledges that without their help, Arcane could have done much worse to the others. As Alpheus walks toward Arcane, Sharon runs after him, and Alpheus asks if Sharon's willpower has recovered. Sharon is surprised by how Alpheus knew. Alpheus explains that despite Arcane's age, he still retains considerable willpower. Alpheus reveals that Arcane's best project, the memory sealing, was something he had implemented on himself too, which allowed him to forget his magical memories, giving him more willpower. Sharon is taken aback by the existence of such a method. Alpheus further explains that in the battle they are facing, without a trump card, they wouldn't be able to defeat Arcane. He suggests that they should fight alone, without involving the students, and Sharon agrees. However, Sharon points out that although Alpheus had sealed his intelligence, the students could still hear and process everything happening around them. He doubts they will want to see him as their headmaster after hearing about the awful things he did, like burning people alive and killing his wife. Turning to the students, Alpheus tells them to follow him. He explains that if they want to continue with the memory implant experiment, it was only possible because of Erica's sacrifice. This fuels his anger even further, and he reveals that taking the memories of himself and Erica was part of his plan to create hundreds of magical organisms. He shows Arcane evidence from his research thesis and books written 40 years ago before the lab was destroyed. His true intention was to conquer the world. Arcane is stunned to learn that the real reason behind Alpheus's actions has been exposed. Alpheus reveals that he knew Arcane's memory was inside the harvest, which is why the harvest disobeyed him. It self-destructed to save Canis and Aaron. Canis, hearing all of this, becomes enraged and starts crying, realizing that everything they had done for Alpheus had been in vain as he planned to kill them all. As the situation escalates, Arcane sees that not only are the students against him, but even his servants have turned on him. In response, Arcane suspends an asteroid-like object in the air with dark magic. He waves his finger, causing the object to fall quickly toward them. The students, now afraid for their lives, call out to Alpheus for help.